I play this game every day, so I think I'm gonna do really good. And if I don't even know what to say.
I don't know what you're gonna show me, if it's gonna be hard or not. I don't know these pictures. Let's just see.
So I know I'm gonna do bad in this one, guys, so don't roast me wherever you guys are watching this.
This has to be Logjam, right? No, it's not Logjam. It's not Logjam. There's no way this is Logjam.
It's some type of cabin. I can tell the colors are from like the new biome.
I don't know what this is at.
I'm just gonna guess where Camp Cuddle used to be, Reality Falls.
This is a new one. I don't know where it is.
This has to be Reality Falls. That's my final answer. I knew it. I knew it.
I knew it was a new one at least.
1 for 1 already. Let's go. I have no idea.
Is that Tilted? No.
No clue. I'm actually speechless.
I know where it is. I know where it is. I just forgot the name.
Tilted?
I'm gonna guess Sleepy, because they have a bunch of those little buildings there. I don't know. I'm gonna guess Sleepy.
Oh my god, how did I not know that?
I told you I'd suck at this.
There's no way I already got one wrong.
Books and nipples?
It's like the ice cream shop at Tony. It has to be Tony.
Tony?
This is Coney, Crossroads, whatever, 100%.
Hey, let's go. Cody, let's go.
You have to take the gas station out of the picture. It's too obvious.
Yeah, I think it's like the only spot on the map that has like that neon pink.
This is the one with the vault. I forget this one.
I don't know any other spot with that type of like graffiti and stuff. So I'm just gonna go with Rave Cave.
This has to be Rave Cave. Rave Cave, final answer.
Rave Cave. Yeah, that one.
I knew it. There's a baller.
If I didn't get that one right, I don't know. That was too easy.
This is just the ground.
There's like a little trap grapple or something.
This to be Synapse, where I land. This to be Rocky.
Logjam?
I'm just gonna go with Rocky.
Oh, it's Rocky. It's Rocky Reels. I almost fumbled it.
I was close. On the side of the map.
Yes. Thank God. It was a 50-50.
I know all these POIs. It's just I just can't remember the names half the time. So I'm definitely placing last place.
There's no way I'm coming out on top.
People could have got 5 out of 5 if they might have Bugle, but yeah, I think I did pretty good.
I definitely think it's really important to choose your binds like correctly.
If you really want to be like a fast mechanical player, you definitely want to have good binds.
But now that people are like really good at building, optimal binds are probably one of the most important things right now.
I have my shooting bind on left click, and to pull out my pickaxe, I just have it on the regular one. I just click number 1.
So pretty much my binds for my items and stuff are all just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But my last inventory slot is on my mouse button because my fingers weren't long enough to reach the last key. So I thought it'd be smart to do that, but now I kind of regret it.
Okay, my binds, I have 4 of my binds, 3 of them on my thumb, using only my thumb. C, V, and X. I have my wall on C, my floor on X, and my stair on V. And I click all 3 with my thumb, but I also have to click space with my thumb.
I have my stair on my C keybind and my 4 on my X, and people usually press that with their thumb. I press that with my pointer finger.
Yeah, so my building binds are kind of like irregular. I have my cone on Q, which is pretty good, and then wall on C, floor on X, and stair on C. So I click Z, X, C all with my thumb. It's really inconvenient, but I started off like the first ever season with these binds because at the time, I'm sure everyone knows Myth. He was like the best builder ever. Like he was crazy, and he used CXC, and I was just like, dude, if I want to be like him, I just gotta copy his binds.
I would say it's completely personal. because I don't know any pros that has the same exact binds, and I don't know. The only thing I would say that would help a new player is just literally is not putting all your binds on one thing. Like that's it.
So I definitely think you guys should pick out what's most comfortable for you guys in terms of keybinds.
I think the best way to do your keybinds is to make sure you have 360 move. Like you don't ever want to take your hands off WSD when you're building. So as many mouse button keybinds as you made, or just like buttons you press with your thumb or your pinky, just anything without taking your hands off WSD. That's the most optimal way to set keybinds. So
See what your fingers are like most comfortable with and stick with that.
What's up, Fortnite fam? With the start of the new season comes new updates to the game, but how can we expect some of these changes to impact competitive? Let's talk about it right now. The first change we have to talk about is the Rave Cave. You may have known this area as Covert Cavern or Command Cavern in the past. However, now it is the bright and bumpin' Rave Cave. This area has been stacked with stationary mobility items like the slipstreams, launch pads, and geysers surrounding it. Another huge advantage to the area is the elevation on top of the Rave Cave and nearby. It is very easy to get surge tags from this POI, as well as a good understanding of what is ahead of you as you rotate. On top of all this, it has an incredible loot spread throughout the cave. This drop has up to 65 chest spawns, making it the most of any POI on the map. Also, you can now access the vault with your teammates instead of having to get that pesky card. While the POI is incredible, it's not the only new one on the map.
The brightest new POI on the map is Reality Falls. Located on the western half of the island, this new location features beautiful trees, waterfalls, and an assortment of new terrain. When teams are landing at Reality Falls, they have two main options: landing on the reality tree itself or on the waterfall side. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. Players landing at the reality tree have fast access to chests for quick looting and also the reality tree's mobility. There's no materials up there, however there's a ton at the base, and they can use the air vent from the tree to go and grab some on the east side of the POI. On the waterfall side, players near the falls have much more loot available to them, but with a catch. A large amount of this loot can be found underground, alongside an almost unbelievable amount of fast harvesting brick. This means that players landing here can easily be pushed and pinched by teams landing at the reality tree. So if you really want to land here, make sure your box fighting skills are up to par. Reality Falls won't just be used by the players landing there, however. With the viable drop spots nearby, you will see other players rotating through this POI to utilize the tree's air vent for rotations. You can travel roughly 450 meters with this, so this will definitely be utilized a lot for far zones. While we all know and love the standard mushrooms we've had for seasons, a new one has appeared known as the Bouncy Slurp Shroom. If you walk or even bounce on these, they will give you 15 shield or health. You'll have to wait another 20 seconds before they recharge to do it again, but in the meantime you can use them as fall damage protection and mobility around the entire biome, even jumping onto things around you like an old depot container. These allow players to keep a lot of the healing items they find in the early game, as they won't be needed when landing near these trusty mushrooms, so we expect that teams leaving this biome will have an inventory stacked full of heals. Now, an interesting strategy with these are to box them up in the mid game and use them to recover health whilst going for surge tags. You may be wondering, how is that possible? Well, since they recharge every 20 seconds, you can trade some damage with another team, and rather than using your shields to heal up, you can continually use these mushrooms, keeping you stacked for the endgame.
The new geysers offer great mobility. They're spread throughout the new biome in the southwest corner of the map. The geysers activate every 14 seconds, and this occurs with or without players standing on it. If you are on a geyser when it explodes, it shoots you up into the air, giving you the ability to glide. Pay attention when you're near a geyser. You cannot build directly on top of it. Additionally, the geyser will break players' builds. They can be great for rotations, but be careful parking yourself too close. Lastly, we have to talk about all the scavenger routes you can find within this biome. There are numerous chests, floor loot, and ammo boxes located outside of the named areas. Believe it or not, there's actually more to take advantage of on the outskirts of this area than what is within Reality Falls. On top of this, you have a great spread of material to farm as you rotate around the outskirts. While it is heavily wood and brick, you could find a decent amount of metal. On top of all the loot and material you can find, you'll also notice how covered you are with the surrounding trees and large mushroom structures. This provides a seamless early game as you rotate around and prepare for the mid and late game.
With FNCS right around the corner, understanding this new area is going to be very important to the season. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep! What's up, Fortnite fam? We gotta talk about all the new weapons and some adjustments to the previous loot pool. Let's go ahead and get started.
The Hammer AR is a new addition to the loot pool, providing a new go-to in the medium ammo department. The nice thing about this weapon is the small bloom radius, making it much easier to use than the Ranger AR. It also fires similarly to the standard AR we saw in previous chapters. The only thing to be aware of is the recoil. It takes some time to get used to in comparison to previous ARs, however, once you get it down, you're going to put in some serious damage on your opponent. We see the hammer used often in solos as a secondary weapon, instead of carrying an SMG. If you mix the hammer with a striker shotgun and a DMR, Storm Surge will not be a factor as tags will be easy to come by.
Drop it.
Next up is the DMR. This powerful scoped AR feels like a blend of a sniper rifle and a standard AR, and while this is an assault rifle, it shoots far slower than the other ones in the game, making it a bit more difficult to hit your opponent. However, when that shot lands, it causes significant damage, giving you an incredible edge in your fight. While this weapon is considerably more viable in zero build, it has a special place in competitive play. So far, we've seen a significant amount of players utilizing this for surge tags and to kickstart engagements. With that kind of power in your hands, it makes sense finding a slot for it in your inventory.
Drop it.
Now, while the Hammer AR and the DMR are new, we have some changes to the existing ARs from the previous season. Now, although the damage output of the Burst AR has been adjusted from last season, it's still great for surge tags at further distances due to the scope on it. While this is a huge advantage to have in these situations, it isn't very useful in box fights. So you're definitely going to want to avoid using this without an SMG and striker pump in your inventory to back it up. Another AR adjusted was the Ranger. This trusty AR now allows for a slightly tighter bloom with a bit more damage than we've seen in the past. Even after these adjustments, this should be a last resort when you have a selection of other options on the table.
Drop it.
The next addition we're going to talk about is the two-shot shotgun. As the name says, this interesting shotgun shoots 2 shots at a time. While this may sound like an advantage at first, the timing is a bit tough to master. While it's not as strong as a striker pump shotgun might be, it still has its moments to shine. The biggest advantage to this weapon is its quick pull-out time, which is considerably better than other shotguns. However, those shots come and go quick, so if you're not lined up and in their face, you may miss the shot.
Last thing we've added this season is the Grapple Glove. This is similar to other utility items in the past, but have some key differences. The biggest difference is the cooldown time as you land. In other iterations of this item, we have seen you be able to hit shots as you land from using them. This time, however, you need to make sure you space out enough time to fully land and take the shot. In competitive play, these can be used 10 times per glove and can be found in set locations across the map. With all these changes in mind, what loadouts do you think we're going to see this FNCS season? Make sure to tune in to find out. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
Welcome back, everyone, to the final qualifier of the Chapter 3 Season 3 FNCS. 10 teams have already punched their ticket to the finals, and 5 more will be found today. Let's get to it. It's NA East.
The best duos in NA East are back for the 3rd FNCS qualifier. Fan favorites Clix and Duke hoped that the grapple gloves would help them reach top 5, but contesting them proved detrimental. Can they pull themselves up the leaderboard today? Last season's FNCS champion, Peterbot, and his new duo, Jeff, will be looking to improve on their performance in Qualifier 2 and get that direct qual today. Muzz and Playify showed their strength in the early game in Qualifier 2, but it wasn't enough to put them into the top 5. Will they level up their late game and earn a spot in finals today? Find out now in the FNCS NA East Qualifier 3.
And we are back, all you beautiful Fortnite fans. I am your host, Hello Kelly Lincoln. As I just said, we are going to be finding the last 5 teams that are going to make their way through to the finals through the qualifiers. But do not worry, everyone. If your favorite team doesn't make it through today, well, we got the semifinals next week. It's going to be 3 days completely full of the best Fortnite action. And, you know, I feel like it's already time to bring out 2 of my favorite people. We got our analysts, Vivid and Jacob PR. Welcome back to the stage, boys. Ooh, all right.
Let's go.
Feeling confident? I'm hoping that our players are feeling confident as well.
I'm just exuberating confidence right now, and I'm hoping, just like you said, that the players can feel that same way. Luckily, though, I'm not going through the same stress that some of these guys do, because this is the last chance, the last moment that these guys have to punch their ticket directly into the finals and avoid the minefield that is the semifinals.
Yeah, very, very confident out of us, but as he mentioned, very stressful times. Qualifier 3, this is your last chance to get that early qualification through straight through to the finals. I know a lot of these players don't want to feel that stress from the semifinals. Got to get a victory royale, got to get like top 6. Very stressful, but I'm excited to get into the action. EU was great. Shout out to those guys.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the final game decided like 4 different teams that dropped out of the top 5, jumped up to the top 5. I'm hoping we get that today. But everyone, let's actually go through the schedule right now to see what even is today. How did we get here? Well, we've already wrapped up qualifiers 1 and 2. That's where our 10 teams that have already made their way to the finals have come through, and we got 5 more right now. But just as Vivid and Jacob were saying, semifinals next week. You can see it's going to be 3 days, absolutely crazy, and all of that leads to the finals. August 13th through the 14th. Put that in your calendar because you're not going to want to miss it. But Vivid, of course, we have to break down the format right now.
We do have to break down the format. As mentioned, we are in Qualifier 3. Basically, we had a round 3 actually earlier today. 50 teams found themselves into round 4, which we will be spectating today. And top 5 is what these teams want, because that will get them through to the finals. But as Kelly mentioned earlier, series points are also being fought for right now. There are a couple teams outside of the range to get through to the semifinals, where we'll have 3 sessions there as well. And we'll finalize our finals with the 35 duos going through that stage. But in order to get top 5 today, Jacob, these teams need to get some points.
Yeah, top 5, top 5, top 5 is going to be the name of the game. You can already see it. 31st through 35th. Not exactly where you want to be, but you're going to get 4 points for that one. 30 through 26. You're going to get an additional 1 point. But where you want to outlast is the rest of the players in the lobby. 25th through that victory royale, you get a total of 32 possible points up for grabs. And then the 2 points per elimination. So you got to find that perfect balance of when you're going to try to get elimination and when you're going to go for an extra placement point.
Yeah, a lot of these players feel very comfortable in that top 5, because that's where most of these points come from. A lot of eliminations come from these end games as well. But players today are fighting for a chance at the finals. But Kelly, in finals, what will they be fighting for there?
I mean, you got the bragging rights, you of course got the Axe of Champions, but more importantly, everyone, you have the money. Everyone that makes it into the finals is going to be earning some cash. $1,400 for our bottom 5 teams, but we're not looking at that. We're looking at that first place spot right there. $160,000 is up for grabs for our best NAE's team. That is $80,000 per player. That is absolutely mind-blowing money. But who is even competing for the money? Well, we got Vivid to tell you.
Yes, we do have 50 total teams gathered here today. Here are the first 25. This is that last qualifier, Jacob, this kind of last set lobby that we will see throughout today. And then, you know, I gotta talk about Speed and Chimp. So good. This is actually a team that has made every single round 4 throughout these qualifiers. Unfortunately, hasn't found his way into that top 5 yet, but he has gotten better throughout every single qualifier. Qualifier 1, he got 16th place. Qualifier 2, just 2 days ago, he got 8th place, almost getting into that top 5. And I cannot wait to see what they can do today. They are going to be uncontested in the northeast side of the map over at that Sunny Steps split.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to keep that momentum going, because we mentioned from one round to the next, not a lot of time to prepare. As this team here, Mason and NPen, I want to grab them down, talk about them for a short moment, because they're going to be landing over towards Rocky Rios. And the thing about this team is they already have 2 victory royales on the day. I already mentioned not a lot of time between one round to the next, so this is a perfect opportunity for them to keep up the momentum that they've already built on the day. In qualifier number 2, even though they did fail to qualify, they had a 2nd place finish, falling only to Cam and Narwhal, who already got their spot in the finals.
Yeah, there you have it. Very close for NPen and Mason Round. And I love this, though, because we saw right there in the highlights, Mason himself had 9 eliminations. So a lot of pop-off potential from that duo, but a lot of pop-off potential from pretty much every single team that we are seeing today, including Degen and Pledge. Now, these guys, listen, Degen has the experience. He used to be a duo with Agers, very strong for a very long time. And then bringing on Pledge, I mean, absolutely phenomenal. In Qualifier 2, not so lucky. They did get 40th place, but that was on the back foot of being contested. So they did go off, they did, go down off spawn a couple of times then. But those games that they get to the end game, they play so well. They are so cohesive. And then they are going to be landing at Shifty Shafts, where of course those grapple gloves are there as well.
Yep, grapple gloves, one of the most sought at items that came in the change this season. And I'm going to talk about D-Roller and Knife for just a little bit. They too have a little bit of an uncontested drop, but throughout the qualification process, they're not finding the groove that they wish to have. But they did have such a decent round number 3. It's once again allowing yet another team to try to build off that momentum that they had of the past. It's going to be a short turnaround. They have to start getting aggressive though, because that's one of the things that I did notice. They were getting the placement points, but towards the end of the game, they didn't have the eliminations to climb up as high as the leaderboard as they wanted.
Yeah, very surprising that you mentioned that, because D-Roller is one of the most aggressive players I know. He loves to find those eliminations, and we are going to be seeing them uncontested over at Logjam Lumberyard, which is a surprise because I feel like every single season we see D-Roller in a set lobby, he's always contested, but he has the chance to prove today what he can do uncontested. Now that we've talked to the 50 teams we're going to be seeing today, let's see what Kelly has for us about these players.
I mean, you guys are breaking down the players that have not yet made it into the finals, but what if we talk to one of the players that already has? Here's In the Lobby with Iamzo.
Hey there, Fortnite fam. Jacob PR here, and this is In the Lobby with none other than Iamzo. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Glad to have you here. And how did you first hear about Fortnite?
I came home from school, and my friend was playing it on his console. And I tried it for the first time at his house, and I actually didn't like it. A couple days later, I tried again at his house, and then I went home, downloaded it on my console, and I just hooked onto it.
All right, so what made you take that jump from just playing the game on console, playing it with your friends at school, to just jumping right into competitive?
I've only been really competing at like the top for like the last maybe like a year and a half, 2. But I was just always better than my friends on console, and I just wanted to go for it.
Is there anything specific you're looking to improve on in or out of the game?
I'm definitely looking to improve on duos, because my best FNCS placement is either 7th in Grand Royale with Degen and Nosh, or 7th in the last 2 FNCS with Degen. And I'm currently playing with Jamper now, so I'm definitely looking to take the #1 victory right now.
All right, speaking of Jamper, your new duo, how did you guys meet, and how did you decide on Jamper being the one?
Me and Jamper have been in the same friend group for like around a year now, and I can just tell he grinds, and I know he wants to win because he's gotten second like 2 times, and he's just like consistently in the top 5, and I know he's trying to get that #1 spot.
Is there any particular duo you're looking at, any rival, somebody you want to go up against?
I don't really have any rival in Fortnite, because I know we're uncontested, and there's no one that can really stop us besides ourselves.
What would you say your role is for the duo, and how does that work with Jamper?
My role in the duo plays a big part, because I know Jamper has a really big brain, but there's always like 2 perspectives to it, and I know Jamper is like a really good mid ground, and this season I'm going to turn him into a high demon, and then we're just going to dominate.
This has been In the Lobby with Iamzo, but I know you got a lot of fans out there. How can they find you?
You can follow me on all my socials. It's usually just Iamzo or Iamzo1.
Thank you so much. This has been In the Lobby with Iamzo.
Thank you so much, Iamzo. And after that interview, Jacob, how could you switch your pick from them?
I'm still beating myself up just a little bit over that, but my head was playing ping pong. Iamzo Jamper, Acorn Edgy. I went with a little bit more experience over the new guy, but man, Iamzo, I think you can't call him a new guy anymore, because I think he's here to stay. I think he's here to make some noise in the finals.
Oh, for sure. I wish we were seeing them today, but they are already through to the finals, so can't wait to see them run it back and watch their gameplay. But a lot of teams to talk about still that are playing today, and one of them's got to be Shadow and Walkers. I mean, Their round 3 stats, Jacob, absolutely phenomenal. They are going to be landing over at the Fungi Farm. And average eliminations, almost 7, actually. They did get first place in that round 3 just a couple of hours ago. So, they're playing very, very well. And I think they're going to be uncontested, actually, over at this split job, which means that they could potentially get those grapple gloves every single game. But you got to watch out. Close by, Greasy Grove is also contested, and they obviously want those grapple gloves as well.
Yeah, I think that would be the silver lining, though, for this team is that contested Greasy Grove. Because what we have seen from the past is teams like them, they are contested. That means it takes them a while to go for those grapple gloves. We've seen it in qualifier number 1, Kanata and Agers going over to that side of the map and stealing them away. This time around, I think they're going to have a much better performance because of those gloves that they're going to be able to get right out the gates.
Yeah, and the reason they're so good, you can use them in the end game. You can actually grab loot with them as well, make those rotations. But another team that we've seen a lot of throughout every single FNCS, Pamsto and Fetch, paying a little homage to Sundown, of course. He loves this duo, and we love them as well because they play so consistently. I was watching them, a little bit of VOD review of their round 3 games, and they were pretty much dominating throughout some of these games. I mean, 2 very high elimination games. One of them, they had 14 eliminations, another 12 eliminations. A team that usually plays for those placement points, that consistency factor, the fact that they're picking up eliminations as they are playing today means that we could really see a surge of points from this team.
Yeah, I love the way you're kind of pointing it out because they're a solid team. Qualifier number 1, that was their only weakness, the lack of aggressive nature to pick up those points, to punch them up in the leaderboard. They finished number, I think, 14th overall. But this next duo is another one that I'm excited about because they're not afraid to get aggressive. Peterbot and Byla, defending champions.
Yeah, they are.
They had a little bit of speed bump in qualifier number 1, a couple of games where they didn't get very many points. I think that was the overall downfall. They split up for qualifier number 2, but they're back, they're ready for action, and they're ready to defend that throne over towards Rocky Reels.
Yeah, I mean, this duo, the storyline here, this FNCS has been absolutely crazy. They did win our previous FNCS, and then coming in to this FNCS, we didn't think they were going to be playing together, right? And then like 2 days for qualifier 1, they were like, you know what, let's join forces again. They ran it back, did not work out. Qualifier 2, they split up, and now, just a couple of days ago, right? Qualifier 2 was just a couple of days ago. Now they're back together again, and they're finding themselves in a round 4. And as you mentioned, listen, defending their champion spot out of Rocky Reels, they will be fighting over those grapple gloves, as many of these teams are, Jacob.
Yeah, as many as these teams are, you're talking about fighting over grapple gloves, but you have to be able to make it towards those off-spawn, which we got some off-spawn fights to talk about here in just a few seconds.
Well, let's keep the conversation going. You guys are talking about Peterbot and Byla over in Rocky Reels, and they're going to be going up against NPen's team there. Now, is this a drop spot that you can kind of share a little bit without there being too much trouble?
I don't think so. We usually see people land up towards that billboard chest, right? So you instantly have that high ground. You instantly have an advantage over the duo that you're going against. And the fact that you get such an early advantage makes these teams want to play aggressive because, as we mentioned, the grapple gloves are nearby. You want to be able to fight for them. And then obviously that early surge as well. But this is scary because we just talked about how good Mason has been in NPen at getting eliminations. And then you have the reigning champions, the defending champions. I mean, obviously both of these teams are very good, Jay, and to see them clash, I cannot wait to see what happens.
Yeah, especially if you kind of think about that championship run that Peterbot and Byla did have. They took over day number 1 of the finals. They were getting eliminations after elimination, outlasting a lot of these teams here. And I think it does start from a drop like this. You end up in an early game exchange, one that you can't necessarily run from. It forces you with your back up against the wall to make the big plays. And like I said, the defending champs, I think they're going to be able to kind of come out on top as long as they continue to play like they did last season.
Yeah, and Kelly, this spot has actually been, Dubs and Rocanes throughout the first 2 qualifiers, but we're not going to be seeing them today. And honestly, Dubs and Rocane, not necessarily the best luck out of this POI. So maybe it's a POI thing, maybe it was a team thing, but regardless, I'm excited to see what a new team does with this POI.
Yeah, without a doubt. But we have to talk about Peterbot and Byla and a little bit of their history because I know that synergy and being able to communicate is a huge part of being a good duo. So like competing together in qualifier 1, splitting up, now competing together in qualifier 3, how is that going to affect them?
I mean, listen, there's a lot of drama going on, and honestly, I was kind of questioning whether or not they would be able to make it into round 4 today because of all that drama, right? Because of that splitting up, every other week. But the fact that they made round 4, maybe, they've reeled it back together, they're back, and they're ready to compete.
Yeah, that doesn't kind of shake my nerves one bit because tell me one thing. What friends have not had some arguments? What friends have you not left their house to go home early because you're not happy with what happened? That's just a little break that they took. It's just allows them to refresh and represent what they really came here to do this weekend.
Well, let's shift focus onto another POY, and it's going to be over in the Daily Bugle. And it's going to be Macwood and Threats versus Donnie's team. And Macwood and Threats had it uncontested on Friday, but still weren't able to come out on top.
Yeah, it was like one of the first times we saw it uncontested, and I was really rooting for Macwood and Threats because I was like, listen, we have seen them being contested every single time. We've basically seen them in a set lobby. And then I was like, man, listen, they got to qualify top 5 100%. Unfortunately, it did not happen, and now they're back to their roots. They're back to being contested at the Daily Bugle, which, I mean, maybe they're more comfortable, right? Being like that way, so maybe they'll play a little bit better today than they did in Qualifier 2.
Yeah, and some of the things that we did see them throughout some of the other qualifiers was lack of surge. And this time around, they contested. That allows them to, and you can kind of also see there's a couple of teams around them as well. So even if they don't necessarily get their surge off of that off-spawn exchange, they're going to have a great opportunity to find it elsewhere on the map because of the elevation of Daily Bugle. Granted, if they get a far zone, that's not going to be too much of a possibility because they have to focus on rotating. But this is a team that I'm expecting to see big things here in this qualifier.
And I love the fact that you mentioned teams around them because there are so many teams around them. You have Pamso and Fatch just to the north, Spade and Chimp over at those sunny step splits, and then a bunch of teams to the east as well, and then obviously the south split that happens as well. We're talking about off-spawn fights and everything like that. A little bit boring sometimes, right? That's everything about Fortnite. But Kelly has something fun for us. Keep it a little more exciting.
I mean, you guys are bringing up all these names, Pamsto and Fatch, Spade and Chimp, and then we saw all of the animals on the bench in the first qualifier. Where do these players even come up with their names? Well, let's find out on nicknames.
So my name is Kanata, and my name comes from a Canada Goose jacket. I don't know, it just came to me, and I was just like, oh, Kanata or something.
So my current name right now is Mega. I started off with the name Mega Troll 457. I was just like a huge troll IRL. And then as I got into the Fortnite scene, I realized that like I was doing somewhat good and I can't have like a professional name named Mega Troll 457.
My current in-game name is 33NaniYT. Nani comes from way back in the day. I was a big fan of Myth, and for some reason I'd say Nani a lot. Thought the word sounded cool and just rolled with that and it stuck.
My current in-game name is Elite NPen. NPen came from a combination of my first and last name.
My name's Voyle, and the only reason I chose it is because it's a 4-letter name and I thought it looked cool.
So my in-game name is Blake, and I chose it because whenever I was born 19 years ago, my parents named me Blake. That's it.
I mean, a name is definitely like the most important thing of a player. Like your name definitely has to be a little bit unique.
People undervalue how much advertising matters in terms of the leaderboard, and making your name something silly or not professional can definitely hurt your brand.
I feel like it's really important to have like a name that people will remember you as. Choosing a name that separates yourself from everyone else is huge for branding.
I think what makes a great name is something that's obviously easy to say, looks cool, sounds cool.
I would say a great Fortnite name is not something like too long, I would say, but like a good like saying, like there's no numbers in it or something.
Having a great name on Fortnite would definitely be like a shorter name in my opinion. Something really clear and easy to say.
I don't even want to answer this. This is so bad. My name was the man, not child. Yup, that is bad.
The only other name I've had ever was Icy Waves. I don't know why. I chose it when I was like 12 or like 11.
Whenever I started off in gaming, I made my name Blake PS because I got a PlayStation, so I just added a PS for PlayStation at the end. Whenever I got signed, I was like, I'm just gonna make it Blake because it's way simpler and way better, and then I don't have to explain what the PS is every time.
I used to have it as Spiky Meme. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
It does feel good, like you see your name, you're like, yup, that's me. That's me placing it up there.
I never thought I'd be up to like where I am today. We started showing up on the leaderboards and it was just mind blowing. I did not expect it.
I never thought I'd see my name like at the top of the leaderboard before, but now that I'm like this far into my career, that's all I want to see.
Yeah, I definitely think my name is going to be up there. You know, I've worked a lot, put so much time in to become the player I am.
It's pretty surreal seeing your name up against players that you know are super good in your region. You take a step back and you look at the leaderboard and you're like, wow.
I think seeing my name against people like Fuga, Mero, and others gives me perspective and showing me how far I've come, as well as how far I need to get.
When I first started playing competitively, I was like fans of all these people, and now seeing my name up there with them, it's a crazy feeling.
Thank you so much to all of our incredible players there and all of their wonderful names. Jacob, I'm going to be asking you, what is your favorite name from a competitive Fortnite player?
I mean, that one's easy from the top of my head. It's going to be Thwifo, if anybody remembers the OG name.
Yeah.
Just being, I mean, I had the chance to kind of boot camp with the guy on multiple different times, so I like the name. I like the story behind it as well.
For me, I'm going to go all the way back to NA West, my roots, and I'm going to have to say Batman Bugo. What
I like that one.
hilarious combination. I thought at some point he would change it, but no, and now he's a top competitor in his region. But Vivid, I want to ask you, where does your name actually come from?
So it actually comes from my Xbox gamer tag. I was on Xbox before I was on PC. Shout out Controller Gang. Was part of you guys at one point. But basically, I wanted something that was like destructive, right? I wanted to tell people how good I was. So I came up with the word calamity. And then I wanted like a descriptive term as well, and just kind of searched Google, found out Vivid, threw them together, Vivid Calamity, and everybody called me Vivid, so I carried over the Vivid over to PC, and now that's what I'm called.
I might be calling you Calamity from now on, though I love that name. Speaking, yeah, okay. But speaking of a few other names that we got to bring out onto the stage, it is our in-game team, everyone. You already saw them from EU. We got Mini Miner, Monster D-Face, and Shio Wager. Gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Shio, this is the last qualifier now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it feels kind of like it too. I think a lot of players have had a lot of chances so far. Monster can agree, and this one being the last one, 5 more teams locking in, that's high pressure.
Listen, it is high pressure. It's a big stake environment. I mean, you guys set the stage beautifully watching the teams that are now starting to come back together, in particular, Peterbot, Byla. I think everyone wanted to see them play this weekend, and now we get the treat to do so.
Oh yeah, the final qualifier for some of these teams, the final opportunity to make it to finals. Of course, maybe not netting enough series points to make it into semis. So final chance saloon for some of these guys, and hopefully there's no calamities today.
Ooh, lots of calamities going on, and there might be a little bit of action going on in the predictions, everyone. It's that time. Once again, I know your favorite part of the show. We're going to be going through who we think is going to be making their way into the finals in August. For me, I'm going with Threats and Macwood. Yes, they do no longer have an uncontested drop spot, but still, they did well last week. They did well in round 3. I think this is a team to look for.
Yeah, I got to go ahead with the defending champions, Peterbot and Byla. I kind of explained it a little bit. In that first qualifier run, there was just too many games that they got 0 points. They got eliminated off spawn, and I don't think that will happen yet again. I think these guys are going to take that championship form and qualify here today.
Believing in the championship run. I myself would also believe in a previous championship or champion, Muzz and Playify. They're over at the Island Split. They are uncontested, and they're getting those grapple gloves probably every single game. So I think the consistency factor will be there for sure, Shia.
All right, for me, I'm doubling down. Duke clicks, the Joneses, the action. One of us has to, because if it happens, then it looks so cool, and it will happen.
Hey, there's a high likelihood there, right? We saw Kelly do it once at NA West. You just kept going, same team until it worked, and eventually, you know, that formula can play out. I'm going Pamstu and Fatch. I'm picking a team that may not have appeared in Qualifier 2, but a veteran team nonetheless. What's interesting about this team in particular is they land far off in the northeastern section. Everywhere around them are contested draw spots. They have a high likelihood to rotate in, take great fights, take advantage of the general area, and that's what they do when they show up. So this week, they're going to be bringing in a little bit of destruction to teams that didn't have those, again, third-party issues to worry about.
Hopefully they won't be destroying my pick, and that is Spade and Chimp. Now, I've decided to go with them because they're close, they are, but hopefully it won't happen for me. I'm excited for this team. They're one of the consistency kings on this region. I like to think of them as the NAE's Cammy and Seti. Really consistent. They have their drop spot locked in, and they know exactly what to do when it comes to Storm Surge, particularly if the Daily Bugle will be contested. 3 tags for them.
Oh, I mean, that is definitely without a doubt going to be happening right now, and these are some good picks, but I'm going to say if there's a fan favorite right now, it's probably Shio's picks right there, everyone. That's going to be clicks. Everyone, you know what time it is. You want the action. You want the Fortnite competitive to go, so let's jump into it. It's game number 1.
Game 1.
All right, we get to start things off here. Qualifier number 3, and of course, the last opportunity now to go ahead and make it to the finals. We know the stakes here, right? There's only a couple chances in front of players. 5 spots are on the line. Don't let that slip from your mind here, because we are just beginning now.
Absolutely. Kind of seen it week after week on NA East across all the regions in the world as well for this FNCS. So many opportunities for players to learn. This is where you take all that knowledge, put it on the line, already start adapting in game number 1.
Let's pay attention to draw spots like the Rocky Reels. Obviously, we had a little information coming in that there might be a contested drop or two there, but honestly, looking at what's being tweeted, looking at some of the messaging online, some things might be a little bit shooken up over at the Greasy Grove. DJ and the Feed's going to be one of the first to fall here as he begins to touch down, and already the sleepy sound, like I knew, would be a fight here. And talking about that Greasy Grove, I was right. Peterbot and Byla are going to be the duo to show up, and they've actually pushed off the other teams, and that's what we talk about, having that presence, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third qualifier, the qualifier that allows the final chance that will allow players to go straight to finals.
All about the momentum off of spawn. You want to make sure you just push everyone off. Merc will start that with Naves. Nice shot down on a crazy GG's. We saw him play just a few days ago as well. Unfortunately, looks like the lessons that were trying to be learned aren't just fully committed to memory just yet. They'll have 5 more chances at it. It's just game number 1. We go all rolling Spark and Billy. Aminish, IGN, and Liar also rolling in for it. They're trying to get these shots down. Aminish is looking to maybe have a big swing back in this one, but all this young man needs on screen is one more shot. They look for it in Reality Falls. Lots of control on this side as well. Locking in the siphon, locking in the elimination points. Maybe Aminish is just trying to bait out that res. He was going for a little bit of a heal, but now he's at a sliver of HP. Nice wraparound, good finish.
That was nicely done there from Ignalai, and the dance to go ahead and put a little salt on the seasoning and the food there. There it is. Ignalai's going to be able to get the save off too. You like how he plays that?
Yeah, I'm here.
Slow, steady, making sure that he's using that right camera angle, playing it nice and textbook. Smart
that would have been interesting.
and cleanly executed. But here we have it. Now jumping on into Convicted. And of course, NBA. Young. What do we have going on here? It's the Rave Cave. One of the hottest places on the map, of course.
Yeah, you'll notice a lot of new contenders locking into this spot because so many of our other ones have qualified so far. Meanwhile, on the other side is the map, Glace, a name that we've seen before. Rolling through, going for a few limbs himself. Kicks and Sphinx. Seen them active and around a few of the previous days, and they've had some rough time with Surge, going for a few fights. Lots of different things on the line for them. And if you're not even here for the competition, just for the personalities as well, you can see it on the top of your screen. You can go follow the new Instagram that's out for Fortnite Competitive. It's at FNComp Official. People like Clicks, like Duke on your screen right now. The way they kind of rock their bind, some of the personality that they have as well can be discovered in some of the footage on those sites. And at the same time, for this team in specific, I just feel like this is do or be done. You have to make it through quals. I don't think there's as much confidence for finals if you have to lock in a semi-final qualification.
Yeah, and they've made a couple appearances, so, you know, we can't count out the fact they've earned some series points from being very, very consistent for making it to these final stages. But at the end of the day, you said it best. It really will come down to this. You don't want to leave it on the line for semis when you need those victory royales, when you still have to remain consistent in order to push all the way through. It just adds stress to the situation. For Curly Baby and Fazo, they're doing just that. 2 eliminations for them here at the Shifty Shafts. So go ahead and start heating things up here. It's looking good in the coal mines for them. I'm liking it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that it's Dijon and Pleasure end up going down on that one. They've had a lot of experience rolling in for this one as well. You see the format qualifier on the right. They've picked up a lot of eliminations. They've been in this top 10, netting them almost 20 points guaranteed per game. But in this first one, they'll be going down. Same thing for Cass and Hoofishy. I feel like the pressure's going to be on for them so far. I always see them tripping, stumbling so far, at least in Qual 2's mid-games. This time they're already hot. Nice, just fast off of drop with a quick step, going for a few hills. Looking to just get a few surge tags.
Yeah, that magic number is 35th place. That's when you start earning your placement points. Then, of course, top 25 at that point. You really start to get the cascading points. So for everyone here, the battle is getting past this early game. But it looks like we're picking up the pace here. We're picking up where we left off on Friday's qualifier number 2. Already this game starting off much faster than some of the others, with 81 players remaining in the lobby here. Chip and Spade, my pick from last Friday here, a definite shoe-in that I expect to see in the finals. I mean, you've seen their finals performances all in all, where they've managed to complete the end of the FNCS after making it to that last stage has been nowhere outside of the top 5, and that's what makes them so interesting, is that, yeah, these stages may be a little difficult for them, but when it matters most, they have been able to show up and pop off, as have of teams like Thatch and Pamsu here. I mean, Pamsul has had his versions of success, FNCS winner in his own right there in the solos tournament. So, of course, bring up the Thatch. I love it.
Yeah, I'm liking the contrast between these two teams. When I ask you a question here, why switch over to Thatch and Pamsul? Why not double down for Spade and Chimp today?
What I like about Thatch and Pamsul is what they've shown me in the past. When they have a team that's being contested at Sleepy Sound, they play very well. They know how to time those fights. They know how to slide on in. And what we're noticing about the Sleepy Sounds team this time is that they're landing south. So it actually opens up the northern side. I think they have a little more loot than what they're used to. And because of that, I definitely have them with a thumb up, with a leg up on the competition. I think it's because, again, the route's there, and I think the math and the loot's going to work out for them.
Absolutely. So they have a little bit more power overall. They have a little bit of control over both their destinies and then just rocking overall. Yeah. Sana going down. Rise and Trashy pick it up, and we saw them in Qual 1 really struggle with a lot of pressure, especially off spawn here at the gas station. Going to be locking it in, though. One more teammate actually just to fight. It's Acro, who might just be going down in the distance, though. There's a third party looking to maybe even start to attack and push in. This fight needs to wrap up quickly. Trashy now on a timer. Acro backing it up, making sure that he can delay this for as long as possible. Hopefully for the third party to come in. Trashy gets a little bit of the trade. Rise, his body still kind of up, but really, really weak. They're going to be coming straight through. It's going to be K-Burbs and Yudin. 1v2. Trashy doesn't have much time.
Immediately throws down the armored wall, recognizing that, hey, I hear a sound off in the distance. It's a team rolling in quickly. This wall is very weak. Trashy has to get out of here. Another armor, though, before it gets too late. Now he's effectively trapped himself in this lock. There goes the fourth one. He cannot escape from the side. He cannot escape out that ramp. It's all said and done. He's trapped in here. The wall goes down. A quick piece control allows him to slip out. Talk about quick on his feet. I love what I'm seeing, but Trashy now has to fully disengage here. He's got the grapple gloves. He should be okay. Slick moves from the vet.
He moves slightly further away as well. So the one big thing here, I thought he was just maybe using every single grapple charge possible so the other team doesn't get much. Kind of in the old days when you have a pad, your teammate goes down, you kind of put every single pad you can down. You know, get things out of the way. Don't give another team an advantage. But he's going to be looking to stay in that bush, maybe get his teammate back up. For now, too, Paper Law, they're big chillink. And you can see the experience in the lobby as well. This is one of the teams that have been here. Almost half the teams here, or kind of even more than that, have locked in. And I'm liking just their overall stance right now. The one thing we've seen from NAE is sometimes people get into positions like we just saw, even like Vert and Blake right now on your screen. They're in good spots. They can't really end up landing the biggest shots, though. They kind of stumble in the execution phase of the entire process of mid-game. That being said, though, how are our big boys looking? Clicks and Duke Mini, he's got the update.
Thank you, Shai. Now, we all know Clicks as a professional Fortnite player. Did you know he's actually switched jobs? He's now a taxi driver. This is the only taxi on the map, so Clicks and Duke now have this to themselves. What this does, it enables them to have so much quicker rotates when it comes to that mid-game. They can get themselves in really, really good positions for Storm Surge and for eliminations later on. So keep an eye out for this team if they're in a really, really good position, because more than likely, it's the taxi that got them there.
Thank you for the breakdown, Miner. Now, what I like about that, this is reminiscent of 2 seasons ago, Kanata and Agers. They had a Greasy Grove, they had a vehicle. We put them in the conversation to be the team that shouldn't have a single problem, but they managed to have issues with Surge as Duke and Clicks managed to research those plays, figure out what went wrong when they switched their strategy and started playing into vehicles, because what happens now is, yes, you can get to those early spots, but if you haven't practiced it enough, it can be difficult to catch teams that rotate through those general areas.
Yeah, it's almost like you're playing the game way too late or like way too deep. No one ends up moving around you when you have that God spot. You have to be at risk to be able to get a little bit of a reward.
And what we notice about that team in particular, they like to sneak up on teams in that general coastal area. So definitely a different pace here. Your pick might be looking really good if everything works in their favor. As we jump on over to the action here, Kicks is left as a solo right now. About 6 in the kitchen here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because this is just what I see from them week after week. Every time they make a decision to go for a fight, they have to because they need the damage for Surge. Their cost is just way too high. A fight that some other duo might take that might just, you know, require about 50 of your shields, maybe a little bit of your HP. For Kicks and Sphinx, it'll be one of the teammates then going down, the other left in kind of a really weird spot. So Kicks has to now play in the way backside of zone. We know it's pulling all the way towards the northeast for now. We'll see exactly what he can get done. And yeah, he's gonna anger Aoxy right in front of him as well. They're not gonna let him go. On the other side, Ritual, TK, I'm still surprised that they haven't qualified a shoo-in for top 5.
From one incredible solo player to another, we now jump into Ritual here. Looking to have a big standoff. TK is playing the outskirts. The angle looks good. He gets the knock first to open things up. TK and Ritual looking pretty solid here, but Ritual takes punishment first. TK is going to have to step up here and play the saving game. And he goes. These are their builds. He goes to reset. Plur thinking about the res here, thinking about the save as Blake and Vert lurk nearby, listening to the shots. They're going to be contemplating the push in as well. We talk about battling on a timer. The theme reigns true here as well. Surge is up online. They're not going to have to worry about it, but this is the tournament on the line for them if they don't finish this fight quickly. Shots finally come in. It's Blake and Vert. The distractions here could be enough for Plur to get the save right now.
TK just has to land one crucial shot. Needs to have a little bit of a swing here inside this fight. They need some essence of control, but it'll cost them a lot of materials. That's something they don't have. So splashing up, getting ready for the next onslaught. Is going to be a team above them. They start to lock down low. They can see Plur right in the other box, and it's a wood wall, so something TK wants to pounce on, but communication goes both ways. Plur knows exactly what's happening on the other side of this call, on the other side of this box, and Ritual's going to be going for the pinch at some point. Still not going to find it. I'm liking the delay of time overall, though the other team has left. Realizing this is not going to be that worth it for them to really stay behind. Maybe it's just one elimination. Maybe it's just really messy. We have to be able to stay up on top of the zone. Plur 2 doesn't have much left inside the tank in terms of any items. The Siphon's not going to be too good. TK can't take too much damage. I think this is the max comfortability for him. Now he's got even going straight deeper into his inventory. Loadout for now. A big pot going to be used to be able to finish this fight. That's way too high a cost.
Yeah, it's beginning to cost him a lot. The big pot now down, like you mentioned. That's one less huge heal to work with here. And the fact that he's holding off right now is that he's going to bank on the Siphon. But there it is. Things start to slow down. He's going to go ahead and potentially hit this heal. What do they gain from this? Not much. Lost a lot of mats, obviously material and everything else to work with. It's pretty tough. On the other side, Sphinx gets picked up right off the reboot. But he's back in it.
The big difference between both these teams, on the left side, you can just see at Coney Crossroads, look at the mini-map on the bottom right corner of your screen. There's so many teams here. Yeah, the reboots come through. Yeah, they have time to move in. But now they're going to be playing against so many other people. Less mats to farm overall. Less items that are going to be put down on the ground too. Sphinx is not going to have much to work with. Meanwhile, on the other side, where we just saw TK, it's completely empty on the right. They can re-farm after using all those mats. They have a lot of time to keep moving. Let's see what happens once Sphinx gets into a traffic jam. Sees Day below him. We know they can get aggressive. Kicks already kind of moving in. They've angered the Titans from the cave down below. Kicks will try to get a few shots down, but with a combination of Storm, the third party, and Surge hitting him, there's no chance.
There it is. He gets sicked out and taken out. Day got rewarded with some bodies nearby. They'll be able to pick up that loot if they can spot it, that is, because they're looking pretty desperate right now. Multiple teams angling on into the Storm line there. Muzz has Playify down. He has to play for the pickup, and this is because they had to go for those open exchanges in order to beat the Storm Surge themselves there. Not looking good right here for the uncontested team that lands right here in this island area. This is their draw spot. So for them to be below Surge means that they spent too much time looking around, finding loot instead of, poising up for the battles.
Yeah, they're mobile workers. They like to actually have a commute to where they need to go to get some tags. Once the zone comes to you, even though it's a home zone, even though it's comfortable, it can be slightly surprising. So we'll see if they get right back on the job. Clocked in. Sneaky, though, he's leaving, going out. It's weekend time for him. AV Golden, Titans of that round 3, really good at adapting to situations. When it's messy, they like to eat. And right now, with 3 different teams in a box, they're basically at home.
They've done a great job punching in here. Single elim means that they kind of got here, picked up some scraps. They get to go ahead and recap up on the loot. And look, so much, in fact, they have to leave the big pots behind for the duo nearby. It'll be in their best interest to go ahead and just check behind these walls here shortly as they start to rotate out. It's Ignali and Billy who's going to be that duo, but there's too many others in this area. Who's going to move first?
Yeah, we've been talking about damage and space so far now. Monster mentioned it. It's all about time now. Everyone just needs to move accordingly, get towards the zone. You can hear it if you just take a second. Barely any shots even being thrown out. No one's even at the bugle just yet to be able to hold down the line. There's no king or knight in the castle. Everyone's just trying to move up that board.
But Playify and Muzz have stopped. They're actually looking inwards at Nico and Casper, trying to see if they can time an opening because they know they're going to need Surge for the next area here. But AV and Silver in the fight right now. Golden gets cracked. That's a big hit there. This is a Storm fight, and it's about to be one here. Golden actually trapped from behind, gets caught out. It's Billy and Ignali. We talked about them trailing behind those builds, looking to coast inside, and they do just that. They get rewarded for it now as well, as they start making their way to the safety of the new zone. It's not looking good for AV, who's in the front.
It's tough. Right now, everything looks so organized, so symmetrical when everyone was moving in the zone. One person toppled out of place. It's a domino effect. Everything comes crashing. Builds are up now. Ignali, tough time moving in. Billy's now taking storm damage too. Armored wall in front of where he needs to go. It's nice to block off a few shots, but you have to keep moving around it. Golden almost inside the zone. AV could be able to pick him up. That's going to be huge. But look at how everyone is just kind of still, once again, reset up on this line. They'll have to do this ebb and flow once more. Go for damage. That's what Ignali is doing. This time it's up against Cease and Day. They're working with the space now. But right after this, 30 more seconds, Monster. It's for time to be the prime focus again. People need to move.
And I love that Cease and Day actually just came in and sniped up that loot. That's all of AV's loot. Golden's body, who was just crawling his way to the new zone. He was trying so desperately to get saved there. Cease and Day get rewarded with a huge boon there. On the other side, though, let's see D-Roller and Knifer. 0 elims for them, but not an issue with Surge. The loadout tells us that story. The fact that they have all these heals material count means that they've played the game very well up until this point. And do keep in mind, this is just game number 1. We're getting to where it's going to get very interesting. Zone 5, half in, half out, and then chaos will begin to break out. Rising Trashy also looking to fight here. 3 elims for them, leading the charge right now, leading the pack.
Tough for everyone while they're moving, though. You have to be able to both use your mats and save them. If you're a little bit too frugal with it, you're going to take a lot of damage. If you don't have that many shields, you're not going to be able to just survive the end game once the pressure starts to rise. That being said, you overbuild. You're not going to have much to be able to use to protect yourself once those moving zones come through. And when things are going uphill, you not only have to just build, walls on your sides, roofs on your top, you have to be able to put the ramps down too to elevate and de-escalate as well. Glace catches out Ignali while he's trying to do just that. When you move diagonally, you leave yourself open inside these builds, and Glace just lands a beautiful shot over and over in a row, actually, to take him down. Pipper and Limit Law, though, they're rolling in, no longer up top on a hill. They're close to the dirt. That's good, though, saving as many mats as they can at this point. This is just going to be tough. Paper has nothing left in the inventory in that sense. In this position, they need to find another team. They need to get a Cypher.
Yeah, definitely. But also, they just got to hang out here because the half in will reveal stuff shortly. Johnny on the other side makes a big fight. 102 below the Surge. That big shot right there, though, will allow them to jump on up and buy them some time here. Just a couple, though. Armored Wall comes out for protection because they need it. Shots are starting to come in from all different angles here. 11 players will have to fall now. 31 teams remaining alive. Remember, Magic team number top 25 is where you want to be in the feed. Dowda's down. I saw Duke find an elimination there as well. So all teams starting to get online right now is what you expect here. Cease and Day getting into another battle with the team that has a Surge issue. It's Aoxy. Talk about the solo performers. This is he. He's very good, but not good enough today. As he falls to Cease and Day there, they get rewarded with another set of refresher. That's 2 back-to-back. You have to assume they have so much loot to play with, and the zone's gonna pull east, so they are gonna have to commit. Everyone's gonna have to commit here.
It's such a tough zone. Imagine already being in a traffic jam, but the weather gets 10 degrees hotter. Everyone's car's running out of gas, and everyone's just honking at the same time too. And that's what happens when the zone pulls away from the majority of the lobby. It's tough for everyone to move. That being said, the people who are in or just right beside it can find creative ways to get damage done, dealt down. That's exactly what Chimp is doing here. As a solo too, he has to grab anything he can for the moment. Your entire checklist, your game plan switches to trying to win the game to get as many points as possible. The fastest ones you can get are eliminations. So Chimp is looking for it on the left side corner of your screen. Now we shoot in with PD, and he's going for a few shots. The 2 shots there, but it's not going to be possible for him to wrap it up. ZP's rocking in too. Merc now finally down. One of the first eliminations we saw off spawn was from this man winning just diligently. This time, that's not going to be the case. ZPXY, though, I mean, it's going to be tough for him to move in the zone. Yeah, just like that, he's caught out. That's what happens when you run out of time.
Foxy tried, not good enough there. It's D-Roll and Knife who end up picking it up. You can see the other perspective as Naves walks in as well. And they're going to take this fight too comfortably, might I add, as they know this player has no shield. Here comes the full reload. They can see and hear the heals happening right above them. They should be able to catch him here shortly. Those wood builds coming out. Another desperate sign that he doesn't have much to work with. Armored Wall there too. The clock is ticking. The zone moves in. They pull it here. Oh yeah, they're definitely going to finish this fight. Naves waits for the shot, goes for the pre-fire, not good enough. I think they caught him right there, and he's inside the cone. Yes, nowhere to run. He falls. A refresh has been granted. D-Roller and Knifer are setting up for what could be a victory royale here in game 1. They have the best odds now. They've committed the builds, but it doesn't matter. That refresh here is going to reward them to play this high ground. Got to be quick, though.
3 seconds left. They haven't even gauged as to what's going down around them inside the circle. This is going to be a pop-up high ground pretty much. Finally, D-Roller can see exactly what he's dealing with. No one else really circling all the way for height just yet. The elimination leaders for the lobby are down below. That's Ufishy Kaz, that's Elite, and Glace. Way down on low, though. Chimp is now moving by himself. Duke and Click's also ready to go. They've picked up a few. I think it's Paper who they took out so far. They're going to go straight for the grapples. Look to elevate a little bit. No, just stay towards the ground. Duke missed a little bit of a connection onto that tree. He has to just move in for free. Linked up with Clicks, he's looking good.
Cease finds another one on high ground. Knifer finds one too. Teams are starting to really hook up right now and pop off. Let's see it. Duke whiffs the shot, uncharacteristic of him. That's going to be a huge slip away moment for him. And look at this, Cease and Day now at 3 eliminations. Cease being the player to hit the final shot on all of them.
They paint the picture too, up towards the bottom side. Clicks and Duke, one of the more patient teams waiting down low. Mid-ground, Cease and Day, aggression, ready to pounce. Pamso and Fatch, they want to bide their time too. Patience is their operating word, looking for any type of opportunity to clasp onto instead of being the ones to aggress first. Elite and Glace, everyone's just waiting close by. Height is the only team really dictating what goes down. Meanwhile, one of the only solo clutches we've seen so far, Chimp is moving in. Huge shots from Vert though in the feed. Both Nico and Cass are going down. Glace was there as a trade, and now we see Chimp go towards the skies.
There it is, and he's by himself. Keep in mind, no more grapple glove to save him on the rotates here. It's gonna come down to smart play, lose the wall, and in a moment, as quick as a flash, he's down, he's out. It's all over. Elite left by himself as well. 5 elims for this duo, already inside the top 18. It's becoming closer and closer below him. Pamso and Fatch, who are hungry to find anything. Clicks and Duke also equally desperate here as they're halfway through their material count. Pamso by himself dips into the zone, finds someone, finds a second as well. Great tag. Johnny's hurt, but not enough to get finished off there. Hoofishy and Kaz are also heating up here. The trades, they're happening everywhere. This is where all of the points start to be given out here.
Clashes on all sides. Everyone who's just been patient so far is leaving with nothing if they have no elims. That's the majority of the lobby.
Another one.
Hoofishy still rocking in. Day is just active right now. Elite also looking to scrounge anything. Finds a few chuck splashes down below. That's going to be key. He gets to survive for about 4 more seconds in this spot, and that can make the difference. Look at that Bert. He's tracking him. He's hunting him down. Cease gone. Pump popping off. Elite gets another one inside that feed. Knifey and D-Roller still on top. They're looking so good. And as survey the lobby, have all the info, now they need to strike. Curly Baby, Fazo, haven't done too much just yet in position, but now they start to pounce. 5 eliminations for Curly. That's up to 6. Looking for just a bit more on this wall, but it's an option on both sides. He goes for one of them. Tay takes him out.
The timing, though, it was the timing because Curly Baby was on fire there. Armored Wall's gonna come out. No one wants to fight Day, not in a 1v1, not that clean right there. They're gonna wait this one out. Elite just lurking nearby, though, trying to find his way through these builds. Seeing teams go down, these are points that he's being rewarded. Still on the heels of Vert. He's been following him for so long, desperately trailing behind him. Clute, wait a second here. Big tax him out. Nothing big, though. Vert's just on the other side. I like this. Clicks jumps into low ground. They're going to find one there, and that's another set of elims for them. Top 8 now.
They're in their element so far. Nice. Also coming through. These guys are looking free flow for the moment. I don't even think they need a calm right now. Clicks going way back into the zone, sliding, ducking, dodging in all ways. They're operating with minimal mats. I don't think they need it. The firepower, the flames, it's enough. Day, though, looking to operate by himself, trying to win his ones.
Found Vert.
Mental math with Vert on the left side, and he strikes. This man just can't miss. Vert's gone. The man who was doing so much damage in the mid game, and now we see the total picture of what's going down. Day, Duke, and Clicks inside the same layer, but they don't know exactly who's close by. They might have the first shot. Clicks and Duke slightly lower. They're looking to play that low ground, staying quiet for now. Want to get that final 2v2 with the high ground team. Zeke, though, he's loud. Nets not around, so he has to make his solo clutch worthwhile, and he's going to push for it.
2 solos.
Side jump up. Building going for the cone slide option, but not going to find it either. He gets denied.
2 solos that went for high for a second there. Day was looking up as well. He has the grapple glove to work with. D-Roller, Knife, get rewarded there. Duke and Clicks find another set of elims. Here it is. Day's in sight. He's gone,
Grappled
though.
up.
Grapple glove is so good for these moments, and he just slips away from their grasp. Clix is now thinking, I have to go up. I need to look for this. Knifer and Duke seem like they have run out of gas as they're also on the high ground. Finally, Day goes down. It's a 2v2 situation. D-Roller takes some unnecessary damage there. 3 ticks could be the difference here. He has to start digging into the heels. Clix, Duke have nothing to work with. You can tell here that they are on thin ice at this moment.
Absolute fumes. They're super weak. All Knifer has to do is drop down and just win this fight. 2 shots from both players, and there's one. What a beautiful angle. Knifey going for it. D-Roller with the insurance, but they don't need it. They're just that good.
The paperwork is good. The dealer lets them go, and they check out. 7 eliminations, victory royale. Well played for them in this setup. So good for them. The zones bounce back and forth. Everything they could have asked for. You know, honestly serves it up to them.
A ride straight to the top, and it started straight from the top. You called it, Monster. That 5th zone, they had it, fought for it. Just needed to get rid of 1 solo player, and they take down Clix and Duke, make it look so easy just because their positioning, their game plan, that one was so good.
D-Roller, Knifey, they get to walk away with game number 1. The victory royale is a big moment for them to go ahead and kick things off. I mean, also, hats off to Day and Cease. They work together. They make an end game. We haven't seen them in many end games. If you look at the last 3 weeks of competition, it's been, you know, wishy-washy for the duo, but to see them pop off right there and show up, that's big.
Yeah, a bunch of solo clutches on all sides as well. I'm just looking at how the leaderboard looks, right? Because it's going to be a little bit weird with so many star-studded players not going down. So, Kelly, what we got?
Thank you so much, Shio and Monster D Face, and big shout outs to Knifer and D-Roller holding height from 5th zone. I mean, that almost seems a little too early, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, it came off the back foot of an early elimination right there, right as the 5th zone appeared. They were chasing down, and actually we're going to see it right here, Navs, and they're just so good at hunting for eliminations, very good at always finding them, and right there they find that refresh and gives them not only the positioning alone up here all the way on the high ground, but that quick little refresh, the mats, the kind of, you know, back up the fact that they want to hold the high ground for the entire game. And then also D-Roller and Knifey, they both had grapple gloves. And honestly, you could see here 8 charges, and I believe Knifey at the end there had 9 charges in it, which means they weren't really using them for rotations, but I saw them use it to pick up materials, right? They were using it as a harpoon almost.
Yeah, and we were kind of seeing it right there. Knifer with the 2-shot shotgun. There was a moment in time that he had the same rarity, that and the striker. He shows the 2-shot, and you could see what him and D-Roller are able to do with it. D-Roller dropping those shields, and he's using the buff 2-shot to just take over the game towards the end game. And that's what you call using every bit of resources.
They didn't just take over the game, they also took over our top 10 leaderboard. That VR with 7 eliminations, going to put them at 46 points right now. But only 4 points below, it's actually Cease and Day, not the team that got 2nd place, but the team that got 3rd. However, that 2nd place team was Dukes and Clix, and you know, chat right now is so excited to see that name up on top. I mean, we saw them in Qualifier 2, Dukes and Clix just not able to make it into the end game. Vivid, what did they do differently today?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Really, right? Like, they were struggling so much, and I was like, man, this duo has so much potential. But as you can see here, Duke actually has the grapple gloves, and we know it was a big question whether or not they were going to get them from that southeast split of the Jonases, but it's looking like they maybe are getting it every single game. Maybe they cleaned up how they use those grapple gloves, because usually when I watch Clix's stream, sometimes the communication between the two when those rotations come out with the grapple gloves, it's a little bit sketchy. But as you can see here, they're constantly in a good position. They're constantly fighting together on the low ground, and that's what they are so good at doing. And I just want to point out, you know, you can never count these guys out. It looks like they have nothing, but they always have their skill, their mechanical prowess over the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, one of the biggest switch-ups that I kind of noticed, and thanks to a little bit from Mini Miner and his mid-game analyst, is that taxi, one of the only vehicles on the map. And that's something that you broke down in the previous qualifiers, how they were getting stuck in zone. They were getting stuck, sandwiched between so many other teams along the way. This time around, the taxi, the grapple gloves, the ability to save the resources towards the very end, this was a perfect recipe for success for Clix and Duke.
But what could have given them even a better recipe? That VR.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really close, but, you know, they had almost nothing to work with. And honestly, shout out to D-Roller and Knifey at the end there. They played it so well, right? They built out a little bit of a platform, and then they actually went back in the zone. So as soon as Clix and Duke kind of shut out that platform they just built, they were like, hey, surprise, we're back here in the zone. Got a very clean angle, and that's honestly what closed the game out for D-Roller and Knifey. So honestly, just good play by them to make sure that they got the victory royale. And then Duke and Clix also, I want to shout out because they were looking for Day, right? Previous teammates from Clix and Day, seeing them both in the end game is awesome.
I mean, that could have been an extra added into there. They were so distracted on the only solo player in the game. There's team towards the high ground. And like I said, that 2-shot, I think Knifer is going to start utilizing it and making it a weapon for a lot of these guys to go for.
Yeah, some big names here, obviously. Like you just said, Cisa Day did an incredible job. That's why they are actually above Duke and Clicks there. But also, speaking of solo runs, Hurley Baby, although I know he wasn't a solo player, he was doing a lot of just solo clutches.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see it from the eliminations, he has 6 eliminations, but only 19 placement points. So even though he was finding those eliminations, he didn't necessarily turn them into very good end game positions, which is okay, right? It still puts him in that 6th place position. But the fact that he can get eliminations, honestly, sometimes in these lobbies, the ability to find them is harder than getting those placement points, because usually when you find eliminations, you can turn them into placement points. So if they change up a little bit and they still are playing to this elimination kind of meta that they have going on, then I really think we could see them in a lot of top 5s.
Yep, and that's what a lot of teams kind of have been slacking. Pamso and Fatch, the previous qualifiers, great placements, no eliminations. Acorn Edgy to start qualifier number 2. So hey, that could be a good job for them to keep the momentum from round number 3 on to round number 4 here.
And this is still just game number 1, everyone. Anything can change over the next 5 games, but you saw how close that leaderboard was. How close is it going to be after game number 2? Well, let's find out.
Game 2.
Game number 2, and this is where I expect the oven to get hot. That first one, Monster, just to preheat. Lots of players patient so far, but now they're ready to strike.
They definitely are. We got a small glimpse of the greatness from the solo players. Day makes it, Vert makes it, and many more in between that entire fiasco that was that end game, but those clutches are going to be the difference here. You saw, we kicked it off. It's pretty competitive, 31 points, a few tie games there, and the top 10 is about 28 or so. Again, Vert holding it down for Blake. Blake, whom I love, by the way. Saw the content piece. Gotta love him.
Absolutely. Love where his name comes from, too, but they're also all playing on an incline in that first game. It was very tough with how the zone looked, with how low ground looked, and where we were on NA East. I'm curious to see if we go for desert or even mountainsides in this next one.
That is true. Game 2 is going to be an important one. The battle bus is here, and it looks like we're jumping off right away. Let's go ahead and take a look at how this is going to go ahead and start splicing the map down. It's important. It plays a factor. Another team, let's talk about it. Donnie and Aviv. They're not quite at the Daily Bugle. They went a little south. They're contesting the team of Plurt. Bobby Lee, who's there. Now, what's interesting is that Threats and Macro do get most of the Daily Bugle to themselves. It seems like this time around, they're not just headbanging into the same position. Maybe right now, I've spoken a little too soon. Aviv Donnie starting to take that other half, but that game 1, it was definitely a little closer.
Yeah, it might be the confidence of Donnie taking out Threats in game 1 way later into the game. They might be feeling hot, realizing, hey, maybe these guys aren't fully awake just yet in game 2. Maybe they're doing one of my favorite strategies off spawn, which is dipping and diving, changing up exactly where your drop is, close by in one section of the map. So they'll go for a lot of control, a little bit of surprise, and Naves, yeah, it's not gonna be a birthday party for him, kind of the opposite. This man is down immediately, looking through a few windows, going for some nice shots, but now it's Crazy and Revise's turn for revenge.
That's the problem with these draw spots, especially when you're just trying to really 50-50 the spot, get the better drop, take the loot. It's not gonna work every time. Crazy this time around. Revise, they get their first set of 4 points. They didn't last game.
Yeah, this is the most aggressive version of bidding for a house I've ever seen. This is one estate property on a mountain. There's so much space, guys. I understand the living room looks good. You got, what, like 3 bathrooms in that one? So might be worth to really go so ham for it.
Looking like New York property there. A little too expensive. No square footage. That's how that one works. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to follow the FN Competitive Instagram at FNCompOfficial for not only our fun snippets, maybe some highlights and things like that, but the players, most importantly. And of course, if you're tuning in, Monster Defense, Shia Wager on the mic right now, calling the action here as we're starting to heat up here for game 2. Greasy Grove has the top G, Byla, Peter, Bot playing it out, the champions of the last season. All the accolades in the book. Still net them here in the 3rd qualifier where you have to put up the points and perform. For H. Debushi, he's doing just that. I like it. Alongside Threads there, great set of eliminations here. Let's take a look back. They sneak up on the team. They get the opener just the way you expect, and then they come in and close it out strong.
Yeah, these are one of the pocket fights at Shuffled Shrines. You can break down exactly what happened, why it's important, though. Whoever kind of controls this POI becomes like the highwayman, the person who has the tolls for everyone else moving around center map. So we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, at Rave Cave, for the Dominators, when it comes to people who like to play that high ground, have lots of utility in mid and low towards the late game, Day is down. So one of the hot players we just saw take up so many of the points in game 1. Cease wasn't even there. It was a type of solo clutch towards the end. He's not going to be in that same position to net those points and stay in top 5.
Yeah, don't forget, Cease had the 3 elims leading into that mid game. He was literally closing some of those battles. Cease and Day, one of 12 duos to play in all 3 qualifier round 4s. So there's really not too many. There's only 12 duos that have managed to do just that.
Yeah, the spot they're in right now, that means they have experience with. We've seen Cease and Day go down different times. Have to find the card at Rave Cave. It's so spread out that maybe might just be troublesome. And then go for that reboot. It's a long process, but with Zone being so close by, they have the time. Meanwhile, Billy, Ignolite, we just saw this fight break out at Reality Falls. There was a third party involved this time. It's all about winning your ones in the 2v2. Aminish just getting completely controlled in the vertical space, at least, by Billy, forcing him down inside the building. This is really smart. When you're just pickaxing these walls that are kind of server built, there's no chance for someone to be able to edit right on you. Surprise you while you're going for aggression. Billy, too, understands that Aminish has not replaced the ones he's taken before. This means they're going to be low on mats down below. And yeah, Spark barely even covering any of his open angles. Billy Ignolite has to play a little bit more patiently, keep winning this war of attrition, putting down a few more builds, going for those crazy shots.
The fact that he's even picking up loot right now shows us they didn't even care about what was in the area. They are here to fight. They're going just straight to that, cutting all the conversation in between. Spark down low, though, starting to run out of material. So the true lead right now is for Billy, and Billy hits the shot when it matters. Comes in and closes it up. That's a repeat of game 1. Give him 4 more points now. That slides them on up to 16 in this game, so don't count them out just yet. They may have gone down a little early, but they're getting those elims.
This has to be the fight that we've seen for years now, right? I think I'm gonna have a son at some point and show him the FNCS in current date when he's born, and he's gonna find this happening as well. So I'm not sure what's going down between Threats, Macwood, Donnie, Aviv, but every single season here at the Bugle, the news is the same.
At this point, the lineage is continuing to breed on here. Donnie and Aviv, 0 elims, low ground, low material, but great loadout all in all. Just shows that, yeah, they had a lot to loot, not a lot of time to get the material count as they've been trapped inside this building here. The general area tells the story. A lot of teams starting to slide in, trying to figure out what's going on here. Plur, Bobby, they land to the south. We knew that. Last game, they were hard contested by Donnie and Aviv. This game, Donnie and Aviv go back to square one, right? They tried the strategy. It doesn't work out. They're trapped in the building. It's not looking too hot right now. And they're in top 5, mind you. Keep that in mind. You have to think, after game 2, when this one's all said and done, regardless of how well they do, they're probably going to want to have to go south again because Plur, Bobby, they'll just keep coming on over. They're partying them if they don't.
Yeah, and right now, they're going to have a very tough time with even more pressure. Zone kind of dictates the pace. In terms of what Monster's talking about, it just gets completely accelerated. More third parties want to dip and dive in. So many people are going to be moving past your POI. It's like watching rain droplets move down a windshield. You can see it at the bottom right with some of the teams just moving from top to bottom. They'll all have a chance to just move by the Bugle, guaranteed see right inside the divot of it, and go for a few shots. That's 10 more teams almost of pressure, or kind of feels like it. It's maybe just 4 or 5. We'll see how these guys adapt. Now, Dada and Jackson, we saw them moving around mid-game really well so far. For this one right now up against ZPXY, they're taking their time going for the final wrap-up.
That's a very fun stat there. 4 of the top 5 teams in Qualifier 2 are returning duos from Qualifier number 1. Qualifier 1 team's on top right now and taking over. Hey, you think with enough chances you continue to improve, and it looks like we're seeing just that. That's a fun trend here.
That just means the experience matters. Jackson and Dada are one of the returning teams, at least, from the previous qualifiers. You have that experience, you learn, you make mistakes, you come in strong. I think Clicks and Duke, best example of that, especially from previous qualifiers, so just this last game we just saw.
Yeah, they're one of those teams inside the top 5, currently holding that 3rd position right now, which is big, big, big. This is a team that typically starts off slow. You see them, they kind of are in the conversation, and then things go wrong, and they don't make it all the way through. But right now, they're off to the best start. Let's jump on over to Cease. Cease, who was down, now the shoe's on the other foot. Day is the player that's out here. Cease has to play for the pickup of the reboot card. Luckily for him, it looks like it's vacant now. For the most part, the team that was possibly sitting on top of them, lurking around, is giving them enough space to go out and work with. Cease doesn't trust a thing, though. He's making sure he's keeping his loot and eyes on the entire area here. I like this. Nice and steady here. Again, our 2nd place team after game 1.
It's a really nice lesson he's teaching us, too, when you're going for a delayed reboot. For a teammate, you want to make sure you're on top of ammunition all the way around. Looking at some of the top spots from the last game, though, I really like the way D-Roller played Monster, and I think Mini also liked it too.
Thank you, Shy. I really did. And what I really like about the way that D-Roller is playing this off spawn is you can tell he's done his homework. Look at this player's loot. He knows how to loot this area despite the fact it changes every single game almost. There's 3 different potential POIs that this could be, and you can see his loot is really, really good. Another great thing about it, he knows where the ammo boxes are, those vending machines. He can buy the ammo, and this is what I really like about this duo, and it's why they're at the top spot.
What's really cool about that, it also tells us that that's a team that doesn't need to depend on any particular loot. They can play with what they get. Scrappy, fully geared like this game right now, and they'll make it work. So far, they have been very great and excellent after game 1.
Yeah, and I was walking outside with Mini before show as well. Really, this man was saying he likes rainbows a lot. He wants to point out a few rainbows. That was a rainbow loadout, so yes, he's coming through with his promises. I respect that. I like that. For Elite, this is more of like a, what, waterbender type loadout? Lots of chug splashes.
A lot going on here. It's got the elements indeed. Let's see what Elite can make work with. As we saw Glaze fall early, but Elite was one of those few solos clutching up alongside Day, alongside Vert in that game 1 finale. Let's watch it here, though. Back on over to Plur. Bobby gets taken out because they sit around for too long. Not to the hands of Aviv and Donnie, however, possibly to Macklin Threats, who are long gone here, but the solo, you want to lurk around. You want to play with fire, you might get burnt. Aviv's on the hunt here, and he's got a little bit to work with. Spots the player out up above. Has to be careful, though. There it is. Tries to get the peek. I love that. Catches himself. Breaks the floor, too. A tag sneaks in there. He knows he's got the lead now.
Understand this is a white tag, too, so all they got to do is just bide their time. Make sure that Fleur doesn't have 5 seconds of staticness inside his box. Sliding away, but Aviv clasps him down.
14 HP. The shot tells us he had no time left. Day gets picked up, but not before getting slammed on. Dowda and Jackson, the team that was to the north, as they were making their rotate down, find them. Armor walls come in. They get completely trapped inside. And just like that, it's over for Cease and Day. 4 elims now for Dowda and Jackson here, and that jumps them up to 15th place. 2 points per elim. That's an 8-point game already, meaning they came in a little less than that, around 7 or so.
Yeah, talk about the butterfly effect overall. ZPXY, if he went down faster, maybe Dada and Jackson would not have been in that spot. Check the reboot for Cease and Day. I mean, so many things. It's the littlest time wastage. The one decision to go on a different wall, like, changed not only the game for you, but so many players around you as well. We saw Fazo and Curly picking the wrong wall last game inside the end game. They made it deep inside game 1. I'm really impressed by that, but next time they have to make sure they're not knocking on what, Clix' walls, because that's a really tough fight to win.
Yeah, and they're in the top 3 for overall eliminations as well, so Clix and Duke already off to a great start here. Ramuz and Playa 5, 61 above. Remember, they land far east on the islands here. They're rotating east to west right now. Somewhat of a straight and linear line is going to put them in the crossfire of a lot of teams. I like the lurking position here. There was a team in the distance, but they fry Trashy right now. And he's hurt. No duo in sight right now. And you know they're going to be pushing for the finish right here. Playa 5 already on the wall. Armored walls come out, but it doesn't matter. He's working that cone here. It's looking good so far.
You might be wondering, like why can't they jump over the builds? Why is Playa 5 waiting so long to go for this fight? There's third parties way out in the way. There's no way you can jump up top and really try to get on the other side of the box.
Yeah, what you don't want to do is put yourself in that line of fire. They were already shot at from the team on that side, so smart play by them. Patient, though. Happy to just get the tags here. Played out a little later into the game. They're going to be content with that. Long and behold, they're going to be looking right back at them. All they have to do is base up here. So this battle may have started. It's definitely not over. Take a look at the other perspective. Burbs and Yuden just a little further on inside. A team that's below the surge here. Desperate measures are coming shortly. They're going to have to decide whether to go for some open exchanges like this, take some, give some, or dive on somebody.
Yeah, a lot of the times that is exactly what players will do. What Juan was talking about is putting your body on the line, someone else will over peak, you're able to get damage and then trade out your shields for that in the inventory. D-Roller, Knifey, I mean, success starts all the way in the streets sometime. 61 damage below, winning the last game, looking good, but so far it's gonna be tough to lock this one in if they don't find any damage.
Should have probably worked together to take that fresh wall there. Might have been a missed opportunity. Now 90 below. It was just 60 moments ago, so that means other teams are doing more damage. Peterbot and Bila, a team that's underneath the surge right now, earned no points in game 1. Looking very, very shaky right now, but they are the FNCS champions. We know what they're capable of. Here it is. Walker's up top. Walker's who got first place in the recent round 3 qualifier. This is not a team you want to overlook. Don't count out Shadow either. Very, very mechanical players right here. Very young players on the same playing field as Peterbot and Byla here. Here it is. All or nothing. Peterbot gets a great tag there. 4 below now. It's looking great. Let's watch it.
Looking good on defense so far as Walker and Shadow. You saw just 1 second, though, of not being able to replace your walls. Peterbot's there with a 100 damage tag. On the backside, though, taken down. Walker now gone. They have to really pounce on these eliminations to finish as fast as possible. Walker's gone. Shadow still up for now. I'm liking Byla taking point. Peter there, making sure he can see every single section of a build, looking for any type of shot that can come through. But Golden and Silver are there on the backside. Byla now down. It's not Surge they have to really deal with, but a third-party team that knows they have damage.
Golden and AV have also been a first-place team in some qualifiers. Just look at the last couple of weekends. So this is interesting. We have teams that are heavy on the accolades when it comes down to eliminations and popping off in those moments where it matters most, all around one another. Things slow down. They get the tags they need. Everyone's going to chill out right now. Single teams under the Surge right here, 72 players up. So Shadow slips out to the side there. No low. Yep, AV, Gold, they're gone. They don't want to stick around here. They got to make a rotate. That's important too. Now the difference though, Shadow's going to have to stick around here and then go back for the cards. So he's going to be in the start for quite some time. He's up to Glace, Elite. Starting to fire up here.
Finding someone that's phase zone. Yeah, we talked about, you know, them just being a little bit more wonky when it comes to walking into walls. Some other players, sometimes it's too hyper-focused on what's going on in front of you. You forget about the rest of the field, but it's going to be so tough. Look at this angle from Glace and Elite. You can barely even see or sense it. What a nice find. And yeah, that'll make Endinio roll in and pick that up.
No ammo, though, for Elite. This is desperation right here. They're really trying to find an Elim, open something up. That's it. That's the last bullet.
Landed it,
done.
You gotta like that. He makes the most of it. 29 damage tag. Right now, they could find one of those vending machines to be able to bump up the ammo, but I'm not sure they can get to it. I'm not even sure if there's one inside tilted for now. Duke and Clicks, they're on the bottom side. Ammunition situation, completely different, Monster.
2 Elims as well. It's looking very good. Now, let me just tell you why they have great ammo, by the way. They have a vending machine there. They're able to purchase it with all the gold from the loot. I was watching their drop, kind of studying what they do, and they have that down packed.
Absolutely. The big thing, too, if that's not enough, the biggest difference between teams moving into zone and teams who have it, you get to have elimination side by side. You get to jump into boxes, take the loot, and move out. You look at what we saw before, that team that was set up looking to see what to do, you can only take shots from your base. You can't move to get anything. You're static. You're a statue, and that's tough. NPen too, I guess his statue type situation, decommissioned, the stone crumbles. Blake and Vert, they're there. Elim leaders in their own right today, looking strong.
That wasn't bad enough. He was trapped in the 5-tick too. Jump over to another top 10 team. Pump and Tayo already off to very heated start, but 0 Elims this game. Last game they had no problems with the Surge. Looks like this time they may have been tagged a few times in the lead up. Let's take a look at though how Duke managed to find their refresh here. Oh man, they just piece him up, they box him up. Duke's quick with it. Duke is a very interesting kind of player. He doesn't like to stream his finals or his qualifiers. He thinks he plays battle and stream, but his chat thinks otherwise. He said, no, whenever you call is because we watched you do it. So you need to stream finals. This is what they were trying to tell him. Stream the finals, and you will make it to finals. I wonder if it's working out for him right now. So far, so good, though.
Oh, he's looking fine today. Got to make sure you stay consistent, though. Big personality, too. I got a chance to talk to him a little bit. When it comes to Duke, confidence is a big thing. Yes. A lot of the time when you're with Clicks as well as a teammate, it's a little bit tough with the attention you get from his chat or his community as well, but Duke handles it perfectly. He's hyped to be able to play with just amazing players across the NAE region, and that recent signing to Dignitas as well. He wears that badge proud.
Indeed, indeed. Pamso and Fatch just looking on the hunt right now. General teams in the area, not too many big threats outside of Blake's team, and of course Clicks down low. Everyone else, though, a little bit of filler in the space here. 140 below, make that 240 above now. Things are starting to update. Ritual's gonna fall there to the hands of Tayo. Tayo is inside the top 10. Ritual was on fire. They had that end game just a little bit ago, so already big trades happening here. Letdowns happening.
Tayo and Pump are just some of the best players at interrupting other duos. Right now, everyone has a game plan. They're very focused on what they want to be doing, the point A to B. Tayo and Pump operate in like 8.5 dimensions.
TK takes Pump down, though.
Okay, so TK clapping straight back. There is a back and forth going on. It must be a box fight right now. It's very tough to be able to find long distance connections with lots of shots. It's more so a wall-to-wall thing. So Knife for D-Roller, they know that. This is looking like a replay from game number 1. They're jumping on top of a wall. They're looking for a solo. They're going for that refresh this time. It'll cost them a little bit. But if they get out of this one, they'll get all the damage they need to be above. It needs to be one more fight they're going for. Surge starting to tick. Knife might not be able to survive both the Storm and the Surge at the same time. 82 below, now up to 45. Flopper's in the way. It doesn't matter. D-Roller 2, now Surge. It's striking. You can see the words Storm Surge active
So
up.
close.
And he gets deactivated down.
Just a small miscalculation, and they landed inside the 5-tick, and that was it. You cannot make those mistakes, and we watched our Game 1 winners make a single mistake, and it was to the hands of D-Roller and crew on the other side. Well, those kind of things happen. Nets here, Siki Sounds, 4th place. They now have an opportunity to go ahead and inch their way up. One more team just has to fall, and another set of placement points would be given out to the lobby. So, but Knife for D-Roller, I mean, they're really upset about that one. Just shot hit.
Really want that consistency. This is going to be a very interesting POV from Nets. And Siki Sounds moving so late off the backside. They'll have a better position, but might get targeted. Crisp and Nevify also moving slightly later. So they'll have to expend a few more mats to make sure they don't get shots. Almost all the way in. Now they're looking good. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, you can see a few knocks on the north side. A lot of these late movers getting interrupted in their game plan to make this endgame.
Interesting. They want to break this tree here to open up the line of sight to the rest of the players. So not looking to be passive at all right now. Poising up.
Tails by himself?
Yep, Pump was down, remember? Yep. We saw TK get that trade. So Pump took out Ritual. Then TK exchanged back, takes out Pump there. Teo now by himself. TK by himself on this playing field as well. Somewhere in the distance if he hasn't been caught already.
Yeah, his checklist now, it changes from trying to win the game to just survive, get a few eliminations. That's exactly what he needs to do. Next, just look for maybe just a few more points.
Let's see it though. 0 seconds on the clock. There it is. It's gonna pull west now. Teo falls to the zone. Tries to build up and over. But he's down. All that loot's gonna be able to get picked up here. Hoofishy and Kaz now still inside the top 10. Maintaining position here. 2 armored walls, full loadout. This is a great spot to be in. And they get to lead the rotate here.
All these builds you see inside the Storm on the left side of your screen, just kind of edging in that blue circle. This is going to be a bounce back almost to start the end game. Lots of people able to just save their mats. Hoofishy and Kaz might have an entire base they can kind of walk behind. They see some old builds, they want to jump in. Up top, Andanio, Dalton, they're looking good. They just had a recent elimination to start things off, so the match should be all right, but they've expended so much to be up here. Looking for a little bit of damage. They're just going to elect to go for as many points as possible for now. They don't really have much to maintain control of this one, Monster.
They can't really take trades either. They don't have the HP to do this. They have what they have right now. Nothing else to go ahead and work with after this. Trying to see if they marked this zone. They didn't. They're just going for it cold, trusting in the direction that they've decided to opt into. Donnie and Aviv still alive here. Second height getting focused by high ground. Hoofishy and Cass getting online right now. More placement points. Edge them on up further and further inside the top 10. This could be an opener here, though. Do they catch him with the cone? I think the wall was there, but not enough. Comes the slide out. Surge is active. 11 players will have to get busy here. Clicks and Duke being one of the few here, already doing that, but trapped in the storm. Here's the punishment.
What?
And no way out either. Pamstu falls there, so the zone does the rest. Lucky for him. That's a solo there. A great white tag. Can he get the finish? No. He's worried about getting safe first.
Duke somehow still also surviving. They have the grapples, but for a second there, they just couldn't breathe. Find some air, their heads are clear now. Hoofishy Kaz also moving. They're not trapped in the catacombs, looking to stay ahead of that graveyard, looking fine and good. Oliver OG, who's with Jeff in the move, still looking fine though. Front side of zone, this is exactly where you want to be for a solo clutch.
Let's watch it. Oliver OG sitting here. He's been here before. We've seen him clutch. That's how he made his first FNCS appearance. It was a big, big day. Came down to the final moments. Will he do it again here today? Clicks and Duke looking great right now. 5 eliminations, many, many shots, usages inside the grapple gloves. That's perfect. And the textbook play, protecting the sides here. Aviv and Donnie, textbook as well. Below material, much different story for them. How's Treads doing? Now inside the top 5, 2 dealings. There it is. They're on the wall of Aviv and Donnie. That's risky.
Everyone now falling as mats are running low. Just one build left for Chris for the moment, but he has his teammate, and that's what matters. Friendship's not going to win you a fight in the box, though. Never Fight 2 just now has to hide. No one to be able to help them so far. Hoofishy and Kaz, maximum control. Another Siphon, they're looking good. Clicks and Duke, though. So many mats in this mid-ground layer, and they know, and we also know, height is now running weak. At one point, they will be able to look up. They just have to hide for now. They actually move lower, looking to clasp on a few more layers. 12 different duels left too, and Dino and Dalton, look at the desperation. They know they have nothing all the way up top. Muzz and Qualifier start to climb forward, recognize that not too much is being built above them. They could look up for a moment, try to get some control, but they too are running low on mats.
That was the last build right there. They're gonna need something big here, or a split from Qualifier, and they think about it. There it is, he gets dropped. Cass finds one, it's onto Clicks. And just like that, they solidify themselves a top 10 position off of that elimination. That's huge. Hoofishy, Kaz, happy about that one. They want the points as well. Duke is solo now, though. Has to fight back. Has to defend the honor here for the 2. Let's watch what he can do.
Clicks had all the mats, too, so Duke's just left with about 15 builds to see exactly what he can break down. Qualifier and Muzz.
Looking great.
Might not have too much inside the building hemisphere, but the shots are definitely looking good. Rise has to go for the clutch himself, too. We're on the backside on this field. The grass is looking a little bit weedy, and he's going to get completely uprooted. Duke, though, in that clutch spot. He's kind of found a shadow spot over here. No one can really see him. He's hiding behind the light, moving into Muzz and Qualifier, though. He needs to land this super fast. Kaz and Hoofishy, though, they got height.
They took height. Adinho actually jumps down and finds elimination 2 onto Rise. So that's the change of hands there. Qualifier, in the meanwhile, takes down Aviv. It's up to Donnie, who's inside the build right now, but Qualifier has got the zone on his back. Muzz is still with him, though. This is a powerful duo. When they work together, there it is. He gets another one now. Looking good. 6 elims. Grapple gloves in hand. He can make a big play. Duke is still up. That's a solo. The second time today, he whips a shot, and down he goes. That one means even more. Adinho is now finding himself a little bit more points, and in the end, it's going to come down to a good old-fashioned 2v2. Hoofishy Kaz, 3 elims. Big shot at the play of 5. Muzz has to clutch up, or it's all over. Hoofishy versus Muzz now. That's a great finish right there, okay? I like that. The build-off goes. He's got the mats as well. It's looking solid. One of the most mechanical in the world, but Hoofishy is ready. The defense looking good. Iron strong on high ground. The HP advantage as well. Muzz takes a little bit of damage, and here comes the reset.
He has all the mats to be able to work with. Hoofishy's got nothing, just HP, about 10 more seconds, and he'll have to see Muzz. Muzz now also almost ran out. 3 builds left. 3 seconds of time. Hoofishy going for the beam, but the haircut is not gonna land. Muzz, though, jumps in the storm. 1 HP. All Hoofishy needs is a single shot. Jump from the right side, and it's not good. Muzz, maximum defense. He gets the VR.
Ooh, smart play from Muzz and Play of 5. They do that. They do it well. Hoofishy and Kaz execute well. They take the high ground. It was looking so good, but anything can happen in the Fortnite world. And just like that, you watch a small miscalculation backfire.
Yeah, it's trickle-down economics, actually. I can mention that really quick. When you're on the low ground, you get so many bills just dropping down to you. That's exactly what Muzz had to play with. And remember, at one point, Monster, they had nothing whatsoever. So they hid, they bided their time, let the economy of materials come to them. You like to see it. It's just like, what, capitalism, I guess, at play.
Yeah, definitely. What a monstrous play right there. Take a look once again at how Muzz was able to manipulate the builds, play it so smart there. And in the end, that one tree was a difference maker, but he hits the shots. And that is what's going to be the difference between a champion and a Game 1 winner. But look at that. Game 2 is taken away here. Qualifier and Muzz managed to get that one and take it home.
Yeah, they buy the space, they buy the time, they buy the VR, and you like to see it. A little bit of an expensive cost, but for the rest of the board, I want to see where the money's kind of standing. Vivid, and Jacob, they got it all down.
Big plays there coming out of Muzz and Playify. A 2v2 coming down to a 1v1. But before we even look at them, I actually want to look at Kaz and Hoofishy there. An incredible run, grabbing height at zone 9. Such a different story than what we saw from game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, great awareness out of them to realize that they can go up for high ground. MDF called it best. As soon as they went up, the team that was up there, they instantly dropped down. They realized that the team that was up there did not have enough kind of fend it off. And after all these eliminations that Hoofishy and Kaz down in the mid ground, on the low ground, they had the materials, the refreshes, the support that build up all the way up to the top of the lobby. Ultimately, though, Jacob, coming down to 2v2, as Kelly mentioned, and then breaking it down all the way to a 1v1. Hoofishy was so confident with the heals that he had, just barely didn't edge it out.
Yeah, but I love the confidence that you're talking about. Through every single round of the 2 qualifiers, they're constantly adapting. They're constantly changing up what they need to do. And yet again, another perfect example right there of knowing exactly what to do in those moments. You see, Hoofishy, even though he didn't get the victory royale, he's once again weaving himself in and out of the zone, using every bit of his resources and optimizing the plays that he can make.
But we can't focus on the second place team too much. We got to look at the first place team, which was the international champion Muzz and Qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, we love this. These guys were just running the low ground, and they did it at such a good time because, as you can see here, they're pretty much using everything. They have no builds. They're playing off of everything that they have, and then once they build everything, they're using it to find more and more and more, and this is just very good out of Muzz. You can see here, there's still like 50 seconds left until the zone closes, and he realizes that Hoofishy, he hears the splashes come out. He's like, wow, this guy's going for heal off already? So Muzz just goes, plays in the zone. He only had a couple builds to work with, and it works out. Actually, Hoofishy goes down to zone there, so perfect calculation from him. But Kelly, look at this leaderboard.
Wow, I'm sure chat is blowing up right now. Duke and Clicks in first place right now, but it's only a 5-point difference between first and second, being Aviv and Donnie there. And of course, we have Muzz and Playify jumping up 12 placements. Speaking about jumping up, Kaz and Hoofishy's gonna jump up. Dalton and Andino jumping up as well.
Yeah, I mean, this leaderboard is awesome. I love the fact that Duke and Clicks are finding themselves at the top of the leaderboard into these end games consistently now. It's really, really great to see. And we saw them that game. Yeah, they did go down like 9th, 8th position, so it wasn't as good as that first game, but getting into the top 10 every single game is what these guys want to do.
Yeah, I know everybody already is a fan of Clicks, but I'm more so becoming a fan of the evolution of Clicks, becoming that IGL, but knowing from qualifier to qualifier, the situation that they keep putting themselves in and how to get out of it. This is qualifier number 3, and I think they take those first 2 qualifiers, everything that they've learned, they jam-packed it together here, and it's paying off big time.
Something that I want to talk about in the early game, though, is a lot of our top teams, Knifer and D-Roller, Peterbot and Byla, were below the Storm Surge threshold there. And, you know, I actually think we have a bit of a segment with you, Vivid, speaking about Storm Surge.
Yeah, speaking about Storm Surge, I wanted to run through how our first place team right now, actually, Clicks and Duke, is kind of getting their Storm Surge, right? Like, how are these guys doing so well while some of these other teams are struggling? Now, first game we saw, they do land over at the Jonases, and in that first game, they got the taxi cab, right? Made for easy rotations, but game number 2, they did not have that available to them. So we're going to actually see them rotate on foot all the way over to Rocky Rios, and they're going to find themselves a nice and pretty little spot here towards the center of the zone, actually in a bush, right? And the fact that it's towards the center, it's very early on in the game as well, right? Like the storm just started moving in. So the fact that they're able to get here without the car on foot, it's just phenomenal play by them. Great early rotation. And for you guys at home that don't really know what Storm Surge is, it's basically a comparison to the rest of the lobby. Like, hey, did I do more damage than the other 70 players in the lobby? And if you have, then you are fine. And again, look, Duke and Click sitting here for a very long time, which is just phenomenal because the fact that they got here so early leaves them available to so many angles, and it just puts them so high above the Storm Surge. We saw in that last clip there, 200 above, and they just use it. They use it as like a little bit of an avalanche, right? All the way into the end game. Early Storm Surge is what is important here, Kelly.
Jacob, although we saw something kind of unique there, it was Zone 5, and we actually didn't have Storm Surge, which might have been the first time we've seen that so far in this FNCS.
Yeah, even though it is kind of the first time, you can see what is actually playing down. We were even talking about it in game number 1, even though we did see Storm Surge, this lobby is very, very proactive. These teams that are landing towards the outskirts, they're finding those eliminations and going for them early on to set themselves up for the Storm Surge and the rest of the game where they don't have to worry about it.
I mean, there's already so much happening, and it's just been 2 games. We have 4 more games to go here. And you know what? Let's just get right to it. It's game number 3. Let's head on to the casters.
Game 3.
Rolling it over to the halfway point of NAE so far, and the action looking different from game 1 to game 2. The first one, lots of patience. The second one, super fast gameplay from all sides monster. And the third one, it's ready to go.
It's here. You heard the battle bus. Let's go ahead and jump on to the Fortnite world. Let's take it one more time, slow and steady here as we start to really get going. This bus a little different than the last, favoring the western side. I like what I'm looking at. The north side team's going to be the first to touch down, get into their action, get into the groove. But let's talk about that top 10 stand. Let's talk about how close things are becoming. I mean, you're feeling pretty good. Your team, 78 points in first place. Clicks and Duke picking up a huge game right there.
Yeah.
Another end game, right?
A lot of the top teams that were giving them trouble, taking up a lot of their space in endgame, and their points have qualified. And they're kind of just in the finals, so Clix and Duke will have to worry about how to actually adapt when they're in game for them, for there, basically. Just have to wait a few weeks for that one. But for now, looking really good inside this qualifier. Naves and Merc, a bunch of the teams who are here too, they have to really focus on the now. They're not in that same spot, 78 points. They're not even making it off spawn half the time. Same thing for Visuals and Scope. That Tilted, it's been tough.
Yeah, no revised landing on top of Naves there, so they get a little moment to breathe here and play this one out. Visuals and Scope back to Tilted Towers. We saw this not work out very well when Edgy Acorn was here. They got quickly pushed out, and then of course Collide against Jack's team was on the outskirts, but again, that's no longer an issue right now. For them, it should be pretty easy, but they're having a hard time here. Early game doesn't seem to shoot them.
Yeah, and I was about to say for the rest of the lobby, it's the same thing. That's the longest I've seen 100 players stay alive all the way towards the early game. One person now just knocked and eliminated off the map. We saw Kelly mention it to Jacob just here in between games. We didn't even have Surge in that 5th zone previously. Now this game is locked on so tight.
Yeah, definitely. Shots are going back and forth here. Scope with the side angle, will be able to clean up kicks. The full finish comes in. Sphinx actually trades out Visual. Scope pressured on him. Here's a man who's been able to perform under these kind of settings before, but like we said, finals just seemingly has been working against him. This is his wall here. There it is. Now getting up close and personal. Remember, there's a basement down low, but he doesn't make it in, so the body's safe. Scope looking for any angle. Keep in mind, both sides have a striker. One shot will be the difference. Scope doesn't miss, though. Just like that, he does win it for the second time today out of our 3 games, so that's a good sign, but what can he do from here on out is going to be the real question.
A lot of the times, these guys end up winning the fight, but then zone locks in all the way over at Tilted, and they can't really move about, do too much in terms of loot. Another team comes in early to be able to just steal a mountain. Debo Threads, their elimination's been so good so far, and they're making these top 10s too, so 6th place overall off of this spot over at Shuffled Shrines. You can see how important it is to control that mid-map area, and they're looking for this fight again.
Yeah, my pick, Thatch and Pamsa look like they got taken out as well. Rough day for them so far. But not so much for HDev here. I mean, I like what I'm seeing from this team. Here's a team that has just popped into the conversation, a team that hasn't made qualifiers these weeks, but all of a sudden, Threads and HDev, when they need it most, they don't have the consistency points. They need a top 5. They're doing just that. They're holding on to top 5.
Looking forward, and they basically have guaranteed 2 eliminations at the start of every single match, so points should be rolling up. You're right, though. I have no idea who they are, but that's why we have the analysts to rock it in. That's why we have the stats to come in for these players as well. It's really nice seeing the new boys roll up and just have a nice voice, especially in these end games. You can see how tough it is. You know, Cease and Day making it in, Duke and Clix game after game, and D-Roller on height somehow. Thread still finding a way to get points. Dijon and Pledge have had a tough time making it towards those end games too, though. And that's a very surprising thing for me over at Shifty, over at these qualifiers just in general. They've had experience in these round 4, 6 games. So far in the first 2, it has not gone well.
But just talking about experience, they also have experience here. Degen in particular, this drop spot, no stranger to it. Played FNCS finals here before. What's not working is the fact that Curly Baby and Phazo are in 16th place. They've been winning the drop, playing a little bit smarter. Reminiscent of Smite and Larson when they pushed out the old Scented and Cold from Sleepy Sound. New teams popping up every season. It seems like the trend of today. That's what FNCS is all about, though, platforming these players. I say it every season or 2, you know, someone new steps onto the scene. We had, at one point, that be Peterbot. Another point, that was the Yamzo. Right now, it's Ritual, it's Shadow, it's Walkers. New teams, new players, new faces constantly popping up in it, giving us a nice little surprise. For us right here, though, Phazo and Curly Baby playing pretty well.
Let's see how long they can stick for now. So I've seen this so far for Phazo and Curly Baby. Whenever it's 2-on-2 fights, they actually look so strong, much stronger than some of the veterans we're seeing so far on the field as well. As soon as you introduce time, the zone, a third party coming in, that's where they crumble and fall. Right now you can see 2 brown arrows on a hill south of Shifty Shafts. That's going to be a situation, depending on who they start to tag, that can spell disaster for Curly down below. When it comes to capitalizing off that pressure, they also take a little bit of time to be able to rock it in. There it is. Look all the way up. Armored Wall to take it down. I like the split so far too, but Pledge is finding ways to just weave in shots in between these builds breaking down. They're using the pressure that Curly has against him, and Curly now over peaking just a little bit, staying a bit too static. He's not going to be able to land much. Fazo also, 2 big shots he could have landed. That Striker monster, you know it hurts, but unfortunately, only about 20 damage dealt down.
Yeah, that's what happens when he just missed the pellets there, but this is a great trap into DGen. He actually misses him for a second there and lost track of him, and he could have had him boxed up there, but there it is. The shots are going to give away the positioning here. They know now. The fact that wood walls are coming out, that's a sign of desperation. The shield crack there, DGen's barely got anything. The knock goes through, and they get it, and that is how they've been able to win this fight. Through raw gunplay and skill. So far, so good. That team, though, that's in a distance, it's D-Roller and Knifer who's there.
They're looking really good at picking people apart. Let's look at the fight from Naves and Merc's POV. They've been looking slow, a little bit stumbly off of their spawn, but Naves looking like he just installed 2 new legs, thighs, ankles, everything. This man is hot off his step, jumping up around the triple edits too. It's looking nice.
That shows us that when Crazy and Revives were able to land directly on top of them, they were having the advantage, but you give both sides equal time to loot, get it together, and then clash. Right now, it's in the hands of Naves here, who has the favor. Good plays for him and Merc are going to keep them in the game now, give them a real opportunity to explore the Fortnite scene here as we continue to develop.
Really want to talk about Fazo still as well. I really like the fact that they locked things in when it came to just looking at them having trouble in third-party situations. It was very clean for them to win things out, irrespective of both sides of the board for us as well. That was just a 30th place teams we saw being a little bit more passive, bunkered down in a spot where they can't see much. You juxtapose that with Duke and Clicks. Look at them on top of the board for the moment. 2nd overall in eliminations, rocking in. And now they're looking good, too, in 1st place overall with 78.
But I'm looking at 4th, Adinho. 4th in overall eliminations. I'm telling you, the man had his little moment in game number 2. I'll be keeping an eye on him. Let's see, hey, for all we know today, there's going to be a huge day of upsets. There's some new players stepping in this qualifier through, and they're not here to mess around. NPen and Mason have been messing around a little too much since they don't have a lot of points here. They're going to have to step it up, but there's a time to do it. It's now. You can afford to drop 2 games, but you need 4 great ones. NPen is going to clean up house just like that. It's every shot that matters. He takes down the 2 there.
I just like that so much from NPen. This man never has any hesitation, and it's just glorious to see. His teammate will make a move. He'll rock him with a call. It'll look so good overall as well.
Donnie and Aviv, though, 3rd, now 2nd, slowly rising their way up the ranks. It's looking pretty good.
And so far, we're kind of casting a net over the entire spot of NA East. Who's kind of been in that net, so to speak, man?
Thank you, Shai. Now, everyone at home, get notebooks out, get your notepads out, take notes. This is how to take a fight. We're looking at Nets right now, pick up such a good elim. And what I want to talk about here, right-hand peek. He's using the right-hand peek so effectively well to pick up that early elimination, and look at the amount of loot that they get from this. This is our 8th place team, remember, so huge elim for this team. Can they keep this going throughout the rest of the game? We'll have to wait and see.
Really like how many just sets up exactly what's going on off spawn for Nets. We now have that context for seeing them in towards the end game. Keep in mind, Monster, how fast he was with that right-hand peek too. I want to see if he can keep up that stamina all the way towards the end as well. I see some players really hot off of spawn, like Nets right there, losing a lot of their driving force when it comes to these final circles.
Yeah, but they've been able to do really well. Let's think about it. We're in game 3. They're in 8th place, so they have keeping up that pace that we're talking about. It's looking very good. While we were there, though, Spark is definitely going crazy. He's not trying to sit on no 0 points in this tournament. Not here, not this weekend. It's on to Curly, Baby, and Fazo, our 15th place bubble team that's going to fall there. So that's going to be a big momentum killer for them.
Yeah, I really like the tech that he kind of rocked with. Armored walls, one big thing you can do is just try to phase past them, commit fully towards an elimination. It really puts your body at risk, but if a player does go for that option while you go for the phase, it works out momentously in your favor, so Spark does exactly that. That's the best thing to do inside a Storm Fight as well. The more time you waste, the worse it is. For Hoopfishy, it's not even timed. That's an issue right now. It's getting over this hill. You can never really know what's going down vertically for you. Look at how hard it is to even see a player from this distance. Hoopfishy's trying to clap back. There's no chance he can really win this fight. And against 2 players. Does this man have butter around him? Why isn't any bullet hitting him? I'm so confused. 2 different POVs. Hoopfishy. This man's made of what? Mist? Nothing's landing.
Or magical juice. Maybe he just like bent backwards and went in slow motion and somehow dodged everything. I don't know. Playing a different game. Maybe in a different world too. That was Trashy was up top shooting downwards. uncharacteristic for him to miss those. Another team that's inside the top 10, so very cool engagement there. Here's Dalton and Adinho, that team that managed to pop off in game 2, had that high ground, finished up inside the top 3rd. Positioning there, it slides them way on up to a 6th place now. They're inside that conversation. We have the eyes on them today here. Now we get to focus in and see how they're playing in. Channeling that big player energy here. So far, it's looking pretty solid. No mini in sight for Adinho. He's got big pots and floppers. I like that. Bringing floppers into the endgame. It's not something you see too often. Very nostalgic loadout there. And so far, it's working pretty well.
It's a little bit of a great wall of Fortnite built in that river as well. Gonna be fun to see. For Neville and Crisp, I think this entire flavor of duo, it screams very solo-ish type of plays to me, especially in finding damage and finding spots as well. It's really good when you just stick side by side, but to really lock this in, they're tied 6th overall with Adinho, the people that go for height. That's a solo mentality versus duos overall. We've seen that break down over 6 games, Monster. The duos usually win right out towards the end.
Jump in with Ritual and TK. 12 damage below. Can this duo win in the end? Because they're going to have to if they want to maintain their position, their opportunity to stay inside the top 10. The option, though, not a great one. Muzz and Playify, who are in 3rd. This is their drop, too. Remember, they had Storm Surge issues because there weren't players here when they rotated. This time, the Islands, they're still here. Great loadout, and the damage is coming to them. The players have arrived at their doorstep. Muzz just clutched up that game 2 for the win in a spectacular fashion. TK and Ritual are honestly up for a big, big task here.
Might not be the exact players they want to have running through their spot. That being said, though, no matter how much time they waste here, the best portion of being here right now is that statue, just the overall foundation. They're going to be able to just fly right out as time trickles down.
And they're really smart. Notice what Muzz is doing. Notice what Playify is doing. They continue to back up. They're like, yeah, we'll waste mats because we know what you need. You need tags, and we don't.
Okay, hold up, though. 101 above. At some point, they might start to need to as well.
They're okay with that. I think they're absolutely okay with that. They are recognizing this duo is extremely desperate. They're going to take their time. There it is. If 2 more ticks come through and they hear the surge crack, the shield pop, they're going to know exactly what time it is. But here it is. Shots go in. Ritual gets punished first, but so does Muzz. It's looking pretty good.
Oh, they completely understand what's going down right now. All they want, you're just completely correct, Monsters. Wait for Surge to do as much damage. Get the guaranteed 200. That's kind of left over at just their effective white HP. So TK Ritual's on a timer for the moment. Playify Muzz, though, getting eerily close towards neutral on the threshold. Now they're clapping back. They want to be a little bit safe at least, just in case someone else picks up TK from range. But TK, we saw how many minis he has. He's still rolling right through it.
There it is. Another shot comes in. Playify gets tagged. Opening the same edit here can be very, very risky. He's allowing TK to figure out the angles, figure out the counter strategy. That's why Playify starting to get punished now. No longer with the element of surprise here. We're looking for the wall replacement. Surprise the pre-edit has it honestly came through. But he has started to run out of shotgun ammo and ammunition for the light machinery there. That combat SMG almost completely out. 3 bullets now, 2 in the shotgun. This is desperate.
Done their job enough in terms of getting the damage, though. They can't just lag around here for a long time because Zone has pulled slightly close to them. Muzz, though, not happy in the fact that they have to share this space overall. Not happy that the plan didn't go according to
Shield crack on
their
Ritual.
future. Yeah, they see exactly what's going down, but it's a risk to push that fight. Someone else can just rock in and steal their builds. Armored wall coming through, so they understand the desperation from the other side as well. No shields really popped just yet. Ritual and TK, they're running on fumes.
While all this was happening, another team actually rotated to their island to try to position up against them. I wonder how that's going to unfold. It could be disastrous for Muzz and Playify. Let's watch it. Clicks and Duke now on the rotate, currently in first place. No elims this game, but looking very, very good. Don't forget to follow at FN Competitive on Twitter to stay up to date on everything FNCS. If you're a fan of any of these players, so many just great content pieces and, of course, highlights of what's been unfolding here. Keep up to date with it. Of course, we have that FNCS Invitational right around that corner as well. Can't wait to see how that's going to play out and pan out around November. So definitely stay in tune with us.
That is a mini stake for some of these players that I think we'll touch on a little bit more closer to finals, right? Some of them who might have not had a chance, like the Phazos, to do so well across the year. They want to have a good placement overall to have a chance at that invitation. Knifer, though.
Oh my gosh.
Playing what? Tic-tac-toe or a light show straight up in the sky. There's no way he has a chance to counter that. Just rebooted. D-Roller will get him back up. Maybe there's a prize for maximum reboots per match per round. If there is, they win it.
Not looking good. As soon as he came out, just sliced and diced.
Well, they have 6 more splashes.
They have a lot to work with. It's looking good.
They can make it in.
See it. He's his teammate, though. Can't waste it. Okay. He's getting close. Where's the mad dash? When's it going to happen? I actually like this. They might have gotten really lucky. There's some leftover builds here to work with. Nope. Spotted now. Time to move and move quickly. Uh-oh.
That might cost him so much. Every time you have a little bit of pressure, this is really smart for both of them. It's about layer changes. So they go down first, then rise all the way up. Anyone trying to focus them might just see other people moving. They use that opportunity to get where they are, but they have nothing inside one of the inventories. Rise Trashy also moving in, but it always costs them so much to make even the slightest move, Monster.
Look at that, though. He lands right on top of Clix, and Clix is looking at that wall. Begins to take it there. Rise and Trashy have to back up, give them a little room. Duke is just not having it. Look at that. Check out the Catacomb. That's all Clix and Duke right there. They own majority of that real estate there that they've managed to build up on. Meanwhile, Scoped has made it out of Tilted Towers for the first time. We see him in a mid-game. He's sitting right on top of Day. Day, who no longer has Cease. They've just been going tit for tat, dropping one another, trying to really play this out.
They're going to push for it, but for Day and for everyone else on the server as well, they're under the same circumstances. They're playing Fortnite on insane difficulty. Duke and Clix are now getting the brunt force of it. Clix now down to almost 1 HP. Duke finally gone. So many splashes. A beautiful position. They're at a point, one of the only checkpoints, one of the only islands from point A to point B, from danger to safety of the zone. So many teams will be able to rotate through this. Knifer D-Roller being one of them. Look at this, from being inside the storm, a scuffed reboot, to having a grappler now on both players, minis, full HP, moving by. I might be speaking a little bit too early for Knifey here. He's still trying to move in and getting tagged up. The reason I call this insane, Monster, there are no save points in between these islands. It's maximum water. There are no safe havens. You have to make a mad dash, and that dash is so long with no breaks in between.
Yeah, I'm seeing that right here, and Clix is understanding that as well. He lands right behind an opponent. Armored Wall comes out to protect himself with the zone.
Oh no.
He's taking so much from it, and there it is. He finally gets safe now, elevates himself off that layer. He should be able to heal. He'll have 109 effective total HP after it's all said and done. But that entire rotate was absolutely worth it. He is now a single team away from the next placement threshold, the most important one, top 25, where you absolutely want to be. Here's Deja Vu, reminiscent of the end game where it finishes here with that natural geyser, that wind tunnel that allows everyone to rotate here. So no one should be having a problem getting across here. Viv and Donnie are going to play from low ground here. Try to get the front side as well. They try to go dead center, playing it slow and steady here, giving room for the others. That's why they're opting to commit to get inwards a little bit here, because it's going to become very vertical as everyone begins landing on in the inside.
We've already talked about the checklist for solo clutches as well for Clix. It's not about winning, but staying alive, dealing damage, and just making sure he gets as many points as possible. But no, right before the next placement threshold is trying to get divvied out, he goes down.
And the pre-edit as well. Ignile and Billy were absolutely ready. He couldn't even react to the walls getting taken out there. I think by the time he noticed, it was too late. There's Walkers getting pressure there. Armored Wall down low. Scoped and Visuals end up on the high ground. This could be a big comeback story for them. From Tilted Towers, having Visuals get taken out. Scope clutching up here. First set of big elims now to high ground, leading into the zone 6. Other big names still in the play, though. Muzz Qualifier there on the side. Keep eyes on them. Crisp here now sliding into top 5, but most of the other competition out.
For Scope Visuals, this might be an easy win, a guaranteed one almost, if we don't go all the way back to the foundation. If that glide is up top again, it's active inside this end game, high ground is not going to have a sense of control. We've already seen an NAE so far, Monster. No one really challenges height. In a water zone, it is 10 times harder to build all the way up. You barely have any mats to work with, and they're going full blue. There is no land available in this next zone. We're going straight out all the way to the ocean and sea.
Here it is. The blue sea is what's in front of them. Hopefully, The weather's clear to look out in the distance. Looks like it. There's not much separating them, which means there's going to be a big material commitment if you want to start positioning yourself from here to there. That's going to be difficult.
Players are already desperate. They're locking in. They're going for fights. They understand if they're low in mid-ground right now, it's going to cost them double the match to stay alive.
Let's watch it. Surge is also active. 9 players have to fall here. This is a zone.
Insanity.
Scope looking down now. 129 above. They'll be okay. Not a trouble in sight as no one is near their lair. Not a second height, anything like that. Everyone's just trying to stay low. Recycle what they can. Down goes Nets and Siki. 7th place. Nets is here. Being focused now. Ultimate low armored walls as well. Committing everything that he can. No Qualifier here. Teams being fragmented, broken apart on one of the more difficult rotates they'll see today. 90 below for Muzz as well. 7 players separate him. The Surge getting active here. 10 seconds before that turns online. Nets goes down. He needs 6 more. Will he get lucky in that regard? Can he find a refresh here? The only player in the sea right now. Edits come out. Nope. Trap. Caught.
Every time I'm tuning in with some of these players, I feel like I'm watching the end of the Titanic. Every single top player on NAE East drowning. Jackson, Dada, they're trying their best to just steer this ship on course. Tuning in with them in the best low ground spot possible. If their hull even ruptures slightly, they get sent down to the depths. Trashy and Rise, though, they want to take towards the skies, looking for any type of nutrition here. Up in the high ground, up in the clouds with the battle. A hard-fought one, all the way up top. Visuals expended so much to be here. Now just 8 builds remaining. It's going to be fine, though. No one else is looking up as he tries to fall down, though. Scope gets just his wings snipped, broken apart, crumbled down. No feathers to be able to keep him up. Drafting towards the air. Trashy and Rise, they've found their high spot now.
And I pay to see that angle one more time. The grapple glove is going to be the difference for him to slip on to that other side there and find those eliminations, find the angle there. And now we have that team on high ground. Fishy and Kaz, one of the only teams that were inside the top 5, making it this far, now breaking their way through. Aviv and Donnie as well have managed to snake their way across that rivers.
And now the cruise is over. We're back up onto land. Aviv and Donnie up to their natural habitat. But as he moves up, Donnie's and Aviv's, their legs just get clipped down. Dada now, a somersault in the air, but acrobatics are not allowed here. Police officer Trashy up top does not want to see any funny business. Donnie trying to move in, burnt by the storm. He finally lands down too, but has no match to stay alive.
Very low material here. Player behind the wall, he's gonna have to do something big. He's gonna have to hit a shot like he's never done before here if he wants to stay in the game here. 3 elims is great, but that's not gonna be enough. That's not gonna be enough to really push it here, to open up the distance between him and Clicks. Remember, they were just behind them, trailing. Now the standings get much, much closer as all the competition has already fallen. But Donnie has an opportunity here to truly break away. Rise and Trashy are also just climbing up, getting closer and closer. Remember, after this halfway mark, the more you earn now, the better you are in shape for the closeout. Nico, also a solo. He has to do big things.
Everyone just needs to live, but look at where we're going back to. It's the water. Donnie always having trouble. He loves to play that low ground lair, but the ground doesn't exist. The first shot he could land, that'd be huge for the points in the placement, but he doesn't. Chimps falls. Kaz drowns. Donnie just waiting inside the water for his chance to strike. He goes for a shot, just hits the fin of Oliver.
That's it. No!
Teo, you can pick up. It's not possible.
Someone else wanted more. You saw Teo do it. Now it's Peterbot's turn here. Starting to look in. They start breaking, focusing for height.
The second shot
has to be weak too. They've been focused multiple times. Elite's gonna fall their top 5. No longer in sight for him. 5 for everyone else though. Spades by himself. This is a big pick here. Player in his build. Peterbot goes for high ground. It's all or nothing now. He cranks, he gets trapped. It's looking good. Rise is smart, but Peterbot's quick. And now it's his high ground. 7 build. The commitment. Great pre-fire there. It looks good, but Rise is looking even better here. No more builds for him. They're committing to the zone. It's a 2v1 situation. They're looking for Peterbot. He's got the side angle. He's trying to steal away. He gets a placement point, and here, they have to commit. Down they go. Peterbot wins the stamina race up above, and it's his. But Rise and Trashy are popping off. 10 elims, make it 11. It continues to add up, and just like that, they win the game.
They take the fish out from the sea. They fight a magician on high ground that disappeared. Abracadabra. They get the VR. That's huge from Trashy and Rise.
And that was crazy too, the standoff up above as they knew, hey, if we jump too early, Peterbot's gonna take this all home, and they waited out. And that was almost a moment of like a standoff in a bluff type situation, and they've played it to the very end.
I like that from Peterbot. There were about 5 teams alive when he goes for a 1v2 retake on high ground, chopping it down 3 times by himself. I've never seen a single man with that much force a team off a fight. But look at Trashy, one of the only players we've seen get aquatic, get in the water, his gun doesn't jam, he hits every shot.
And he played it smart too. I love that. He used the grapple glove to slow himself down so they can buy as much time as possible as they come flying from the high ground. No, make that a nice little dive on into the low ground there. And that was an exciting game. That was just game 3. We talked about it. It's the halfway mark. So now we need the rest.
That is right, Monster D, Face, and of course, Shio, MDF, you guys eliminated every single time. But as you guys can see, we have a bit of a visual change here on the stage, and that is because it is the halfway point. 3 games in, 3 more to go here. And for a lot of these teams, especially Peterbot and Byla, where they don't have those much needed series points, they have to make it into the top 5 because they might not have enough to get into the semifinals.
It's a close running right there, but somebody who also made it close was Rise and Trashy, right? All the way up until the end. Phenomenal play out of them, and I love the fact that we saw scoped and visuals up on the high ground, but they just didn't have enough materials to hold it. They had 0 eliminations at this point right now, but look at Trashy and Rise, Jacob. 4 eliminations. That means they found the refreshes throughout that mid to late game transition, so they had the materials to build up, to hold it, and that is why they ultimately ended up with the Victory Royale. Now, I also wanted to talk about kind of the meta of this zone. We actually saw this game end with like a minute left in the game. We saw going into zone 9, the amount of players alive that we usually see when the game is ending. But it was just so hard because of these water zones. And it was also hilarious because the grapple gloves, you can't use them if you can't grapple to anything. If you're just in the water, there's nothing to grapple to.
Yeah, you're really going to have to think out of the box in the situation like that. And Trashy and Rise really do rise up to the top. And you can see there, Peterbot and Byla to kind of bring it back. You talk about the halfway point, 0 points game number 1. Minimal points in game number 2. So as they go back into the last half of the game, they're really going to have to dig deep and make up for lost time.
Speaking about Dig, we got Dig, Duke, and Click still in our top 5, but they do drop down just a little bit from that first place spot. Speaking of first place, we got Aviv and Donnie up there. Like you just said, Trashy and Rise are going to be in second, Muzz and Playify in third, and then of course Kaz and Hufishy in 4th place. Yeah, you guys, your picks are doing, yours is doing better. Yours is doing pretty good.
Yeah, don't forget that little bit of a home zone. They've actually had 2 today. First game didn't necessarily work out. A little bit of storm surge troubles, but it seems as if they have solved them, which is great to see. Actually, a face-off against Trashy during that mid-game for Storm Surge was great to see kind of the mechanics come out in such a way, and kind of worked out for both of them as they both did scrape into that end game right there, Jacob.
Yeah, and I like the way Muzz is playing. You talked about him being a champion in the OCE region coming over here, and that's the thing about Fortnite. Every single region has different playstyles, whether if it's a massive difference or not. It allows Muzz to kind of use that and adapt to the different gameplay that he's seeing, because he's one of the few players that can say that he has done something like that.
And we do like to focus on the end game plays here, but I actually want to look to Paper because it looked like he had a pretty good run there, but then fell a little short.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we saw actually he was in the top 10 at one point. I think towards the end of this game he did get bumped out. So doing very, very well, and also almost like a home zone for him as well, as he does land on the east side of the map over at the Sanctuary. It's also great to see that he does have these grapple gloves, and honestly, this is a kind of like a favorite for me sort of today. I was thinking about picking them because they've just been playing so solid throughout the round 4s that they do make it to.
And here we have it, 11th through 20th place, some big names there. The one that we just looked at was Paper and Lost Dash, currently in 15th place, and they did a really good job in Qualifier too. So hopefully in this next 3 games, they're going to be able to improve their game just like we saw there. D-Roller and Knifey, though, dropping down just a little bit. But of course, guys, this is what we're looking at right now, 1st through 5th place, and there's actually quite a bit of separation between 5th and 6th place right now. 13 points is a pretty significant difference for this part of the competition.
Yeah, it is going to be a big difference, but these guys have 3 more games, the final half of the day, to kind of make up for it. So depending on where you're actually at on the leaderboard might force your hand in one situation. A team that is going to have to force their hand, play a little bit better, is going to be Peterbot and Byla. They switched up their drop from Rocky Reels going over towards Greasy Grove. Yeah. It's just not the plan that they've had so far. They're really going to have to pick it up, but this is the game that they do it. Peterbot going ahead leading the charge. This is where everything came crumbling down, though. A big opportunity to make the play. Byla fell. It's all up to Peterbot. He still made wonders happen, picking up a couple extra placement points, but once again, it's not where the defending champs need to be.
I mean, this play right here, it just oozes confidence, right? And that's what we love to see. We know that they're the previous season champions. The first two games didn't necessarily go their way, but the fact that they are still confident in their ability to go for a high ground play like that, yeah, it didn't work out, but I mean, it was close, right? The mechanics were coming out. Peterbot was really going for it, and actually for a second there, he was above Rise and Trashy, almost being able to make a storm play, maybe take them out in a 1v2 situation. But honestly, I just want to see more of that, right? Like, don't give it up. You'd be like, oh, listen, high ground wasn't working for us in game 3. We can't do it again. Like, no, go for that again, and maybe next time the team that you actually go against on the high ground is a little bit more shambles than Rise and Trashy were.
And I want to keep talking about this team right here, Peterbot and Byla, because this is the halfway point. There's only, 3 more games to go. They clearly have an improvement right now. What can they do even more so to prove in game number 4?
Honestly, is proactivity. That's one of the biggest things that I've always said throughout Fortnite, is always trying to do something, whether you're matting up, getting information, spotting out a team that could be on the outskirts that you probably feel it could be in shambles, could have taken an early exchange. Third-party opportunities are going to be there for them. They just have to really pick and choose and not force their hand.
And what if we get another water zone like that? What's the best way to handle that? Should you stay on the low ground and go swimming, or go to the high?
The MVP was the geyser. It saves some mats for a lot of these teams, but throughout these water zones, those geysers aren't always there. So usually swimming's a pretty good bet.
All right, everyone, that is it for our little in-between segment here. And I know what you want. You want the action. You want the Fortnite competitive to get back to it. So let's just do that. It's game number 4 with MDF and Shio.
Game 4.
Swimming trunks for water zones, ice picks for the mountains. You never know what you need here in NA East, but there's one tool that you always have. That's your duo, that's your partner, because for game 4 Monster, it's Synergy that'll take the bait.
We watched it. We watched it play out. High ground was, again, that close encounter, that close engagement. Peterbot and Byla, they tried to be that duo. They tried to make that big play, but Byla in the end just got caught up, trapped in the Fisher's net, and down he went. But here we have it. Game 4 is here. We're past the halfway mark. We're jumping in to the championship rounds here. The final push to close things out. If you're inside the top 5 right now, you need to step it up. It's very, very close. There's no breakaway teams right now. Kelly was mentioning that 13-point spread between 1st and 5th, but honestly, that's nothing. Nothing. No one is safe right now.
That's 2 seconds in an end game. That's 1 elimination, sometimes even cascading right off of spawn into what happens for the rest of every game. 2, NPen and Mason, just a tough roster of players for them to be able to fight against. They're a very defensive duo that isn't usually proactive inside of fights. A lot of the lobby early on especially is so patient. Debo Threads, one of the biggest ones. This Shuffle Shrines fight, I'm thinking about how long it usually takes for these guys to find those first eliminations. Usually about a minute or 2 before they get the damage down.
Yeah, definitely. I'm liking what I'm seeing here so far today. Deb and Threads have managed to win the fight round after round up against Wanted and Rihan here at the Shuffle Shrines. Again, one of these dynamic POIs. In the feed, though, Cease catches a couple early elims. That's going to be important for him as he needed some.
Yeah, Fashion Pamsu as well, taking out Dada. There's going to be a huge driving force on how the mid-game looks like gone. And a big top duo rocking in inside NA East. Debo rocking in inside boxes as well. The first time where the fight doesn't go in their favor. Trade on both sides, though. Threads locking in the elimination. Shotgun versus SMG. Rihan with the big shots and the nice block, too. Threads has nowhere to go. And this time, it's this duo that wins.
He tried, though. The movement was good. He dodged a few, but once you get caught up like that, there's nothing much else left to say. Rihan and Wanted make it look nice and easy as we jump on into Threats and Macwood.
Whoa.
Story of sorts here. They clean things up. A new team lands on top of them. They want none of that. They kill the noise quickly. Threats and Mac will get gifted 4 points. And now they get to continue to move on. Aviv and Donnie, in the meanwhile, are leaders. Hanging down low, listening to all the action go down. And don't care about none of that. They're just trying to get looted.
Okay.
KTK heating up here too.
Yeah, this is completely opposite of what we saw in that last game. They were down on Surge, never really even took a fight. This time, easily, completely pouncing on what's going down. And that might just be the game 4 jitters for everyone else, like the people that just took out like Nevify. A lot of people really want to switch up the strategies. When there's so many people moving, you can count on TK to see through the noise.
Fleur and Bobby are right on his heels, though. Here comes the push.
Oh,
and in the distance is not looking good. Ritual's actually running because he didn't have much either. TK was out of builds. And the trade, Plur just drops him so quickly there. And a team that's in 34th is going to best them once again. This is the second game in a row now where Plur and Bobby have earned their points directly from eliminating TK. and Ritual here. And what was an extremely hot start for this duo right here, the one that will be my pick for finals if they can get there. Looking pretty tough. Down they go again.
Yeah, game 4 is not where they're going to be for the moment. Plur taking out weeks of revenge on many different people. We're looking to stop him in his tracks. I feel like this man has been the poster child of getting taken out off spawn. That's how Ritual went down from his POV. Now he's kind of claiming his name back on the NAE server as a man you do not want to mess with off of spawn. Playify and Muzz 2 times today where the zone has gone their way. They've completely had the islands encapsulated by safety from the storm. Thing is, though, they might not be used to that. It's very hard to play around the water as well. Business as usual now, not contested off spawn. Top 3 looking to move out of the water.
Yeah, game 1 was definitely their biggest struggle. Game 3, it was TK who was on the box, and we saw that fight and how that all unfolded. They had the advantage. It played well for them. They finished well beside the top 3 there, so it does end up going well. Here's a bubble team in the 14th. Fuse and Elsa looking pretty good. That's, again, that Tilted Towers drop spot. Visuals and Scope actually made good do their tilted win off spawn there, and they took it very far.
Yeah, record performance from Rise and Trashy in that last game, and now they keep rocking into familiar territory. Season Day. Now, when I use the term familiar territory, it's in a negative connotation for now because they're in a spot where, once again, one person is just used to going down, the other one looking for the clutch. It's not the best chance for them. It's up against Aminish as well. Day getting aggressive, the thing that he loves to do, but this time without a dual support on the backside, it might not be the best option, might not be plan A that he wants to rock in with. They're now caught between just the bottom side of Rave Cave, and Minish wants to move out, though, as more teams are looking top down inside towards where they're operating. They move apart. Cease and Day get to see another day.
That's huge right there. They get effectively saved because it was not looking good as Sparks and Minish were on those walls. And they were forced into armored play there, which effectively traps any of their exits. Now we jump on over to other fights. This game's off to a very, very fast start here.
Yeah.
Battles everywhere.
This is very similar to like game 2 when we had the Tilted Towers zone. We didn't have that 50-player Storm Surge that we're used to seeing in the 5th zone. So every time the map's more central, it feels like everyone gets squeezed. More of these 2v2 box fights happen all around the circle.
And these 2v2 box fights are going to be important. I mean, they're the bread and butter of your duo synergy. How well you guys operate with one another. A lot of the times we see teams questionably drop one another, but it sometimes just comes down to that communication and how you play with one another. Some of those stark differences we see in teams like Cease and Day in particular. We constantly highlight their dynamics and how that's going to work out for them. We see moments of greatness and other moments of rough patches where probably have to continue on. Let's jump into things here, though. We got Golden, we got Aviv. Or AV, we got Aoxy and Swirl. Swirl's down, though. No Shiesty in play here. So Aoxy's got to pop this one off by himself. Aoxy is one of those players that we've seen perform very, very well in solo settings. No stranger to taking on these 1v2 type situations here, but against a player like Aviv, against a Golden, these are pop-off, UM style players. It's looking pretty tough here. He's doing a great job defending himself, but he's got really nothing. What he's doing, he's forcing them into this high ground build here. Try to bait them out.
I'm watching a PG right now. What's going on? They're so high up in the sky. You risk dropping down to one of the mushrooms, break your fall? Does that even work?
No. I don't even know if that
Small
works.
ones?
Probably does.
Yeah.
Don't know if
no
it's
risk.
worth the risk.
Here is Team No Risk. It's looking like right now. Clicks and Duke have been playing pretty straightforward the entire day. Trying to get everything just locked down from power position to power position. Not even going for high ground too much. They're rocking around the mid. And as a result, their performance is anything but mid so far. Top 4, tied basically for first overall with about 6 or 7 teams. They're looking to just get out of that spot.
Yeah, and they were in first in game 3, but falling just shy. But hey, they earned themselves about 10 points or so, hence why they only fall 3 slots, making that much more competitive. Rise and Trashy slide and fight their way up to that top 2. We saw what they did that last game, a huge pop off for them.
I just like these guys so much and their style of play. They remind me of an elastic band, right? On 2 sides. You notice here too, they're stretched apart. But every time they come back together, it's just such kinetic force from both players. They end up with beautiful pinches. They end up using the space they create when they stretch out to just completely take their opponents out from a blind side, especially in endgame. Sometimes even in different layers, and then meet up once again, and always with a big shot to follow as well.
See how much force, that kinetic force can push them here as we start watching it all unfold. So far, it's taken them very, very far. Leading things. Here's Law, though. Paper. They were in top 5. 2 games in, that third one, another disappointing performance for them as well. Wanted and Rehart are just the thorn in everyone's side right now. Toppling over big team after big team. Paper's gonna get taken over there. And Limit Law is now left by himself. I guess the drop there, it's gonna be a dead giveaway for his position. Oh no, just the DMR falls out. Security, nothing you can do with that in this situation. He's probably hoping for a little combat SMG, that would have been nice. Maybe some armored walls, there it is. Uses the one he gets. Desperation now.
Oh, this is a turning point for Law as well overall. Top 11 for the moment. If he's able to somehow clutch this 2v1, there's a chance to go to Kondo.
Not looking good.
Get your teammate back. Right now you gotta watch your own. Nice. Prediction shot onto Wanted. Rehan now, he's bought a little bit of time. Look at his inventory though, so much shields. He's gonna have to pounce as fast as possible and convert off the damage he does against 2 players. That's not possible in this day.
Literally too good. There goes the counter edit. Law gets trapped again. Second time now. And this is it. No more exits. Wanted and Rehan looking from the 2 angles here. They're trying to play slow instead. We already saw the punishment that can come in. Look at that. He hits 2 more shots and finds himself a little more room. In these kind of situations, I mean, it's really all or nothing. See players pull every trick off the hat. All those chug splashes allow them to keep that shield up. That's been the difference maker, and they're probably so curious, like, dude, how are you able to take so much damage? Another counterfire there. And look at this. From what was so many heals, now they have to heal again, and it'll allow Law to get more minis off here. Another punishing shot there before getting tagged. He's also getting the benefits of the barrel from the other side. Man, he put up such a great fight there.
Yeah, and they pop off. You've heard about people popping tags when they're rich. In Fortnite, you pop surge tags. Mini, who's rich right now?
Thank you, Shy. Now, a team that's really preparing to get rich as soon as they can is Kaz and Hoofishy. This is a theme that I want to present. It's the proactiveness from this team. Maybe we'll see it from some other teams as well, but Kaz and Hoofishy being really, really proactive in getting as many tags as possible. Boxing up just outside of Tilted and really farming the surge on the teams that are rotating in. Will other teams pick up on this as well? We'll have to wait and see.
We just saw a POV of Law basically at war on 3 different fronts, probably aging by 50 years under the stress he's kind of under. At the same time, you look at Kaz, my man is like playing Galaga. He's just sitting on top, watching people move and left-clicking whenever he can. That's the difference when he's showing us. That's why Kaz is just so good. That's why we're seeing him in every endgame. Why are we seeing Donnie here all the time? Monster as well. Well, it's on one of 2 ways. I thought it'd be a good one. Sometimes it's Donnie going down, so that's going to be a tough spot for these guys.
Absolutely. Keep in mind, this is the #1 place team coming into this game, the first team to break the triple-digit mark. 103 is the mark right now. 61 damage below our Tilted Tower Warriors. Saw what happened in the early game. Macwood and Threats straight bodied the team that tried to land on them. They get the surge and they get out. They're happy about that. If even Donnie tried to stick around, and it's just crumbling before them right now.
It's down bad after down bad. They go from getting a bad grade at school to a rainy day to, you know, walking down the sidewalk and a car walks over a puddle, splashes them. Not only is Aviv down a teammate, they're so low on Surge. He's getting cascaded by the storm. You're in first place too, so like you just had an amazing weekend. You wake up on Monday and this happens.
Flat tire, wallet left at work, you know, just, it continues to compound here. Trouble comes in 3s for this man. It's looking like we're looking at 61 issues. It's the below surge that he has to deal with. Make that 62. He has to save Donnie as well. Just keep adding it up here. Great tags, though, as he starts to combat the problems that are before him. Aviv, first place right now, but he's not willing to give it all up. He's not going to roll over just yet.
Remember what you said too, Monster, at the start of this very game. The average placement between these teams so close. Not only that, but you mentioned how close the overall leaderboard is as well. Donnie Aviv in first. Yeah, it looks good on the podium so far. The actual stats show is just a 13 to 15 point difference. They can't go down. They can't skip this game. You highlighted that, and now they're in trouble.
He's got to be careful, though. As I was about to call it, a team was directly behind him. They are rotating on his direct path, and bam, just like that. It's Threats and Macwood. Long behold, the story goes full circle. The team that they probably are gritting their teeth at the most because they've been contesting them at the drop.
I swear to God, these guys drink like a potion before the game starts where they're only allowed to eliminate each other. No one else can touch them. Game after game, it's Betch eliminating Donnie walking in, taking out Macwood. It's always them two, and it's not even ever usually off spawn. So just nuts to see that relationship go from the start towards the end of the game. Oliver, OG, and Jeff, very interesting how these guys are now playing together. I feel like this is kind of the misfits overall of the region, finally finding a home with each other.
In the end, it's a bit of a fairy tale dynamic here. Jeff and Oliver OG find each other once again, and the story continues, kind of loops. We've been here before. We've seen Jeff. We've seen Oliver OG. They've clutched up. Good for them to find each other one another again. And remember, that was because Peterbot and Violet broke up, so they actually exchanged teammates for a weekend here.
The Real Housewives of Rocky Reels is, it's always drama in NAE East.
That's how it played out. Clicks and Duke, though, the drama for them is that they were in first as well, and they slipped 3 placement points. They earned a little bit last game, but not too much. Shadow and Walkers have an issue right now. It's the Surge here. They're one of the few teams below. There's a team in the distance getting shot at, though, so you have options here. They see a player that's going to expose himself. Up they go. Walkers gets tagged in the back, and another big shot there, too, and that's it. Now out of shield, the Surge is literally hitting them right now. In the box he has to go. These weapons need to be reloaded now. It's not looking too good here. They are moments away from potentially getting taken out before they find a couple more there. Oof.
This is overall tough, too, because you think about the mentality these guys are rocking in with. Round 3, amazing. And I feel like this happens every time. The team that does so hot, they run out of stamina walking in. Think about the way these guys qualified today too, Monster. They already played almost 10 games before this qualifier started. They're rocking in, having to do it all again from square one.
It's the reverse Bizzle effect. Do well in the pop-off lobbies, the low-round qualifiers. In finals, it's a little bit tougher. For Bizzle, put him in finals, he does well. Qualifiers, that's the tough part. Let's jump to Pump and Teo, though, a team that's been very consistent today. Saw the exchanges last game. The biggest ones were the fact that they took out TK. Let's watch it here, though. This is how they managed to find their first set this time. It's a big shot in an opener. Very sneaky play there. In the midst of all this danger, though, you saw all the players that are nearby, and look at this, man, just to hold him inside the storm line. And now the tags come in. It made it a good time for us to jump on to them, but unfortunately, as we start to see the downfall of this duo here. Ooh, yeah.
There's a cost of setting up traps like that. I mean, it's desperation, though, because you're lower on Surge. It's a tough way to move. And I wanted to talk about exactly this, too. It's a decision and kind of a consequence of this zone, the desert zone. There's not much to really hide behind. There's seldom hills, and they're able to see everything on low ground. It's not like moving around in tilted. It's basically like operating on water, except you're allowed to basically build overall. Like, there's not much to really hide behind. It's mostly just natural low ground. You have these valleys, but sometimes they can be pitfalls too.
Yeah, it becomes very linear. Teams will start to eye you up and just bury you down, especially if they pull the zone first. So take a look here. Look at how much it cost them just to get to a respectable position. A third of their material count. Wells is now down to 105 builds. You have to assume Playify a little less than that as he put all the work in to trail behind there. Elite and Glacier looking to try to have a comeback story for themselves as they've managed to perform well in that last one.
They're slyly just rocking in. Crouching behind this huge sand dune. On the other side, they're going to have to surf all the way down. Elite might go for the slide soon enough. There it is, using some of the builds on the left side. Caster can't really see their box either, so they rock it in a glorious position between two huge communities of players and builds.
Very rarely will players make that rotate and get away with it for no builds. And that was just excellent timing there. Casker and Nico, not too far off from Casker there. Let's watch it. Who fishing cat shots coming in now. And this is the effects of coming in late. Your builds are fresh. You're going to be the first person to get targeted. Is D-Roller and Knifer? We saw what they could do, but this angle from Who Fishy. Hello, controller players, rise up. That was a linear burst right there. There was nothing you can do about it. Who Fishy just had the angle before the defensive edit can even come out, it was over.
The deep tombs of these builds as well. Momentarily, in 15 seconds, we get to be pharaohs of the desert, of the land so far. No one has center position. Everyone's banking on the zone to pull near them towards the edges. D-Roller finally found out too. He's gonna be put into that sarcophagus, get locked up, found out who knows when, but he's not gonna be here for this end game. For now, Who Fishy gets close and personal. Grappler active as well, but it's so hard to use in this type of zone.
That's right, time to dust off the webs. Look at the rotate, it's going far south here, and most of the teams up top have to worry about it. 54 below for Trashy and Rise, our second place team. Pressure's on to perform now more than ever. Where is Rise? Trashy's looking around, he needs to heal his teammate. He doesn't want to be selfish with it, there it is, he finds him. And now they slow down. Big pots come out, splashes come through, 77 below, and it's a very, very long cross here. I'm guessing they full splash, grapple glove to the front, and start shooting backward. Otherwise, I don't know what else you can do here. No one's got the edits open. They're thinking about it. A moment's hesitation could be all she wrote here. And the damage is still coming through. They go for the open edit. A tag, that's not enough. They need a little bit more.
Cracked again. There it is. Big beam on the chimp. They should be looking good. Just 25 above. Now their weapons, their guns gonna be locked out as they're gonna have to move.
Rise, please.
Botched edits. Rise needs to start to go, and there it is, finally up in the air. Jumping team after team. All these chances to get tags now just denied as they have to catch up with time. Rise moving in. No one those really taking shots from the other side. 54 players up and alive. 4 need to go down for Surge to stop. 143 above is Rise and Trashy now as some other teams can't really meet the mark. Where's Trashy though? I didn't see him really make it right beside him. Quicks and Duke, they might be the ones solidified, ready to go as a duo, locked in to win this endgame.
Trashy's way in the back. Looks like he was making the super late rotate. Take a look though. Duke and company have to pop off right now. Looking around. He's got the cone here. The information's there, but nothing just yet.
Once the sands settle in this endgame, we get to truly see what this leaderboard looks like without ties. Everyone so close hand in hand right now. A couple of these top 10 teams already fallen. It's up to Duke and Clicks to start to rock in. Take that throne all the way up top as Kings of the Desert land here on the NAE server. Game number 4. We're about to start that end game. Blake and Vert looking to just maximize their spot, but they have to move up north.
They have to be careful though. Adinio is actually looking up at high ground. We already know these guys are pretty wild and they're willing to play for high ground. They've had success with it before. On the other side, a team that's just inside the top 25 looking to make a big play is poising up against them, and that's the fight here.
Want to tune into this hype fight though. It's going to be Shore actually.
And Zypha.
All the way up top, looking to have a little bit of control of this game, get back into acting force. And then it's stick side by side. Blake's going for it. Zypher also building. Shore finally gives it up though. It's gonna be too much to maintain. They don't have that many mats.
It cost them a lot. They're really, really low now. Shore on the other side have a little bit more to work with. A great game for them. Already at 3 eliminations and now an end game. Here it is. Top 25 is the cascading, rewarding points here for placement. That's exactly where you want to be. Glace using every moment now to try to optimize the builds here. Optimize the distance and go the distance here.
On high ground, the clouds, the skies, they look completely clear. But on low, it's a sandstorm. You can't really decipher what's going on around you at all. Muzz in a state of panic. Play a fight, low on HP as well. Degen wanted silver down. So many people just picking apart players left and right. More even moving forward. Chip's using as much time as possible before he moves, and that's options available because of that grappler. Rise, though, finally down. Oliver OG picks him up as Day also activates in the feed.
Lucky for us, we don't need a specialist to break this one down. 8 players have to fall. The zone's going far west. This is all new territory. We haven't touched here before, so it's going to cost material, and you're seeing it start to come to life and take to fruition. It's digging deep, but Chimp is popping off here. He finds Shore, he finds Zypha. Great tags. The zone's doing the rest. How long can they wait there? Meanwhile, Day falls to play a fight. Muzz is happy about that one. Direct competition already out now. And look at the rotate here. One more grapple separates him from the front of the zone, and he just go ahead and commits to it. Here's Trashy's perspective. Holding on to first, barely though. 2 elims. Surviving, making placement, looking good.
Stick game is just so sticky. No player even just going down. Finally, Adinio almost falls. It's Rayhan to go down first. Zypha also taken down. PlayFi absolutely cleaved out the side. Muzz has to leave his teammate behind. Now, operating off a higher layer, Duke and Clicks down below in the sand and the dirt. They find a huge tarp to be able to move. This is an oasis in the middle of this desert. Meanwhile, up top, look at this pyramid. It's Byla and Peterbot sky high.
Once again, they fight for high ground, this time with success. They're now about 50% of the way through. Can they continue to hold this out here? They have just enough builds to do devastating work to the rest of this lobby. Trashy, however, trying to put up more offense here on the mid-ground layer. Can he force these guys off?
Trashy's our first player POV in terms of just overall the podium, the first place hold on. He's in that spot to keep making those points. Rise, rise, and rise. Blake, though, he's moving in. Top 10, wants to make a difference and get up those standings. Pamsto taking a few knocks, too. He's catching up. Blake trying to make this clutch work all the way on the backside. Trashy's still getting points, landing big shots. Now finally down to his single piece of builds left. He's at 120. Really wants to buy that space.
A lot of key players in the game right now. Duke and Clicks being one of the sets, and they're down low. They're in the front side of the zone. Look how they cut this team off and drop them quickly, making easy work and also revealing all that loot that they're gonna need in the feed. However, it's continuing to fire up. We're inside the top 10. Chip is trapped. One shot is what he's gonna need. He slips out the side. He's escaped for now. How much longer? Not much. He's down.
Trashy down. Duke and Clicks now a chance to go for first place. They need about 4 points to grab that top seed. So they're going to be backing up straight into different builds and walls, somehow still having that so far. Caster Nico also not really running on fumes just yet. Fash taking out Plur. Pamsto still active. 10 E-lives, double digits for the duo. And they're not stopping, rising out of the ground, resurrected up towards Clicks. And Duke on the backside can't find the edge of the wall. Duke though, window open. It's time for a hot breeze. There goes Fatch. Pamsto now has to go up as his teammate goes down.
The straw hat, the house comes crashing down. It's all over. Pam's now left by himself. Duke and Clicks continue to hustle on this low ground, and they're emptying all the pockets here. They're now at 5 E-limbs. They got a set on the other side. It's Nico and Casker. The edit. He works them with a 133. Can he get the follow-up? Of course he can. And there it is, the follow-up. It's 2 more. And look at that. They're now at 7 eliminations. They're fighting their way to that first place spot as Byla and Peterbot manage to find themselves 8 E-limbs. It's looking great.
Everyone going towards the double digits. So now it's the final 2v2. Sand coffin down below. Up top, Byla, Peterbot looking for the burial. Clicks and Duke, what can they do to find a little way to get out of this asphyxiation? The suffocation down below is just so hard to look, to breathe. Byla, Peterbot are just splitting mats, armored walls too. It's genius. They have so many builds to work with. It's all about a slow game here. Just keep buffeting them. Buy this and sandstorm of bullets from up top to down low. Duke and Clicks can't really do much sharing. Wall after wall. They don't have any type of sights on high.
2 ways they can play this. They can use the armor walls to buy time or cut them off. Peterbot's gonna go up, so he's going to the buy time strategy. You hear the 1 come out, you hear the 2. He's solidified on the grounds now. It's all or nothing. Here it is. We talked about oxygen. Pull out the tanks. You're gonna need it. Clips finds a huge one there. The siphon buys him a little more, but we already know who's on top. Peterbot looking down. He's got a little bit of heals to work with. He found a tag onto Clicks. That's his knock, and he can get the finish.
All he has to do is wait for that Siphon to come in. Duke knows that too. He has to go for the shot. 15. Magnus left 5 to none. Clicks now down. Siphon coming in for Peterbot. It puts him up above Duke with the final shot. It's not going to be able to land. It's Peterbot for the win.
We've seen Peterbot win these one-on-ones, clutch moments before, but it's always so impressive. 10 E-limbs as they rank their way on up. And again, a second high ground attempt there. This time it works out.
It's just genius for them to just be able to take that height all the way towards the backside. It was chaos on all layers too. The fact that Clicks and Duke survived that long as well with so many teams in the Fray Monster, that's 2 just perfect positions of play.
We talked about it. The stream said it. Stream the game, you'll do better. They're up there first. Peterbot and Byla win game 4 though, and a comeback story for them puts them back in the conversation. And who knew all it took was a little break, right, between the 2. That's how relationships work. Sometimes a little time is all you need, and we had enough time to count those points, I'm sure of it. So we're gonna send it down to Kelly.
The fan favorites versus the reigning champs, but it did come down to being the champs, having that experience, breaking up, coming back together. I mean, they had that in spades.
Yeah, I mean, Peterbot and Byla up there, up top, but then Clicks and Duke down low, absolutely stomping everybody that wanted to play that low ground. They were just doing so well, very cohesive in their box fighting ability. We saw it against Casker, right? Like, it was like an even fight. Both had 100 health and 100 shield, and then all of a sudden, Casker and Nico, they're just gone, right? Clicks jumps in, gets quick 2 eliminations. They're just way too good. But honestly, towards the end of this game, I wish Clix and Duke would have decided to build up and go for that build battle at the end a little bit faster, right? Because they spend all those mats kind of building this tarp from the low ground. Why not just go for it a little bit sooner so that way you have more mats to kind of support that push? But I'm just nitpicking here. I mean, a second place, really, really good out of this duo.
Hey, if anybody can nitpick, it is definitely going to be you, Vivid, out of all of us. But I kind of agree with you right there. But Clix really showing up big. And my theme for the day, honestly, is momentum, carrying it from round number 3 to round number 4. Duke and Clix, they didn't necessarily finish in that top spot, but they went ahead with their backs up against the wall. They clutched up big in round number 3, and that's what they're using to propel themselves to the top of the leaderboard here in round number 4.
In such a short amount of time, going from 3 eliminations to 5 to 7 to 8 now. I mean, this was, although not as good as they wanted, pretty dang close. And here we have it now, back up in first place, ping-ponging back and forth, but still staying in our top 5. Of course, Trashy and Rise are going to keep strong in second place. Muzz and Playify jumping up just a little bit. And then, of course, we got Jeff and Oliver in 4th. And then dropping down, it's Donnie and Aviv. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about this team because I feel like I don't see enough about them.
Oh, yeah, that was just a straight up rough game right there. They got absolutely laid out by Threats and Mackled, right? Like, it was the striker burst rifle from both of them to just put Donnie down almost instantly. We were reacting to it backstage. We were like, what just happened? Kind of reminiscent of the bolt action sniper rifle days. Are like, did he just get hit by that? Like, did he kind of get that into the game somehow? But no, I mean, the one thing that I love to see that game was Peterbot and Byla, because we said it at the end of last game. We were like, listen, we saw them go for the high ground. That means the confidence is still there. They are still good and they know it.
Yeah.
In this game, they run it back. They go for that high ground, Jacob.
Yeah, the name says it all. Peterbot Systems Online. Sometimes it takes a little bit while to get that computer warmed up, ready to go. But once it's ready, it is taking off. And Top G Byla. Top G says it all. From the high ground, controlling the pace, controlling the tempo. Even towards the very end, they had their roles and their strategy played out. They knew it could come down to a heal off. They gave it all over to Peterbot, and they sent Byla down low to try to hunt. Even though that plan didn't work out the way they did, their number one plan for Peterbot to heal off definitely did, especially when he picked up that siphon on Dukes, which allowed him to outlast Clix.
And look at that, jumping up 15 placements now. Peterbot and Byla just 3 points away from getting to that top 5. And I was talking about how there was a lot of separation between 5th and 6th place. That has completely changed now. From 3rd all the way down to 9th place is only a 16-point difference, which you know you could easily make that up in just one game.
Yeah, you very easily can. And honestly, it's not easy to find those games that you can make it up when you're a duo, which is why we love to highlight these solo performances. Like we saw Trashy in the end game. Rise went down really, really early on, and Trashy was able to pick up a lot of points as a solo. But somebody else who did that was Muzz, right? Like, you know, he was in the end game. Playify went down as well a little bit early, and then Muzz was just running around on the low ground as a solo. I'm not sure what placement he actually got to, but I did see him get at least into that top 15 as a solo, and that's why they're still in that top 5, Jacob.
Yeah, consistency is going to be key for them. You had such a start in the beginning of the day. You built yourself a little bit of a cushion from you and the rest of the lobby, and your teammate goes down. You almost feel that pit at the bottom of your stomach. Oh no, everything is crumbling down. But Muzz, we keep talking about it. Champion on another region, trying to do it here. All the confidence in the world. And you got to think, man, the energy from not only the chat, but the energy of an entire region cheering you on, saying you can do it. That's something that's priceless and is unmatched.
Yeah, unmatched. And obviously here we have 2 more matches to go, everyone. That was just game number 4. 2 more opportunities for these teams to climb up the leaderboard and reach that 5th place spot. Guys, there's so much going on now. I really cannot wait for our another game, and it's going to be game number 5, guys. So let's just hop right to it with our casters. It's MDF and Shia Wager.
Game 5.
Penultimate stakes, more than ultimate action here in NA East. Game number 5, and the leaderboard monster could not be more alive and close than it is right now.
We see it. Teams are jumping up 15, 5, 3, 4 places, and it's becoming more and more condensed, more and more dense at the top. We have a true race here, and we're only 2 games away from really figuring it out. How is this story gonna play out? What is gonna be our final standings when it's all said and done? I mean, right now we're watching teams really pop off and play at an exceptional level.
Yeah, and right now, that exceptional level might just generate down to tomfoolery. Merc, Naves, PD also on the other side. They're all going to just go all in for it. In game 5, you try to do just completely different things sometimes. Switch up the frustrations that have been going down, the game strategies that haven't worked from the start of the day. And over here, that's not going to be looking too good for ZPXY. It's going to be tough overall for this duo to really come back. Once again, I'm not sure what it is about this house, if it has a certain type of history, but apparently it is well fought for.
Yeah, definitely. It's all or nothing over here. I mean, listen, Merc and Names has managed to pull up 42 points. That's nothing to overlook. You saw the standings there. It's very close, and you only need about 90, so they're a win away from actually jumping into the conversation. It's pretty far, and it'd be a big win, but it's not impossible. The problem, though, is there's so many other teams playing very, very well. Watching it just round after round, like literally incredible performances. Donnie and Vive being one of the few. They have more troubles here, though. Threats and Macwa did not clean up the trash that has been landing in this general area again here. So I don't know what's going on right now. Let's take a wide shot here. Oh boy.
What the heck?
A lot of teams. We have Crazy and Revise decide to come here. Another squad of Sin and Edge down low. There are now 4 teams here.
I guess if you're in a Carfufo, land at the Bugle. That's the only thing I can think of, I guess, you know. In a little bit of a pickle, go to the news station. That's what we're looking at right now. Mac with threats, they're not going to expect this much of an onslaught of players landing by. I think a lot of these guys are usually on the outskirts, looking good and playing their own games. But definitely, as I mentioned at the start of this game, you start to switch things up. You realize you might need an extra elimination off of spawn. You need maybe 5 or 6 more points. You go for these risky pushes.
But the best drop here is definitely of even Donnie's. They've been consistent here. Take a look at the loadout. Once again, they are in just such a great position. I don't know what it is about that bottom portion there, but there's so much dense loot that it just plays very, very well. They haven't had a time where it didn't look very good for them. As we jump on over to other early game eliminations happening here at the Sleepy Sound. What I like about this general area is Pam and Thatch typically come in with the rotate, but it looks like Solo Pie is off in distance. We have another player here. Johnny and company down low. Let's see what Johnny can do.
He can rat-a-tat these walls all he wants, but they're not going to break anytime soon. Finally gets the control of one, but yeah, just as expected, Sin drops down. He's been bullied so far every single game. Johnny trying to find exactly where to look next to land even a single shot, but they've both kind of lost exactly who they're fighting. So Johnny looks over for a second, almost physically, comedically timed too, and then just backs off completely.
2-shot not being the weapon of choice this weekend. We've seen a lot of striker action being the, you know, what's hailing at the top of the peaks here.
On Friday, we saw a little bit of that 2-shot action.
So much.
Legendary variety was really tapping down, but yeah, the striker has been the power weapon of play so far for Sunday.
Definitely. For Phazo and Curly Baby, though, this is all they got. Double combat SMG, D-Gen down low. They've been able to win this fight. They were doing so well in the first 3 games, but the last 2 really playing like a spoiler for them, as they've been taken out a little bit earlier than they would have liked. Although they're winning the drop for the most part, it's really about what they've been able to do afterwards. Lack of those end games is really starting to show true. You need those placement points if you want to be in that conversation, that competitive reach for top 5.
2 games, you can still do a lot with it. Unfortunately, though, in this lobby, it might not be as much. Usually we see people jumping up in the 30-point thresholds a lot of the time towards the top 10, top 5. A lot of the times we see big swings on the board. But so far, it's just been going up in 15s and 20s.
Donnie got
top 10. Top 10, that's huge. One big one under his belt. Revise now down. Who's next over at the Bugle? I think Curly, D-Gen over here, this fight will go on forever.
Let's take a look at that highlight right there. We didn't miss it. We're going to jump right to it. Aviv and Donnie end up jumping right onto Revise, box him up, get the full finish here just outside the Daily Bugle. That's their rotate. They're trying to leave the drop, and they get rewarded with the siphon, the material, and everything they'll need. Cost them a little bit. You can see the material count very low, but you don't really get much from Bugle when it comes down to mass anyways. It's about this rotate here. Starts to round out your loadout. It's going to be tough for them to find metal, though, because they didn't get to really sit there and optimize on that, capitalize on their drop.
Glorious part about the north side is there's many towns, lots of bridges as well, so they'll be able to move early and find that metal. Meanwhile, we can give a few medals to Duke, Clicks, Trashy Rise, Must Playify. I mean, they look exactly how the leaderboard looks right now in terms of just what the positionings are. Elims today are going to be the focus and the deciding factor between a bunch of teams, and they're all playing consistently. Legend Degen, despite finally going somewhere, that is sending Curly home.
D-Roller and Knifey looking inwards, trying to see what they can pick apart from that, but it's all bones, all scraps, it's all over. Rise and Trashy on the rotate as well. Most important parts of the games are right here, right now, as you start to play this one out. Chip and Spade on the comeback story. They find Macwood. They're feasting on the material here, on the loot that was delivered. Just a single Elam, by the way. Shows you that Macwood is just way off on his own there.
This is definitely a game 5. It's definitely odd numbered and odd as well for Macwood specifically. You never catch him this far on the north side. Usually we see a lot of central rotations from that duo, but because of all the weirdness off spawn, so many teams landing up top in the Bugle, they're forced a little bit north first. That's Spade and Chimp's home. This is what happens when there's invaders. Chimp wants nothing to do with it, no conversation, just bullets and shots. Macwood clapped down.
He said, here's a ball, let me trap you in it. That ball, be the cone.
You are mine.
Captured and eliminated. Look at the high ground hold right here, Duke and Clicks. We spoke about the fact that they had a taxi now, one of the few vehicles, changing up the strategy, trying something new. I was worried about whether or not it was going to be able to work out because of the drastic play style difference, but it works. They're in first right now, and by a fair margin, starting to break away. The qualifier points were 152 and 150 before. They're at 130 or so. This game could be the difference here. One more good game, and that's it. They go to finals. But those other spots, everything's still up for grab. Anything can still happen right now. Zone starting to close now, 60 seconds here. The speed at which it's moving, telling us it's going to go pretty far.
Sign has to be able to get a good leg on the action.
Is that a rocket
boat missile?
Boat? Yeah. I was like, what is in the game that can
they
shoot
got
this?
proximity launchers back? What? Fortnite status? What's going on? Nah, just the boat. If I Muzz or Big Chilling 2 on the backside. Jackson and Dada. This is just unfortunate. Gotta have splashes, right? Okay, Med missed on one side. Imagine there was like a random, like, the storm does more damage mechanic. They're like at 10 HP, it just triples up for like 3 seconds. They're gone.
Might be called storm sickness. Sitting around for too long. We'll see it. That timer being roughly around that 5-minute mark, so both of them are going to have to really get going here. That's effectively about 2 zones where, and with how far south it's pulling, I mean, you saw when we were at Sleepy Sound, it's moving pretty fast. It's going to be quite a ways out. Let's see it. Just a couple moments away from the new zone revealing itself.
Not the water. Woo!
Center.
One time we actually don't curse the monster. We did it in Qual 3.
Oh, you. Don't put me in that conversation. We watched Sayo on Friday make 3 crazy calls. They all came true.
I should have called the water again. That was a fun game 3. That being said, Violet Peter Bot probably don't want that too much. They need their legs on the ground so they can jump up straight all the way towards heights. Right now, 7th place. They're going to need that boost.
Definitely. Bali's going to get tagged. It's going to cost him a couple splashes here, potentially. He's thinking about it. He switched on over to Big Pot. They're going to go for the single heal off themselves. Let's see it here. That's a bit of a misplay. Could have just double splash here. Peter Bot could have used the 40. Save themselves a big pop-up. We'll see what happens later.
Kazu Fishy in the sights of Donnie, Trashy, Rise. So many people up top, but one thing I noticed so far in NA East, I know that Mini Miner has a big brain. I know Oliver OG has a big brain too. What are some of the similarities between you two, Mini?
So many similarities indeed, but what I really like about Oliver OG right now, he picks up a shield keg and throws it towards where he wants to set up for Storm Surge. He throws it away, and then while he's getting these Storm Surge tags, it enables him to heal up. A lot of teams would have just thrown that shield keg down and then healed up down on the low ground, and as a result, he picks up a huge tag, which enables them to keep above the Storm Surge as much as they can. So if this team are above the Storm Surge, you'll see it in a sec. There it is. There's the big tag. And if this team are above Storm Surge, have a little look later on because they did so well here.
I see Mini do that in real life as well. Sometimes if he has food, instead of eating breakfast, he tosses it in the car eats it there, so he's more efficient with his time. It is messy, right? And my steering wheel's starting to get sticky, so maybe I have to make him stop doing that. Oliver OG, though, keep up those strats.
Keep up those strats. Manny Miner, clean up after herself. That's the moral of the story right now. Gasker and Nico here, top 8 looking good. 99 points, just shy. We saw how close it was. Couple eliminations away from really putting themselves in that top 5 conversation. It's really anyone's ball game right now. Here's a look at Jeff's perspective. No Oliver OG. The big brain might have been too heavy on the knees as he was trying to run to the shuffle shrines.
That's tough. That is mega tough. Well, at least they're good on Surge-ish, right? That could be 239 below.
Remember, when your teammate gets taken out, I mean, there goes the Surge too, so really has a lot of time to make up for right now. He's got the grapple glove. Finds a player standing out in the open. Oh, huge opportunity here. And this guy's going for the trade. That's great. 3 tags, what should have put him in the clear, doesn't, which means that other teams are getting active right now. Here it is. He opens up the edit. Law, meanwhile, once again, papers down. Law's left to try to clutch this one up again. It looks like he's in Muzzafy. Yeah, the duo, Muzzafy's territory, but it's not them. It's TK and Ritual who are here to fight. They already have 3 elims. They're trying to make that desperate story, that desperate comeback conversation we talked about, that possibility. A big game and a win, and you're back in the conversation for game 6. These elims, 5 already in this early situation is huge for them. They go from outside the 30th into top 25, and now become a bubble team of sorts for the game.
Want to get at least like 30 points here if it's a really good 140 to boost themselves up to the moon of the top 5, and then lose those thrusters, just play consistently towards game 6's end game. This is game 5 though, so a bunch of teams are kind of under that same type of influence, game strat, POV, whatever you want to call it. Billy and Ignalite gonna be in that situation as well. We just saw a POV of 25th. They're in 23rd, so don't even need the 5 elims to be in the same spot. But they're probably going to need some type of damage if they want to make it out of this one.
Definitely going to need to do a little more. We all know the biggest issue for space engineers, not the thrusters and getting the spaceship to the sky, it's making it land safely. And right now, we're on that curve. We're on that downward trajectory right now. The Surge is already active. This is it. Don't hold your breath, Jeff. You're going to need to do a little more. A couple minis is not going to cut it. He's one of the 3 players who have to get active here. He's got the team in the distance. It's about hitting the shot. No headshots just yet. You know he's going to be upset about that.
Not even close to the zone for the moment right now. There's a bunch of teams on the left and right, so...
That's Bila and Peterbot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You're just seeing the difference between both teams. I mean, Jeff so far has just been playing really well with Oliver OG. It's 4th versus 7th, but if he goes down here, that's a big spot for Peterbot to be able to catch up with Bila.
That's the thing. That's a direct competition. Jeff and Peterbot potentially would have clashed there, but Jeff gets out of there. I think his senses started going a little crazy. He recognizes, hey, this guy's getting a little close. I don't see the duo. And he starts to invest in exiting. And just like that, he falls. Those points go to Peterbot. They take 5th. And just like that, they exchange. Also, placement points too. That was worth much more than just an elimination. It was a denial of any points to Oliver OG and Jeff's opportunity there. And a direct exchange to Peterbot and Bila, whom, by the way, again, we talked about the history. We're just playing with one another, so it digs a little deeper, hurts a little more.
Definitely fresh in both of their minds. The biggest thing to pay attention to is that 1 elim just changed 7th to 5th, right? That was a 4th place POV, so Jeff going down doesn't even matter too much. They're not even being taken over in points just yet in terms of how close things are. But it's just 2 points is separating some of these teams and about 5 separating the rest from catching up. Duke is one of the players with clicks right now who's looking up top and looking nice, and they have a nice stretched out position for the moment. 2, I mean, Click's nowhere near this bush, but Duke is looking mighty fine and alive.
It's looking like another one of those days where it might just come down to that victory royale moment in the end with how close the standings are becoming. The more of our top 10 teams that failed, the more opportunity bubble squads start to have the chance to jump up and make this a little closer. Speaking about those teams that are inside there, Muzz and Qualifier being one of the few. Right now, getting active. Halfway through the material count. This is 4th on 3rd. Very, very direct implications between these two battling right now. Aviv and Donnie being that team on the other side. We know they have the tags. We know they have the elims. They had a couple in the early game. Big trades from both sides there now. Of course, Qualifier on the defensive, but Muzz was hurt too. You saw the zone. It pulls directly west. Everyone here is going to have to move soon. They're going to start weighing their options here. Trashy, Rise already gone. Seconds out of here. But 5th and 4th are lingering. 3rd place lingering.
They're all side by side.
Ouch.
They all gotta move. Desperation for the moment. We're not gonna be sure exactly what Surge fully looks like for the team now. But Donnie, Aviv, right on the brink. And reminding you guys, this is literally off of being contested off spawn as well. So impressive they're doing this well today. So impressive too that a low ground team has fought in 2 different water zones and is in the top 5 in game number 5.
And if it wasn't already difficult enough, you have our 7th and 9th place teams in front of them looking to get to the zone first. And you know what happens? They're going to get there. They're going to start turning back. Chip is going to find some huge shots right here. It's going to open up a potential opportunity to dive, but no. They got to go. And they understand that. Just a couple more seconds left before the real zone's going to start to move here. And then everyone on the outskirts, Donnie, Aviv, Muzz and Qualifier, they're going to have to get hustling really quickly.
Talk about the hustle, Kaz, Who Fishy. Kind of just riding that thin line. They're the ones that every single person, the majority of the lobby wants to surpass. 5th place, 106 points currently. They understand that. Nothing's really changed since the start of the game. No eliminations just yet.
This is a big surge threshold.
Yeah.
15 players.
56 below is Qualifier and Muzz. We've already seen them get into a few altercations left and right. They're doing so much damage. It's still not enough. They've put themselves out to dry so many times that Muzz is even down.
Viola's low on HP too, and he's trying to make this rotate here alongside Peterbot down low. There it is. We get to jump into their perspective. 220 below.
Oh my goodness.
This is desperation here. The chug splashes come out. They're trying to invest everything that they can. He has some armored walls too, so they're okay. They have a lot more plays left in, but only 20 seconds before they really have to dive in. Here it is. It's TK. It's a good target. It's a team that's not in their league right now as far as the points go, so the chances are looking good.
Ramp option to deny a lot of vision from the duel for now. They couldn't really reach the wall. Peterbot caught out from the left side. 271 dealt below in terms of soul and surge damage.
There it is.
Going to be working the box.
There it is.
TK now going down. The double pinch. It's good. Is it enough damage though? 71 below. Not enough for now. They've done one of the jobs and now finally have that profit. Get to live and breathe for just one more day. But suddenly from 83, we go down to 67. Shots alive on all sides of the field. Edge now going down. Qualifier making it work. 1v2. And he gets his own elimination. CLN down 11 above the threshold. His head is barely above the high water.
Barely above the water. Time to take a deep breath because you might be getting pushed right back down soon here. Spade and Chimp are one of those teams that are underneath right now. Pressure above them. 31 below here. 10 players have to fall. Not a sound being let off. Everyone attempting to heal this off. That's a problem. It's a problem for Spade. It's a problem for Chimp. It's a problem for anyone who's getting targeted right now.
There's a lock on his builds as well. Huge shot. What an edit from Arco or Acro. He gets a huge shot off. Spade also going to be going down. Chimp eliminated. 9th place dwindled down to. They were 7th when this all started, going for a few beams on the back of Blake, but Spade is down. Acro with a huge play.
The edit there was great. Down they go, and just like that, 10th place is now out. That spot's going to start to open up here. Here's Jelly, also below the surge. They're one of those few teams just trying to out-heal it. 100 damage below. About 6 or so more players have to fall still. And now everyone's in Desperate Town. You hear the shots going off. You hear the chaos on the map. That's the sound of desperation. That's the sound of everyone looking to just find anything, an opportunity, fighting for the chance.
We got to see exactly what our top 5 look like in terms of position right now. That is the most important thing coming into this end game, so let's check it out. Some of these lower placed teams all the way up top, desperation chances at height to try to get back into the game. Meanwhile, Player 5, top 3, teammate list, the solo clutch still coming in. He solved Surge by himself. He made it to endgame by himself. He's gonna have to rotate by himself too with minimal mats. Kaz, 5th place POV, eliminated. Half his team still alive, though. We'll see if Fishy can lock this in. Peterbot, Byla, they take over 5th. They're on the left side of your screen right now, moving so much ever closer to the zone. They're looking to overtake Qualifier spot at 3rd.
Look at this. That's Duke right there on the layer, right in front of him. A big play could be it. The works there, but no. Qualifier skips right past it. Byla, meanwhile, goes high again. But it's Bobby and Plur who are looking them. And this is another play from Bobby and Plur. This is the second time they've tried to play for high ground. We've watched them attempt this before. They're even going with the full commitment here. They connect the build. Peterbot and Byla say, all right, you want to connect it? I'm stepping on over and I'm connecting to you. They've now effectively supported Peterbot and Byla's decision to go for high ground, and it's theirs. Just a little bit of mats though, so we know what's gonna happen. They're gonna have to get active here. 10 players have to fall. High ground of Peterbot and Byla are not safe. They're below the surge by a fair margin. Fishy, solo here, working this layer.
This is just tough. The team that's holding them down are the ones that have height right now. He has to try to surpass Peterbot and Byla in their natural, dangerous habitats. A spot where they can get so many eliminations. Just have to look down, see, and breathe at any duo below. Rise at 2nd place, right above. Some of the teams only have like about a 10-point difference. He's in a solo clutch spot. Place is trying to climb all the way back to, top towards the top 5. Floppers and splashes available in his inventory, but he is looking down so bad.
This is it. Big shots coming out. A lot of solos inside our top 5 right now. Trying to hold on and make the hero's effort here to earn these points. Qualifier, who's up and alive right now, hits the full reload, finds a player. Doesn't quite catch him, but it's looking good so far. The teammate slides from behind and takes him out. That was Plur and Bobby right there. It was close, but no cigar this time around. Let's see it though. Rise on the other side, another one of those solos here. 141 now, big point for him. One step closer here to really pushing his way in and making history. Let's see it. Fishy also, one of those few players that have to do something big here. 2 mats left. He has to pick this up here. Someone else sees the loot. He fights for it. The one material is going to be the difference for him to block that wall and get away safely.
Gonna be nice so far. He's taking 5th all the way back from the team all the way up top on height. Per now going down as Walker's finally alive. D-Roller, Knifey. Might have started the day off top, but now with 83 points, they need to climb back all the way towards the top 5. Teo and Pump 2 have taken apart so many different duos, but right now their world's getting torn in half because once again, Teo's by himself, no duo partner, and they're looking bad on point 2. Sliding in, Clicks is right behind him too, on the ground, on the dirt, but they get blocked by an armored wall, so not much for them to do for the moment. They have a little bit of a chance of a reprieve. Jackson is getting absolutely pressured down. Fishy takes them out. He falls down in 7th.
Big comeback story for a lot of teams right now as they're starting to get closer and closer to these 100-point thresholds. We talked about 150 being that place that you want to be to push your way through, but with how many other teams are right on the heels right now and the opportunity to pop off big, anything can happen. Duke goes down and fully finished. That's huge. Clicks is by himself now. No eliminations. Unheard of for this team, but he's trying to change that. Teo gets clipped, but not hard enough to fall there, and it's still action in business here. Knifey finally falls. Another big game for him. Here it is. Clicks commits. He's inside the box. Can he get the crushing shot that he needs to win this one? Wow. It's over. And the mat's good enough to keep him in the game right now.
Clicks processing movement at double the speed. Peterbot and Byla double the damage all the way up top from height. No one can touch them for now. Byla, so many mats to be able to use from this spot as well. We're at maximum natural low ground. 2 Clicks affected, but Sina looks confused inside the build. Clicks at 50 HP. Anything can take him down. It'll be a spray from the backside. It's Costa who rips him apart. Now we have a duo controlling that low ground. A duo who's looking for a seat at that top 5 table at 99 points. They're 1 away from triple digits. They have the spray to be able to have a save in the conversation as well, but they're finally out of match. Costa now has to rely on just his aim. Peterbot denies him and knocks him down.
That's a big one right there for a team that came in with around 40 or 50 points to jump up into a near top 10 position is devastating. But high ground is Peterbot and Byla. They want everything. They want it now. It's looking really good for them. 7 eliminations. Donnie and Aviv working this low ground. 4 elims for them. Very nicely done there. Low ground peaks are looking good. Some shots are connecting. And here it is. Vana slips around the bait. And it's not good enough. Aviv goes down. Byla's still up, but he gets caught off guard. And now it's a 1v1 situation. Byla doesn't get the siphon just yet. There it is. He's got the HP lead. Anything can still happen.
It's almost a tie game between the teams. The VR means so much. Peterbot drops down and has the spray. He is just too good. Over and over. Back to back. Peterbot and Byla just look way too good.
The eliminations were there. The high ground was there. The refresh. there as well. Check off all the boxes because they are playing like a championship team. And that's what you expect, right? There's a reason they were your FNCS champions. They're just checking off everything that you need to do to beat a team of this caliber. Take a look here. We came into this zone with less than 5 elims. They jump up to near 10 when they close this one out, Shia.
Yeah, and that was a tie-type spot all the way towards the very end. I think 145 versus 143 points on the final duel of that one. Byla, Peterbot, absolutely amazing. I feel like they just woke up after game 3. Maybe that water was a nice refresher on the face. It was nice to see.
Once again, they do it. I had a clever pickup last time, but this time it's just, listen, round of applause for them. They're popping off. They're playing well. It's what you expect of these great teams.
Absolutely. I just want to see exactly what's left for some of these teams because we only have one more in the roster here, Kelly.
Thank you so much, Shayo and MDF there. And you know, after game number 3, we talked about it, what Peterbot and Byla needed to do to keep that momentum going because they had a rough first 2 games. Game number 3 is when we start to see them change things up. And Jacob, they are keeping that going.
You see me smile. You see me smiling like the Joker right now, ear to ear, and it's all thanks to Peterbot and Byla. I'm just pointing out there because I know the leaderboard is going to replay. They're going to come up here in a moment to show us the fantastic moves that they made last game, moving up 15 places, keeping on the map momentum. I don't know if they were watching the pregame or the mid-game show where we said there's 3 games left, the last opportunities, the last dance to make it directly into the finals, and they took it serious.
Listen, somebody said something after game 3, and I think it might have been me, and I was like, listen, I think they should just keep going for high ground. It was so close, it didn't work out, and then games 4 and 5, look at that, we see him on the high ground both games, and let me tell you something right now, Peterbot is feeling it. The fact that he is in a 1v1 situation to close out the game, and he actually drops down early, doesn't play his materials or anything like that, instantly goes for an edit play. He's like, listen, I want to end the game now. I deserve this victory royale faster than any of these other games, and it works out so well. And if you're reigning FNCS champions are feeling this confident, I mean, I just don't know what you can do, Kelly.
I mean, seeing them jump up 5 more spots now, where they jumped up 19 after one of the games, now in 2nd place, but Duke and Clicks, the fan favorites, still holding strong in that 1st place spot, but there's only 9 points that separate them. But we're not looking at the top 2, right? We're looking at the top 5, and with this being game number 5 done, game number 6 to go, this is the last chance. As we can see, you know, things are starting to heat up here. That's why the stage is bright red right now, because the fire is turning up right now. We got Aviv and Donnie having a great job going into 3rd place. Trashy and Rise dropping down just a little bit, but still staying strong in our top 4. And then Muzz and Playify having a similar situation. But you can see there is a tie right now for 5th and 6th place. But let's shift focus a little bit back to that 1st place spot, Duke and Clicks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the chase is on, right? They are sitting pretty up there, 159 points. But Peterbot and Byla are like, listen, only 9 points more to go. If we play high ground again, they might be able to edge out the victory. But I mean, straight up Clicks and Duke, I mean, this is like a new team, right? They made it into qualifiers 1 and 2 as well. And we were, you know, weren't disappointed. We were like, man, I feel like this team can do so much more. And today, this is where they were proving it. Maybe they were just waiting a couple days to give us the show that we deserve.
Yeah, and if history class has taught us anything, Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is a championship squad. I do believe, and anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, 4 out of the 5 teams that qualified, I do believe it was last week, they have that history together. They have the chemistry. Clicks and Duke, they're building that chemistry, and they get themselves such an early lead from the first couple of games. They can make a little couple mistakes here and there. They can go down. They can play it out as solos and still maintain that top spot.
But the teams that cannot be making any more mistakes in our final game here are going to be the teams from 6th to 10th place. And I would even say that 9th and 10th might have to pull out something crazy if they want to make it into the top 5. But there is only 12 points that separate Teo and Pump, Kaz and Who Fishy, and then Nico and Cask are getting into that 5th place spot. And like I just said, there is a tiebreaker right now. But let's switch things up a bit because Vivid, I believe you have another masterclass for us.
Yeah, I want to talk about Trashy and Rise, one of our teams that are in the top 5 right now, and kind of want to walk you through like the early game that they experienced. Like, how are they consistently placing? Well, they're going to be landing towards the center of the map, and it's kind of like a little bit of a split drop, right? As you can see right now, they're a little bit separated, and the big thing about this drop is actually the grapple gloves that you can find here, and those grapple gloves are allowing them to make those end game rotations so very, very well. But honestly, the grapple gloves aren't really the highlight that I want to point out. Look how much space these guys are given. The amount of respect right now that is put on these players' name for everybody around them to be like, no, that is Trashy and that is Rises. I mean, not only are they getting so much loot from this, but then they are also getting this great position on the map, right? They can hang out around any of these positions to get their early game storm surge, and it's just working out so well. But then look at this. Look how much loot, materials, and everything he has. There's still 2 minutes before the zone starts to move at this point in time, and finding that loot very early on, being very, very efficient in looting, gathering materials, and that storm surge is why they were actually able to pick up that Game 3 victory royale.
It really blows my mind when you think about what it takes to be a top level player here, because it's not just mechanics, right? It's not just map awareness. It is so many nuanced things that the normal player doesn't think about. So Jacob, if you were to like look at a lot of like newer players coming in, wanting to become a pro player, what is an aspect of being a top player that a lot of them don't think about?
Honestly, it's mindset. It's very, very easy to look at these top players and what they're able to do and think, hey, I can do that. I can go up against the best and come out on top, but you lose one little battle, one off-spot exchange, you think your life is over. But Peterbot and Bylot today have shown 0 points in game number 1. They have that championship mindset, and now they're in the top 5.
I love it. That is an incredible point to make, and you can even make it about Dukes and Clicks as well, who had troubles in qualifiers 1 and 2, now thriving in first place. But can they hold that spot? It's the final game, everyone. The final chance for these teams to make their way all the way to the finals. So let's toss on over to our casters. It's MDF and Shia Wager.
Game 6.
This is it. The chase is on. The last opportunity here in Qualifier 3 to go all the way to finals. That's a great victory dance. We've seen a lot of it today, and we're going to need more of it because right now, it's all or nothing. Top 5 will take it home. You saw the points, Shayo. It's getting closer and closer.
5 more teams, 4 of them just neck and neck, an elimination basically separating them apart. It's never been this close for a Qual 3 on NAE. It hasn't been this close for Quals in a row so far that I think about in just history in general. So many times in this final game is it just a cascading moment towards the 9th zone that sets teams apart. This will go the 25-minute distance, Monster.
A moment for some that won't last very long. A moment like this, a draw spot, highly contested for Donnie and Aviv. This is the worst case scenario. I'm actually more surprised they didn't have a backup route in mind, in plan. As you can see, it's already gone down. Crazy GG's being one of the few players to actually jump into their territory. Threats and Macwood are here. They switched up the fit. It's explosive and for good reason.
They're looking to end things off with a bang here in game number 6 of NA East. A few teams already going down in the feed, but we'll pay attention when in just a little bit of a second. Donnie winning this one against Revive is going to be huge. After that, he goes up against the next player with Aviv. Unfortunately, though, Crazy GG's is not insane enough to take out both. A nice bait and switch, but we know the firecracker's coming in just a few seconds.
Actually, really, really important that Aviv did not get thirsted there. That would have been a huge time setback and possibly the throw for this last game here, but the good save from Donnie, free siphon, free points, everything he needs.
It is just insane that Donnie and Aviv are 3rd place being contested by 4 teams almost the whole day.
That's right. They started off with that clash up against Threats and Macwood. They did well. After those first 2, they split off. Their pass cross again, we saw a few times. They got into a skirmish with one another in different sides of the map, and they have managed to actually claw their way back. Hasn't been a perfect day for them.
Gone down a few times too in that mid-game, 3rd zone, basically no placement either. Somehow still hanging up top with people who got like back-to-back wins, the likes of Peterbot and Nyla. Threads, Debo, they're rocking at the shrines. I know we watch this fight every single time, but I want to see some of the players in that top 5. Players waiting for him to see what they can do next. Here's TK and Ritual. Threats now down. Edge has a nice back as well, all the way towards Daily Bugle. This is just going to be a waiting game. These are some of the 20th place teams. They don't really have a chance all the way at top 5, but they will kind of influence what happens inside the mid game and inside really high ground towards the end over here. A lot of these players might also be playing for series points overall, Monster. That's a huge way to get into better lobbies inside the semifinals next week. So the better you play overall today, the better your entire chances are to qualify for finals, even if you don't make it in just for this one. Stay tuned, because for both EU and NA East, in just a week, more semis are coming.
Yeah, just to show you how important that could have been for a team like Peterbot and Violet, for example, that didn't play every week together and they didn't get to these late stages together. They actually needed a victory today. They needed that or an extremely high placing overall spot, because coming into this, their series points were just around 80th or so. So that means they were several positions off.
Yeah, almost in that 3rd lobby, almost not even allowed to play in semis. I mean, Bobby and Flirt.
For the kickoff.
Yeah, literally. We've seen this duo on screen a couple of times now, taking out TK and Ritual, who we've also seen a little bit. And they're both kind of near that 20th place. Even though they might not be doing the best today, it's good enough, and we will be seeing them soon.
Take a look here as we start to jump around. Threads and Devo here. I mean, listen, I like this team. They started off very hot. They had a real chance, and all it took was for them to not make it past one of those early games, and there were so much points left on the board for them. Since then, they have not been able to really jump on up, but they're in 17th. Again, a great performance for them. We'll see what their series points are looking like. After today's performance, they could be one of those ones that end up around 60th, 70th or so. They may not get the first opportunity when we come back and run through the semis, but they will potentially get those next chances up, and we'll go through that a little later.
Now we got Muzzafy on your screen, dubbed by Monster, but I like Muzzafy rocking it in, and it has been a weird relationship with zones for them so far. Landing over at the islands on the east side of the map, we never really see the entire circle zone in on their home, but it has twice, and in those games, it's been unfortunate for them overall.
What I like about Muzz and Playify, though, in particular, is that we've seen them get better and better every single week, from switching draw spots to continuing to develop their flow, their style, and now their consistency here as they're in top 5 in Game 6. We've also seen heartbreaking ends for them, referencing qualifier number 2 in particular. But before we get there, a little fight breaking down here. As Dowda and Shobi saw the highlight, they kick this off, they get a little double elim, and now they're fighting what looks to be Goo and company here. Piece control comes through, okay. Looking solid, but no shot to follow up.
Donna will try to go for a few shots. Johnny's in the business too, has the chance to play an excellent game with the loot that he has if he makes it out of this spot and finds a little bit more ammunition. Unfortunately, doesn't have much to lock in an elimination right now. Has to really land with the striker as fast as possible. Has to lock in the spray after the fact too. Dada now finally down. Johnny not doing much on the backside. It's Goo really just rocking in. There it is. Finally locking it through. Costs him like, what, 20% of his shotgun ammunition, but it's all good. While the replays come in, another team to focus on too. I was actually going to mention them, yeah. Spade and Chip.
Big.
10th overall. They're starting to push forward. I think their day, the spot that they had inside the top 5 was taken over by Trashy and Rise, who are in 4th right now. They play in very similar ways as well. Lots of clutch potential, lots of individualness inside the duo. They talk about that, you know, the clashes of types of play styles, how sometimes duos get left on their own to play. I think Cease and Day have had that looming for them this entire FNCS.
Well, we've also seen them improve as well. Just kind of carrying on that narrative a little bit. I mean, they've continued to get better and better each week. I hope they stick it out and they run that semifinals together, because there's definitely a chance for them there. Let's see it though. Shicey and the Oxy in a fight here. A little early game battle. This game's going very, very quickly. Just looking at the feed there, you can see we're already down to just about 70 players. Once this one concludes, we'll be in that 60-ish range and threshold. Another team rolling up from the south, so there's a whole lot of potential eliminations that can happen here. This is definitely the fastest pace game we've seen in the first several minutes, it seems like. It's gonna be the second one we had today.
Oh no, first place team in trouble. 159 points. Duke down. Clicks 13 HP. A breath of fresh air will be able to take him out here. And up against Clixy for the moment, I mean, he's got almost full shields on both sides. Jelly has that revive coming up too.
No whites. Zone's coming in quick as well. Clixy has to make a big decision. He has to honestly get out of here and find some heals. Clixy on the other side, they have a little bit to work with, so more time. Yup, Clix recognizes the real danger that he's in. He has no whites. He has to get out of here. Oliver OG, Jeff, you know they're reading the feed. They see what's going on here. The potential for them to clash right now is very high. There it is. The walls come out, and now they're beelining towards this player. They have to be thinking to themselves, this could be a solo, and it is. 159 is cool and all, but way to keep it up to the numbers in the very, very end.
Yeah, you want to be comfortable, maybe even go down way later in the game, but the fall off spawn, 159 might be enough to qualify you. You never know, especially with the structure of this specific qualifier on NA East. Clix has to do the impossible right now. A 1v2 against the peak performance all over OG. and Jeff, who are hungry to get back into the top 5.
This is the team that will need a top 10 finish or better in order to honestly be in the top 5 conversation. That's what's at stake here. So this fight matters, but we've seen what Clix can do as a solo. He has nothing to lose right now either, as he's honestly positioned to take home one of the top 5 spots already. So with the angry Clix, with the fired up player, you have to be careful. Punishment can come in, and this can be the backfire for Oliver and Jeff.
They've all locked it in. Zone's all the way gone. Oliver, OG, and Jeff really want this one. They understand how close the boards are right now. One elimination sends you up the rankings. Clix already tapped down Jeff. He's going to be out of action for the moment, decommissioned as he big pots up. 5 seconds of time for Clix to buy. He's going to elect to use it to hide a bit, and Medbis stop by. A little bit more time to run around inside that zone.
I like this.
Jump into that tall grass, playing the stealth game. One of the only things he can do for now. Oliver, OG, and Jeff have to come to his turf now.
Very smart, and look, he breaks away with the dash there. It's gonna be hard to track him now. Another counter fire comes back from Clix. Clix has managed to hit at least 3 different shots before taking any damage himself.
This is bad for Jeff and Oliver now.
Yes,
They had
it
an
is.
entire game stretched apart. They had grapples ready and available. They had shield chuck splashes as well. This is just not the best decision to make, to push forward and hunt for 1 elimination straight upside the storm. Clix is also making this so difficult for Oliver, OG, and Jeff. It's costing them time. Yes, they finally have the elimination. Look at Oliver, OG's HP. They've lost all their big type of shields. They've lost their chance to get at max 200 HP too. This is just a horrible position to be in as well. What is the cost for that fight, my friends?
We're gonna find out later. Like we said, they need placement as much as anything else. So the fact that they've taken all that time, I mean, it could really lead to anything. A comeback right now, conversation for Glace and Elite right now as they find themselves 2 elims. They've been kind of teeter-tottering between the top 15 and now top 10. The last game being a great one for them. Jumps them way on up here. But Duke and Clix are now down. They're out. They're frozen at 159. Maybe a little bit more. We got to that 32 team threshold. Maybe they earn placement. There's a possibility there. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they had a chance to maybe battle it out and try to survive. Are there any other top teams, Mr. Mini Miner, on this side who've had trouble so far in the early game?
There are indeed, Shy. We're looking at Muzz and Playerfly right now, who struggled on Surge a little bit throughout the day. Now, this is a fight they could have easily taken to get those Storm Surge tags early, but they decide to disengage. Now, this raises the question, which is better? Is it better to stick for that Storm Surge? Is it better to fight? Or is it better to go for that positioning? And they opt for the latter option. Positioning over Storm Surge tags, which is better? We'll have to find out.
Thank you for the quick breakdown there, Miner. And also keep in mind, this is a game that's moving at a different pace. That decision is going to come around to potentially haunt them in 3 zones. As we get later into zone 5 and the threshold becomes 50 or less, that's where things are going to change.
Well, we can literally just watch both Oliver, OG and then Muzz as well and see the difference of pushing for an elimination, it going a little bit awry, and then leaving guaranteed elims to the side so you can get towards the end game. We can literally just compare those 2 duos moving in and see exactly which strat, at least in this circumstance, with a little bit of benefit and leeway, actually works out.
That's it right there. It's kind of like we run a little sign test.
Hypothesis down. What's the scientific method? I don't even know.
Scientific method, man. You need your stable, and you need your volatility.
True, true.
Muzz and Playify are a stable choice. They go the safe route.
Ah, yes, yes,
Keep
yes.
it
The comparisons.
very safe. Oliver, we saw what they did.
The risk.
They decided to fight Clix in the storm. That guy's crazy with it. Cost him a lot.
Oh, look at this. Names convicted. I mean, we saw a little bit of fire from them in game number 5. Working up the ranks from 30th all the way to 20 now, changing the digits. Merc and Naves, though. The first elimination that we saw was from Merc on the day in game number 1. This might be their last chance to be on stage currently in qualifier number 3. Convicted really rocking Nave's socks right now. He's going for these shots and really controlling every single layer almost around him. But Nave somehow found a way to get all the way up top. This is towards the zone as well, so whoever wins this will be able to keep playing out their game. It'll be 2 1s that we're going for here. A PG on one side, it seems like, and a box fight on the other. Almost watching a zone war here, it looks like. Convicted now inside the same box, who actually wraps around first. Chuck splash! What? That made me lose my voice halfway. What was that?
Let me heal you. Ultimate BM. Forget dancing and stuff. Take this. Now take that. A shotgun follow-up from Naves allows them to win the fight. I love this, though, because both teams won their ones. Very cool to watch that play out.
If that was me personally, I would not let that slide. I would not allow that. Imagine getting chugged to the face. I was even... Those words weren't even in my vocabulary. I'm tripping over right now, Monster. That was just... I've never seen that in that moment.
Takes a lot to trip up Shayo. There you guys have done it. I think history's been made today.
Hoopushy Kaz rocking it in. Teo on the right side at 7th as well.
This is going to be an end zone.
Yeah, Sleepy Sound. We got Rivers in the way. Water potentially as well. We're at home turf for a few of these people inside the top 5. Kaz and Hoopushy, though, we've seen them struggle when they're in this spot, right? If they're top 15 or they're closer to first, they're really good at holding on. When they're in this spot, I feel like they get a little bit too passive. They're low on surge tags. They're low on being active. And the best Kaz, the best version of Hoopushy, are the ones who are proactive. Look at that. They're actually up and alive. They're awake. Big shots on the curly. They are here to play.
Yeah, definitely. The difference, though, they have a lot of options. A lot of teams have opted to come directly to Sleepy Sounds. Where in a lot of the other zones, you notice they were all around the outskirts, and it was heavy congestion, late rotates, and it just played differently. This is going to be a much different dynamic, not only in the amount of players alive, but the way teams are positioning. If you didn't get into a great spot early, you are going to pay for it. And I'm a little bit nervous because what happens now is we have all these other teams, these bubble teams, that are here, right outside the conversation, on the outskirts. They're going to have these late rotates.
They're going to be side by side with each other as well. Everyone kind of under the same pressure, the same threats, the same stakes. Different dynamics for these teams, though. We know Cease and Day like to strike. Love to make the first move, even if it's not the game plan for both players inside the duo.
This duo here, it only takes one. Usually it's Day who's hopping in first. But Cease is a trusty gunman. He's always there to back him up. Let's see it, though. The rotates come out. Everyone gets a move on here. I like this. 30 seconds on the clock before things start to heat up. Take a look in the distance, though. Your 4th place team is already there. 2nd, 8th. Teams that matter definitely here already. Number 1 of Clicks and Duke are out. For those of you guys tuning in late in game number 6, the last chance here. The last chance now to break home a top 5.
Crashy and Rise, this has been the scrappiest way I've seen a duo get top 5. So far today, it's been solo clutch after solo clutch. One chance or one position where they really went in, rocked it in super deep into the game, and clutched things out as a duo. Past that, though, the ride is not over. They played so well today as individuals, as teammates as well. This time, I feel like a solo clutch is a lot to ask for from either Rise or Trashy. They need to lock it in together.
Let's see it. Teo and Pump also need to lock in right now. They're in 7th. Saw Hoopushy and Kaz lurking ahead ever so slightly, but not by much. These guys both haven't found big eliminations, so they're neck and neck right now. All 4 spots outside of the number 1 position right now are effectively up for grabs here.
For Teo and Pump, they're always doing things depending on what's happening kind of around them by other players. They never actually pave their own path. Just react to what other people do and then try to fly by. They're always interrupting everyone else. It's a nice strat, but in a zone like this, Sleepy Sound, where you need control first, where you want to be on a more elevated layer, you need to be proactive. Like we saw Kaz trying to be, like we're seeing Rise and Trashy being right now. Everyone in the center position looking good. Past that, the people on their own tier of play, their own tier of points. Peterbot Bila, a chance to be 1st place overall in this qualifier weekend. They're 4 points behind first, and we know that 1st place is down and out. That's Clicks and Duke. They've looked so good, and they're not going for a proactive position. They want to just glide by. 10 or 15 points, that's fine. They might already be qualified, who knows?
Could have definitely sealed the deal. I mean, we're getting closer and closer as the next set of teams start to fall here. Placement points get rewarded. We're about 1 away. Surge is active, though. This is what we were talking about. Oliver OG and Jeff, right? We knew that their fight was going to be important here, right here. When Surge gets turned online, and the fact that they took that fight and they found those elims before, right? That was onto Clicks. So they're going to be okay for now, but not by much because they stood so long inside the storm there. Look at the material count. They are looking down bad right now. They might as well take this fight here at this point because they will need a refresher in order to win this game. On the other side, we wanted to watch how Muzz and Playify played it out. They played passively, they backed off. When this fight is wraps, we need to honestly catch up there.
This is huge, though. They're able to maybe not take the elimination, but at least steal the body. That's 88 damage, guaranteed too. Merc now down to get a refresh of a few of the builds. A lot of ammunition, so it looks like that fight, super risky, took so much time. It does pay off. Meanwhile, Muzz, Playify, they're rocking things in. 62 above, a much better position overall. The match looking good. They don't have to actually use any of the grapplers either to get here. They will be in a position to keep doing this damage, but they're forced to live in this 9 to 5. They can't go on vacation. They can't have any time to breathe. 121 damage above, looking good now. Siki might just over peak. Look at Playify though, that passiveness. They're staying consistent with this monster, not making any mistakes.
Playing smart, and they also pulled a zone for the most part here. They have a really, really good chance at sliding across. They don't have a long rotate.
Oh no.
Tied up here, Casker and Nico. Tied for 5th right now. They have the same point threshold, but they're below the surge. Muzz and Playify also locked in right around this number right here. And Elam's difference, they need something.
Using the chunk splashes just so one piece of utility gets both people kind of saved from the surge damage for now. One team, it's shots on the Degen and Pledge. They need this. It's grapplers in the way. Big brick to stop them as well from landing any shots, and Degen actually responds back onto both players that take damage. They've kind of made it through this first section of Surge, but we've seen the game, how deep it can get, how not easy it is for some of these players to fall. Surge will come back to haunt them.
Yeah, definitely, but they have the grapple gloves, right? They are allowed to make this rotate here and get all the way across. It's going to conserve so much material. They are looking very, very good right now, but so was Muzz and Playify. Although they had the zone pulled to them, they also were able to conserve material, and that was what's most important. For Teo and Pump, they're looking solid too. All of our teams fighting for 5th and 4th and 3rd are actually looking outstanding right now.
The limit
None of
is
them have
basically,
healings.
it's Spade and Chimp. They're the only team that are kind of all the way at the bottom for the moment, but they're also in the conversation. It's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 10 teams
Aviv
in the
got
mix that can get all the way up top. Aviv starting to make a little bit of the difference. Everyone hasn't had an Elam to this point. Every single shot will matter in this endgame. It'll go all the way to the 9th zone. We have no idea. Maybe it's just Clicks and Duke so far with Pewterbot and Byla who are qualified. There's still 3 spots in the top 5 for grabs.
That's right. Finally, Who Fishing Cats find a little something too. They pulled a zone, and look at them trying to clear a path in front of them. Smart play here. They have so much material as well. How did everyone manage to be in such a position right now? That's not a fight that they necessarily need, but they'd love to end up picking up here. It is going to come down to eliminations and, of course, the placement points here. Literally a nail-biting situation right now. Muzz and Playify in a fight. Playify's hurt. He might even be down, I dare say. No, that could have been a siphon that comes in to keep him up here. Take a look. Here comes the reheals. They're trying to bounce back right now. That was almost it. It was almost over for a second. Meanwhile, Donnie falls to shore. That's a team inside the top 5.
Top 3 kind of in jeopardy for the moment. Casker, Nico, that surge will start to strike any second now. They're electing to stay secure, wait for some of the desperate teams on the backside of zone to come in, and then go for huge shot. DT and Rise right below Aviv, a solo player on 3rd, right above that 4th place team. Teo also moving about. Here goes Casker, straight up to the skies. 15 above that damage threshold. Nico has come clutch with a big shot and play onto Byla, who goes down. So that top team now taken out. Muzz also flies towards the sky. The position has changed between 4th and 5th place. Now they're struck by Surge. The Lightning is doing much damage, burning their chances and hopes to stay alive.
Here it is. It's all or nothing right now. Are you going to be the person that is a cut above the rest and show everyone why you are great? Let's see it here. Zypha is going to fall to the hands of Teo. Teo, who absolutely needs this, but he needs a little more to close the gap. There's still 31 players separating from him and the win, of course. And can he do it? He's going to have to stop down to heal here. Muzz needs to fight. They're going to be diving into someone shortly. There it is. They drop the heals. It's now all or nothing. There's a team in front of them. Can they get the shots?
It's Nico Casker.
That is
4th
Casker.
versus 5th. They're actually tied for the moment. Same exact points, 138. They're looking for it. Back and forth.
They're both hurt.
All of them affected by Surge. Nico Castro let them go towards the left side. They bump closely towards the walls, but don't stay on the same layers. Muzz now in his own fight, somewhere else completely. Playify is just living by a sliver of HP together. They have under 50 HP to work with. Elite now down. Cease taken out. Some of the top 10s falling inside the feed. A big shot from Muzz, but no, they go down. Nico and Casker need to live for 5 seconds, and they can make this difference matter. So close, but Teo is still alive. 8th place. He's right behind that 5th place spot. He's right beside them too. He can be the difference maker. Going for a few shots. I don't think he realizes which box is in front of him. It's the finals box. Behind that door is a chance for him to have a ticket straight towards the finals. He's looking forward, and Trashy is inside the same boxes as well. Nico and Casper versus Trashy and Rise, both in the same house, but only one person can live on this floor.
And also Chimp lurking outside, just right here. There it is. He jumps on in, but no, slips away, escapes, barely escapes. Look at this, Teo lurking inside the cone onto Chimp. Here comes the edit. He needs to hit it, and he does. More points for him. There's a chance for Teo now. He has a couple of mats. No! Crushed and dropped. Dreams shattered. It's over.
Nico and Castor still in that 5th place spot. No idea if it's a tie or how much they need to really drive by. Rise has now taken over first. So how far did Clicks fall? That's the real question. Are they even qualified? Big shot Rise does not care. Him and Trashy now are alive. Their hopes so sky high. In the air, Nico and Castor down towards the ground. Still in 5th. They're not budging. How many points do they need? They're about to eclipse Clicks right now. 152 points. They're so close to knocking them out of the competition. Rise finally down. Trashy's now staying alive on the backside of zone, going for as many heals as possible with his med miss. ZPXY in front of him. It's a 39th place team. He's looking for anything to stay alive. Any heals in any box, but it's not possible. Casker, 5th place, 152 points. He needs about 2 more, but there's nothing left. Not even the basement. It's waterworks. Tears almost. He's drowning. Barely even able to swim. He's just right behind the zone. A few teams left up above him. It's a bunch of duos though. Casker with no HP is just alive inside this lake below Sleepy Sound. 153 points. He's found out, bumped down, and stopped in 5th place.
And there it is. We'll see if that's going to be enough. It's going to be a very, very close tournament for him. But for everyone else, they're just unleashing mayhem here. It's a 2v2 situation now, and we get to coast our way through on high ground. P-Deuce and Zapoxy managed to contain things for now. But who will be our top 5 position duos? We'll have to find out shortly, guys. That was a crazy one. Clixie swings around, a great tag there, and now it's a 1v1 situation. You can see he's on the low ground guy, and it's gonna be over. That's a great hit there. The 1v2 isn't enough. He's out of ammo, but no! Clixie turns around, hits the shot.
That's just huge. A chance all the way towards the end. The first time we've seen that low ground pop just come through with the shotgun. A huge strike towards the end. But man, Monster, that game in specific, the top 5, the top 10 even, no one even knows if it's enough to keep these amazing players in the competition.
I mean, we kept saying you needed to make a top 10, but we didn't factor in, and all the other top 10s are in top 10. You need more Elans. In the end, Game 6 is won by Vanish Jelly and Clixie, a great sign for them. Hopefully, we'll make it to semis next week and play that out, because we all know it's going to come down to victory royales at that point. What a fun day, though. The last qualifier, the last chance to push your way to finals.
I'm spent. The fact that Clicks and Duke finished that at like, what, 154 points, go down, they might not even qualify. That means this qualifier was the hardest one we've seen, I think, across the world.
Definitely was one of our toughest, but the glory goes to the players. We'll find out shortly who took it all.
Thank you so much, Monster D-Face and Shia Wager. And Chad, I know you guys want to see our top 10 leaderboard, but we're going to have to wait just a moment because I want to take a look at some of the teams that were on that precipice of making it into our top 5. So let's take a quick look at Trashy and Rises in Game 6.
Yeah, and we saw them there in the end game. I'm pretty sure they squeaked in the first place there at the end, Jacob. I mean, a bunch of these top 5 teams like Clicks and Duke going down early left this opportunity open for Rise and Trashy to have a good end game and capitalize completely so that way they could rise up the leaderboard, and they took full advantage of it. Rise going down a little bit early in that top 5, but then Trashy putting it all together. He has the med miss, finds an elimination as well to keep it all alive.
And it all starts from that drop spot that you did break down before the game even started. The respect the rest of the lobby is giving these guys over towards that split. And it's in the middle of the map. They go left, they can look over Tilted, they go right, they can look over the Sanctuary. They have so many different opportunities, and they take that first place spot because of it.
Ooh, speaking of that first place spot, Trashy and Rise, we just saw right there Peterbot and Bila holding out strong. Duke and Clicks not out of the competition, sitting in 3rd place. Aviv and Donnie's had such an incredible run all day long. And Nico and Casker jumping up that one spot that they needed into that 5th place. But to see Muzz and Playify, who had such a good game, grabbed a VR, not make it. But you know what? They got the semifinals next week.
Yes, they do. And honestly, shout out to Kaz and Hoofishy as well. Both of them getting 142 points. I feel like we saw both of those duos in almost every single end game. And it really looked like both of them were going to get into that top 5. But some players just played a lot better. And, shout out to Clicks and Duke again, playing consistently throughout the day. But honestly, I'm looking at the placement points, and Nico and Casker, 129, looking like they're the most consistent when it comes to that placement category.
And you can see so many different reasons why they were as consistent as they were. With the grapple gloves, they're able to go ahead and save as many of the resources as possible. Even in moments like this where it looks bleak, down so much on the Storm Surge, they got so far ahead of zone in the rest of the competition, it was easy for them to look back and put down the shots that they needed in order to get the surge and make it not so much of a worry.
Yeah, honestly, just making really good use out of those grapple gloves, and to the point where Nico actually and Casker don't even have them anymore, right? Fully utilizing all 10 charges to the point where they no longer even had them. And we did not see that almost out of any other duo today. So shout out to those guys for probably making the most out of the grapple gloves out of any team today.
Yeah. I was going to say, that's just one of those things that if you have the opportunity, you see Clicks and Duke, they started off with as well. Peterbot and Violet, a lot of the teams towards the top half of the leaderboard are utilizing those new grapple gloves. They're utilizing a lot of the new changes that came on the map. And that's the thing, is just adaptations are so important at this stacked of a lobby.
And obviously after this, we know that a lot of players are going to be adapting to the semifinals, because the semifinals runs a little differently, right? It's not just the top 6 that move forward, but also the 5 teams for that first semifinals that grab that VR. It's so exciting. Speaking about being exciting, we got our 3 gentlemen down onto the center stage here. Shayo, I mean, what a game.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the dictionary beforehand, right? Like, before making predictions today overall, you can't spell NA East Finals without Duke and Clicks, at least in Fortnite vernacular. So it was very exciting to see them really push forward today.
I thought you were going to hit us with there's not a word in the dictionary that can kind of encapsulate what all
that's
this
another
went down.
one too, yeah.
Because that's equally a tough thing to do in a single sentence or word for that matter. We had such a great performance there from our players.
Yeah, such a great performance, and a lot of the top teams doing really, really well throughout the end as well there. We see a lot of teams like that maybe crumble a little bit towards the end, but a lot of the top teams, they didn't do that. They stuck to their guns, they stuck to their playstyle, and ultimately that's what kept them at the top. But a little bit of shaking in the leaderboard there at the end. It was very intense.
Oh, yeah, and I just want to speak to what Jacob was saying earlier, is that keeping that mentality strong is so important. And we saw that from Peterbot and Byla, starting off game 1 with 0 points and ending it off in our top 5. But which one of us were correct in our top 5 predictions, everyone? Well, I did so well the last 2 qualifiers getting first place that I wanted to give you guys a bit of a chance to catch up.
I mean, I'm almost the opposite. I did so bad last season. I needed redemption. I switched on over to my original region. Hey, it's paying off for me indeed.
Yeah, Byla and Peterbot, something clicked there after game 3, so shout out to those. But I had Muzz and Playify, unfortunately, just squeaking out of that top 5 in the 6th place position. Overall, happy with how they played. I think that they can definitely qualify through semifinals, though. They're such a strong team.
Clicks and Duke, that is all.
I guess I missed the memo then. I must have missed the memo because, yeah.
Great description.
I somehow ended up on the Kelly bus here. And I needed points, though. So for Pam and Fatch, hey, listen, I thought the strategy was sound. It should have all connected, but instead, it all worked out for Spade and Chimp. They were the one who kind of took that initial, thing that I laid out, the foundation, and they built right on top of it. They did a great job.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out enough, though, to break them into that top 5. For Spade and Chimp today, they were pretty consistent. Their best elimination game was in that last game, but it was too little, too late for them. I think that's what they need to work into their game, though. I want to see that in semifinals from them, is more eliminations, picking up more refreshes when it comes down to the end game, because at the moment, it's not quite working out for them, but so much potential with them.
I mean, there is so much more to look forward to in our semifinals, everyone. We have 15 teams now making their way into the finals, but which 35 teams will be joining them? Will join us next week during the semifinals to find out. Until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
game